Here we go now.
Look, I'm burning the Palo Santo. I'm clearing the energy. This is our second live of the day. There's been a lot of conversation about a lot of different things, even some 2B Timu version of Palo Santo. This is the real thing. So I said, okay, let me clear the energy. Let me put this here so that we don't want to start a fire while we are live. Welcome back to the Kempire channel, your number one source for pop culture news and music, entertainment, reality TV, and so much more. This is a part of the So Much More. We did this last month. We did a special dating live. I think it was also on a Friday night. And this is not about me. This is about you guys sharing your personal experience and thoughts. If I have a personal experience, I'll share. But my personal experience is not that relevant. Not always. I think relationships, no matter gender, no matter sexuality, it's relevant. But I want to hear from you. We have a large female community here on the channel, and I want to hear your experiences. The last time that we did this, we had so many great conversations, a mix of dating and a mix of astrology. So we'll be doing both. If you don't get into astrology, that's fine. You're still welcome here to share your experience and advice on dating. Married folks, feel free to call in and share your thoughts. Single folks, feel free. This is a safe space. We promise. This is the oath that we all need to take in the live chat. We listen and we don't judge. I mean that tonight. We listen and we don't judge. Okay, can we? I want everyone in the live chat to write it down and confirm that you will listen and you won't judge. I'll wait. I will wait. I will also emphasize and give a sort of trigger warning because there will be people sharing things about their relationships, the ups and the downs that might be triggering to you. So if you're in a sensitive state tonight, this might not be the time for you to watch. I don't know what people are going to share, but I'm giving you a forewarning. Okay, so now everyone in the chat, we listen and we don't judge. Everyone say it. That includes everyone behind the scenes too here on. I see all of you. I see you, Jasine. I see you, Mo Reality. I see you, Paulette. I see you, Winter. I see you, Wendy. I see you, NYC DMP. We listen and we don't judge. We'll do that after the live and we talk about it in DMs. I'm kidding.
Lies! The lie!
I'm kidding. Oh, okay. Happy Friday night, guys. Let me put a little something on the lips, okay? I will say though, that Melody Cherie 7th Avenue lip scrub might work. I had 2 different people tell me my lips were soft. Shut up, mind your business. Moonlight says we listen. Come on, you have to finish that. We listen and we don't judge. Okay? Okay. All right. All right. So this is a safe space, as I mentioned before. I've given you the rules. I've given you the trigger warning. We are going to listen to this. If you're watching the replay, you also have to say in the comment section that you listen and you don't judge. Even though you might judge later when you having kitchen table talk with your girlfriends. Did you hear that lady on Kempire's channel? That's fine, as long as we don't know and we don't hear. Don't bring it to social media, though. Don't bring it to Twitter. Don't bring it to Blue Sky. Did you hear? What we say here stays here, along with the hundreds of other people that will watch, or thousands. It's okay. All right. Where do we even begin? All right. I have no update for you in my dating life because I haven't been dating yet. It's the new year. I'm setting a goal. I will definitely be going on dates. But shout out to the young lady that came up to the mic at the DC show and said that she wants me to do and host a speed dating event in DC. So I'm not going to give you any more details, but I am going. Dina, behave. Dina says, can we make fun? Jokingly, if you think the person can take it. Like when Danielle calls in, Danielle can take it. She's an Aries. But you guys have been asking for a speed dating event. I'm in conversations. Doesn't mean it's going to happen, but look, we're going to figure something out. All right? But we're going to do it right, unlike some folks. What? Who's what? 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 What?
What is this, honey?
Okay. All right. So as I said before, we have quite a few people backstage that want to share. Live chat. Once we get to 100 likes, I will drop the call-in link for the general audience that want to call in and share their thoughts. Okay. But if you're a member of the channel, I've already dropped the call-in link behind the scenes on the post community tab. They changed the name of it. It's the post tab. I've shared the links for members already. So we already have a few members backstage. I'm not going to be here all night. We were live. I don't know. Were we live 3 hours last time? Lord have mercy. Let me get started. Okay, Jasine is backstage. Jasine, what did you... Hold on a second, Jasine. There we go. Jasine, what did you want to talk about and share in regards to our dating and astrology conversation?
Oh, good evening, everyone. I feel so privileged to be the
Yes.
first caller. Thank you
Yes.
for doing this. I'm going to try to give you like a synopsis because I know people probably are calling in, but I
Take your time.
don't
I don't want you to
have.
feel rushed. There is no timer tonight.
Okay.
Here you go, Jasine. Jasine's goes like, well, let me take my time
Well,
with
let
this.
me go. No, I'm just saying. I don't have a lot of experience with men. I married my first love when I was 26, but we have been dating since I was 14.
What?
Yeah. And so all the different things that come with that. But we ended up getting married and ultimately we just were not a match. I continued to grow. He stayed the same. And then those differences just started to be highlighted in our marriage. And we were married almost 10 years. I'm a Pisces.
Okay. And what was
He's
he?
He's a Cancer.
Oh, so it
And
should have worked.
yeah, but he was so sensitive. I mean,
Oh.
his feelings his feelings were more important. He couldn't relate to mine. Like it was just a mess. But we've been divorced now. I have not been on a date since we've been divorced.
How long have you been
And it's
divorced?
8 years.
What?
No.
What is this, honey?
Okay, we
No, and
listen and we don't judge. Sorry. I'm breaking my own rule.
initially you need time to heal,
Yes.
right? Like you don't need to jump into that. And we have a child together. My son is 23, and you focus on those things, and then obviously healing. And so I finally started putting myself out there. The dating apps have been just so sucky. Well, a
Okay,
couple
what dating
years
apps?
ago, BBW Cupid. My friend talked me into going on to
Wait,
BBW
that's a
Cupid.
thing?
It's a thing. It's a thing.
Oh.
Yeah. And so I went on there. I ended up meeting this Leo man. Um, chemistry.
Mhm.
Chemistry. He was married. He was upfront saying he was married, but he was separated. He lives in
Okay.
Maryland. So,
Merlin.
they had that year in Merlin. And I confirmed that. But I was hesitant because he was separated and
Yeah.
in the midst of a divorce.
Yeah.
Fast forward, we were supposed to meet up. We never met up. And when he realized that he wasn't ready, he cold turkey like cut me off.
He ghosted
And
you.
he ghosted me. And me being who I am, like I genuinely cared about him at that point.
How
So
long have
I
you
was
been
just
talking?
at that point, we had been talking like a year.
And you hadn't met?
Oh, Kemp. I I know how this is gonna
No, we
sound.
listen and we don't judge. I know I
I
broke the
went
rule before, but I'm focused.
I went to Maryland, but I let me say where he was. I have a friend who lives there, so it was kind of like
Okay.
a double duty thing. I was going to see him first, and then circle and see my
And
friend.
where do you live?
I live in Tennessee,
Oh, okay.
so it wasn't that bad. And we had arrangements to meet up. He had completely, quote unquote, forgot that I was coming. Can
He forgot that you were coming,
he? Yeah,
but you
and
guys talked regularly.
we talked regularly. Yeah, like the week before I left, the week before I was to leave, I said, "Hey, like, you ready?" And he was like, "What? Like, it's coming up?" Yeah. But I proceeded to go on the trip anyway because
I know that's right.
he's like, I will make a way, like I'll see you. It may not be we us spending a couple of days together, but I will see you. So I still went. Plus it's a week away. And
Yeah.
I'm not gonna cancel on my friend
Yeah.
either. So anyway, he ghosted me and I reached out like, hey, I just want to make sure you're good. There were a lot of things that happened around the time he ghosted me. He lost his job. We
Mm.
ended up talking. We ended up getting right back to the place where we're connected again.
Mm.
I still haven't met this man.
Like recently, you guys reconnected.
Yeah.
Wait, so let me
And
just
I,
back. I'm sorry. I just want to backtrack so people can get the full scope of what's happening here. So
yeah.
you were set to go to Maryland. You went to Maryland. He ghosted you once you got to Maryland.
Yeah.
Okay. And then how long was it before you guys reconnected after that trip?
We actually continued talking because I was so upset and angry.
Yeah.
So like we were communicating just about what happened, what was the breakdown.
Hmm.
And I will say that we did FaceTime.
Okay. So
So
there was
I
real.
know that he's a real guy.
Okay. You weren't
Like I
catfished.
FaceTimed. Yeah, wasn't catfish, wasn't hatfished. Saw him on LinkedIn, where he worked. Also ended up, FaceTiming him. We had FaceTimes, we had phone calls. So even though I didn't meet him, I knew that he was who he was.
Yeah.
But my thing with the story is just the cutoff game for the Leos is so strong.
Is it?
And I don't, we have chemistry. We really, really do. We communicate well when we communicate.
Mm-hmm.
But he's like, look, I apologize, but I'm not ready to get into anything serious.
And how long
So
was he?
now I'm like, like he's the first guy that I've connected with since my divorce, just in terms of communication and
Yeah.
I think chemistry, because even though it's on the phone, like I said, we've had the FaceTimes and things
Yeah.
and the smiles and the butterflies and
Oh.
things like that. Yeah. Yeah.
How long was he married for before he
Um,
separated?
maybe like 5, 6 years.
Oh, so not he wasn't married very long.
No, he wasn't married very long, and he has a son.
Okay.
And some of that in terms of being able, when you're newly divorced, focusing on your son, I get that, and just trying to heal. But that was why I was hesitant to even befriend him.
Yeah.
So for you to turn around and this is what you do, it's just very frustrating.
Yeah.
And I know that I need to really leave him alone. But our communication, I'm an empty nester.
Oh.
And so, and he intellect wise, we match. Like,
Okay.
so that's important. So, yeah, I just
So
wanted to share
he's
that. It's
checking off
crazy.
all the boxes. You're
Yeah.
attracted to him. He can keep you have good communication. You like him intellectually. Okay, except he hasn't just met you. Some people
No,
are
and he's
speculating.
not ready. He's not ready. And I think finally for him to realize that is good awareness. He really needs therapy. He's had some medical things go on, and I've, just supported him and cared for him. So now it's
Wow.
really just friends. Like I've removed the romance part. Like if we communicate, it's, hey, how are you doing?
Hmm.
How's your son? Kind of just
Casual.
friendly. Like I don't press romantically, and he hasn't crossed that boundary either. So we're
Okay.
trying to just be friendly,
Hmm.
but I just had never had experience with a Leo man,
Mm.
and the fact that he could cut me off, that just really surprised me, because as Pisces, we hold on, till it kills us, and we just, like, hold on so tight.
Yeah.
Um, so yeah, like, it's been an experience, but it's
How
definitely been a lot of lessons learned and
ho
a lot of things I know now what I need. Like, even if
Yeah.
he and I never connect romantically,
Yeah.
I know now the types of characteristics
Like
that
what?
I need from a man versus what I had in my marriage.
I have 2 questions. How long have you guys been talking, and what were those characteristics that you learned from talking with him,
Oh,
that you now know what you need in a relationship? Which sometimes that's what this whole experience is about. It's not about being with him, it's about learning those things.
exactly. We've been talking since 2022.
What? Okay, no, that's a long time.
It's a long time. So it's like at this point, I care about you. Like I
And is he
genuinely,
divorced yet?
yeah, yep. His divorce is final.
Okay.
Like I said, he had a little breakdown when it was final because,
Okay.
you realize it's not that he wanted to get back together with her,
Mm.
but just thinking that he was a failure,
Mm.
and having to live in two separate households and things like that from your child. So I'm empathetic. I understand. But we were together. Well, I mean, we've been talking since 2022. And you asked another question. Oh, characteristics.
Yeah. What did you learn
Um,
from
Number one,
being mm.
intellect, ambition. Someone who likes to read. He likes to read. We
Mm.
read the same book. He suggested, like, oh, let's read this book together.
Oh,
So I thought that was really
I
cute,
like
and
that.
I read a lot. So for someone to suggest that, and that's genuinely what he likes to do.
Yeah.
Music. And so somebody who has like good taste in music, you can kind of talk about different things.
Mhm.
Ambition. So ambition, communication, intellect, being independent. My husband, I was the breadwinner.
Mm.
And so to meet somebody now who is at my level financially,
Mm.
that stability, um, was really, really attractive.
Yeah.
And he was able to create a space of vulnerability for me, and that was different. And then also just me being comfortable sexually,
Mm.
like some of the times where the conversation went to like this sexy place, and I'm very like shy and reserved,
Yeah.
and he welcomed me sharing my thoughts and feelings.
Mm.
And I had never done that. Even with my husband, there wasn't that level of safety all the time. And so
Wow.
for him to create that just in conversation and just flirting, and obviously very like raunchy text and things like that.
Mm.
Um, yeah, it just opened up a lot of things. But definitely I learned a great deal.
So that's probably also part of the reason why you feel such a hold to him, because he
Yes.
met so many of these things and things that you didn't even realize that you wanted. But
Yes.
it's been almost 3 years.
Hmm.
And my advice, you're not asking for it, but I'm gonna give it. Um, my advice, and I'm sure everyone's advice in the chat, is that I would stop communicating with him. It's not helping you, especially as a Pisces, and you guys do hold on. I,
Yes.
I would I would phase away from having the
Yeah.
communication. At some point, you have to set the boundaries, and if you want more from him, you have to demand that. And
Mm.
by keeping that wall of communication open, it's allowing him to still get that emotional support and that aspect of what he's willing to get from you, and you're
Yeah.
not getting what you want,
Mm-mm.
and you're blocking the other amazing men that fit all of the criteria. Now that you know your criteria, and thank God for that, you now know all the things that you want in your next relationship. But by keeping him here, even though he's not really physically there, but emotionally you're still connected to him. You're calling us and telling us about this connection. So
Yeah.
you got to free yourself from that so that you can allow that great guy to come into your life, and then we'll be excited when you call in and says, "I met him."
Ooh, I know. I am putting myself out there again and just learning how to be intentional, because you can't just focus on one way with dating. With apps, you have to put yourself out there. So
Yep.
I am doing that, and I have decreased my communication with him and obviously my communication style. So I agree with you 100%. So I appreciate the advice.
Of course. Of course. We appreciate you calling in. And
Thank
thank you for being
you.
so vulnerable and trusting us with your story.
Oh, of course. You guys are a great community, and I love that you're doing this on a Friday night. So thank you, Kemp.
Thank you. And thank you for calling in and keep us updated. Now I'm invested.
I will for sure.
Take care, Jasine. Thank you. Wow. I really appreciate you guys being so vulnerable with your stories. That's amazing. Guys, who are just joining us, this is our second time doing this special dating. And I say dating and astrology. If you're not into astrology, you can still call in. It's really about dating. We just happen, as you saw with Jasine, talk a little bit of astrology within there. Because I personally believe it's not, some people believe, like, if you believe in astrology, are you using that against who you're going to date? Will you never date a Cancer? Will you never date a Virgo? No. It's about understanding their astrological sign and if you're willing to work with that type of personality. Just saying. I don't know if I would date a Cancer again, but. All right. Let me bring up Mo Reality's backstage. Hey, Mo Reality. Mo Reality has called in before and shared a lot of personal stuff. So we appreciate Mo being so
I
vulnerable.
have. And now I'm like, dang, should I share more
No, yeah,
personal
yes.
stuff?
This is a safe space. We listen and we don't judge, despite what I just did.
You know what? Let me chime in on that because I was contemplating on what I wanted to share.
Okay.
And the first story was going to be about my horrific
Mm.
dating experience with a Cancer. I, I know you said, what's that? Don't cut everybody off or signs or something like that. Listen, I will never deal with a Cancer.
What's your
No.
sign?
Aries.
Oh.
I am definitely an Aries. I am way too masculine for them, honey. They are too emotional, crazy. That's all I got. It's crazy, manipulative, crazy creatures. I got nothing for them. I don't even think it should be legal to have a male Cancer. The women I'm cool with.
Yep.
The men, I feel like they should be put on an island. I no, it's a no for me. And right next to them are Pisces men. I have
Yes.
a I have a Pisces like really really good friend,
Hmm.
and he's a part of the community. But I absolutely love him. However, th- it's they route neck and neck.
Yeah.
Okay, it's too the emotions are too the emotional instability, the moodiness, the passive aggression. Like I just
The
cannot.
lies. Come
The
on.
lies,
Come
the
on.
lie, and they justify the lying. Like I cannot do Cancer. So I'm not gonna go there. I'm not even gonna go there. I decided I'm gonna tell this story because it really kind of was like the foundation was laid for me with
Mm.
this particular sign.
Yeah.
Um and was like my first experience with a man.
Mm.
And that was a Taurus.
Uh-oh.
Yeah. So I met my Taurus. I used to sing in this gospel group, and he was a musician. So that's how we met in
Mm.
that setting. I kind of macked him a little bit, because he was pretty reserved, pretty to himself.
Taurus.
But we were also very young.
Okay.
So I was 17 when we first started kind of like talking in a joking kind of way or in passing. I would say I was like 16 when he started kind of playing for our group.
Mm.
Um, and then I really started looking at him when I was 17, going on 18. We would travel a lot. Dorinda singing for them, like different gospel groups and stuff like that.
Wow.
And yeah. But when we finally like really was like he really expressed his feelings toward me after a while, I was like, okay, we're gonna have to keep this on the low. First of all, you're 21.
Oh.
And I don't like people in my business naturally, even way back then.
Mm-hmm.
But I just really didn't want anybody to plant any seeds because at this point I know who he is, he knows who I am. And as much as he was my first, I
Mm.
was his.
Oh.
Okay. Technically he had a dating experience with a woman, but it didn't go anywhere. like he wanted. It didn't happen because he wasn't experienced.
Mm.
So yeah. So I was dealing with him. We would later be engaged when I was 18.
What?
And yeah, yeah. Okay, so this is church. I say a gospel group, right? He
Yes.
grew up in church, you know what I'm saying? And this is like a whole church experience. So
That's what
that's
I
why,
figured, but I'm glad you said.
yeah, yeah. So I say he set the foundation for me because like at that time I knew he loved me, but after things ended and I experienced life, it was without a shadow of a doubt. That was love and
Oh,
loyalty. Yeah.
really?
Yeah. So he was because okay, I think I created these like insecurities within him. Like he was possessive. Okay. That just came with the
Taurus.
territory. You're mine. You're mine. And
Forever.
he wanted forever, right? And I trusted that. It was a safe place for me. I knew he wasn't going anywhere. And later on in life, and because of my experience during that time. So just a little bit a quick backstory about myself. I grew up in a system.
Mm.
I met my mom when I was about 13, going on 14.
Wow.
Yeah. Um, yeah, yeah. She passed at 2023.
Oh yeah, I think you told us.
But yeah, I shared that with you. So, but my Taurus, he knew I was in the system, and I didn't get out of this. I aged out of the system at 19.
Mm.
So with my mom, she could have adopted me, but they had just passed a law that if you're in like a group home setting, those staff, because a lot of those staff, they would, get to know the kids and even foster the kids and whatnot. But they had just passed some crazy law basically forbidding that. Like they couldn't do that anymore.
Oh.
So yeah, so I aged out of the system at 19, and he was kind of one of those people in my life that wanted to save me from that, you know,
Mm.
and that I really looked to. But again, he wanted certain things from me, and I think I created these insecurities because I did not want us on display.
Mm.
What are we gonna be doing? Hold hands, kissing in church? This is a musical. These are, this is ministry. What you want me to do?
So
And that ended up being a lot for me. And then what really did it for me, because he wasn't like that wasn't so much as a problem as it was for me. And the scariness about being married and having children.
mm.
I was deeply afraid to become a parent because I didn't want to be my biological parents.
Mm.
Um, so that really worried me. So I began to kind of sabotage that.
Ah.
Jesus Christ. Yeah, I sabotaged. I sabotaged. Oh man, I sabotaged. And when I did,
Sounds about right for an Aries.
yep, it's on par.
I will say
I
this
did a lot.
though. I know a few Aries women that have dated Tauruses, and I'm like, why would you do that to yourself? I just don't see
Listen,
it. I don't see it working. But I for some reason, a lot of you Aries women end up in relationship with Taurus men. So on some
I
level, it must work.
yeah, I can say for me, that was my only Taurus experience in that way. But I've had Taurus male friends,
Mm,
and for me, it's because for me, I love me a fire sign man.
mm,
It's their energy,
mm,
and it's a confident energy that I'm drawn to. But
mm,
with a Taurus, it was more like he was like a balance for me.
mm.
He was always so calm. He was always so, you know what I'm saying? It's all right. It's all good.
Because we know how you Aries are.
Calm down. Yeah. It's okay. He was always so patient with me. And as much as I did, he was always right there. He was always so patient. And the chasing after, he would chase after me. I never
Mm,
got that again. He would chase after me. Like I knew he was for me. I trusted that
yeah.
100%. So I really worked hard to sabotage.
Wow.
And when I did, oof, it was a teary day for him. But
Mm,
I knew, like, okay, I messed up. I messed up. I hit him in the mouth. I'm gonna just go ahead and say it. I hit him in the mouth. That's not even who I am.
Yeah.
But we were in like a heated argument, and he came charging at me. But it was to like, it wasn't to attack me or anything, but because of my background and being in the system,
Mm.
I reacted.
Triggered you.
Oh, triggered the mess out of me. And so that was the end. And I wanted it to be because I'd never seen him like that. And I
Mm.
felt terrible. I felt absolutely terrible.
Mm.
Like the worst person ever. So I don't think he was fully done because then when we went our separate ways, there was another guy that came into the picture who I was familiar with, a Scorpio. And like I said, my Taurus was my first experience with everything.
Mhm.
And this Scorpio came in and he was charming and we knew each other and I was vulnerable and he reminded me so much of my Taurus.
Really?
I couldn't, he was so much like my Taurus. Like I was just like, oh my God, like I don't want to do this even though we're done, but I just like, man, like I wanted my Taurus and that was the closest that I could get to him.
Mm.
So that did not last long. It became more of homies. It was intimacy one time. After that, it was really homies. And he was also a musician. He played for some everybody. Well, so I'm nervous about telling this story.
Oh.
He played for some everybody. The R&B ram, gospel ram, Keisha Goes, the Mary J. Bliges. He was on Meet the Band as well. Um,
Oh.
so,
We're not trying to
uh,
out anybody, but wait, just some background. So the Taurus guy that you dated and you were engaged to, how long were you guys together?
oh, just until I was like 19.
Okay, so you
Yeah,
guys you had started
we were
dating around 17, 18.
right,
Okay.
and then that pretty much was done around like 19.
Okay. And then you got into a relationship
Um,
with the Scorpio.
I got into a situationship with the Scorpio that
Relationship.
I knew. I already knew him. We all knew him because he was also a musician.
Mm-hmm.
And yes, so that didn't go anywhere other than we just continued. He continued to be there for me. It was also a pretty tough time. He continued to be there for me. Um, but it just it didn't develop into anything. So I would later move to Cali from up north, Milwaukee, Illinois area. Moved to Cali, lived my life. Then I eventually moved to Tennessee. As scared as I was of becoming a mother inside of a marriage, I became a mother outside of marriage
Mm.
rather quickly when I moved to Tennessee.
Really?
And yeah, with protection and everything. Okay, it
So,
was a freak situation.
oh,
Like, how
okay.
did this happen to me?
Mhm.
But everything happened for a reason because I needed to sit down.
Mm.
And that's what happened with me. So, when my daughter was about 2 years old, my Taurus came back around. He continued to kind of check on me here and there throughout
Mhm.
the years, but I never thought we would ever be in a place where we were now talking every day again. I never thought in fact, I knew I would never get my Taurus back the same way I had him before. I just
Mm.
knew. And so to be talking every day and it's feeling familiar, I'm like, oh my God. And then now we're at the place that he's talking about moving to
Like,
Tennessee.
is this like recent?
No, my daughter was 2. My daughter
Oh.
is 16 now.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay. So this is a while back. Okay.
this is a while back. Okay.
Okay.
So I was about 25, 26 at this point.
Okay.
And so I'm like, oh my God, like I cannot believe it. Like I'm feeling everything is coming back to the surface again. I'm so, so happy. And he's talking about moving to Tennessee and yes, it's getting real. And I'm like, oh my God. Oh my God. I have to talk to him before I knew it was only a matter of time. I didn't know how much time Zane was gonna give me.
Hey, Zane. Probably big now, too. Oh, my goodness.
Yes, he is. I'm happy to see your updated picture
Yes,
because y'all
please.
still look alike.
He's not mine. Okay.
Okay, so I'm like, I have to talk to him. I can't have him move here and we get serious. And he's marriage minded. You
Of
know, I
course.
have Zion. He's accepted Zion. Like, I'm like, oh my God, I can't believe this. And I don't want to ruin it. So let me just make my confession. Um, we listen and we don't judge. I
I'm
just
not
want to
judging.
remind
I'm buckling
everybody.
up. I'm trying to prepare myself so I don't judge.
Okay, so I'm on the phone with him, and I'm like, okay, I gotta tell you something. Sit down, and I tell him um, that um, I, I I slept with the Scorpio, his childhood best friend. Yeah, yeah. I mean
Oh,
childhood. I mean Legos, big wheels. We learned how to play drums together,
but
like
but
childhood best
but,
friend,
but
which is
wait,
why he was, yeah, uh-huh, yeah,
when did that happen? Did you wait?
yeah.
So
So
when you were rekindling with the Taurus, you slept with the best friend?
no,
Oh,
when things ended with the Taurus,
okay, that's when you.
that was my next, yeah, the Scorpio came in
Okay,
like
that
a
was the best
shining
friend.
knight.
Okay,
Yes.
and that was the best friend.
And that was the best friend. That was his best friend.
Okay, okay.
And
So
he is fuming, mad.
so you
I
told him
mean,
about it.
I told him about it. I didn't know he was gonna be mad. I thought he was gonna respect me more. Like think I was being noble. Like, gosh, she done told me the truth. You know what I'm saying? Like that's I don't know. In my mind,
So
I
you
thought
told
it
him
was
that,
like
but wait, I'm trying to for people understand the timeline of things. So you told him this
mhm.
when you guys started rekindling.
When we rekindled years
Oh,
later.
okay. And
Now,
you
me and the Scorpio, that was literally right after me and the Taurus. Not
his
right
bet.
after, but I would say
I just
like a
want to.
year after me and the
I
Taurus.
just want to emphasize the Scorpio is his best friend.
It's his
We're not
best
judging,
childhood
but it's
best friend.
important. Childhood, but it's important that people understand the dynamics here.
Yes, this is 20 plus years of friendship. Like, and which is why he was so much like the Taurus. Like I just wanted to be next to my Taurus. I
Mm,
I I was vulnerable, and
yeah.
that's exactly okay. So I made this confession. Now we are years later, so it was like a year. I got with the star. I started, seeing the Scorpio like a year after the Taurus, and then like I don't know how many years, like 5 or 6 years later, then me and the Taurus start to rekindle after everything's done with the Scorpio.
Mm,
Now the Scorpio still keeps in contact. You know what I'm saying? We still would say what's up. Well, what you got going on? What tour you on now? Da, 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 like some friend stuff.
mm,
Same with the Taurus. He would randomly hit me up and see how I was doing, but I never thought we'd rekindle.
yeah.
So and again, I thought I was doing the right thing because I didn't know we'd rekindle. And you're talking about moving here, and it was eating me alive. Like
Mm.
I have to tell you this. And so, yes,
Look.
I told him I thought I was doing the right thing. Okay, and I did not do the right thing because he was so mad. I'm talking about to the point of tears, like angry, yelling. He got off the phone. He hung up the phone, and I didn't hear from him again until about 8 months later. Now,
Oh, eight
before I get
months.
to, yeah, but hold on. I think it was about 8 months to a year.
Oh.
It was definitely, I believe it was definitely under a year, if I'm getting this, if I'm remembering correctly.
Mm.
And so, but okay. So after I confess to him and he freaks out on me, and I get a call from the Scorpio, he goes off on me. Why would you do that? Why would you say anything? That was years ago. You didn't have to tell him that. You just ruined a friendship. What's wrong with you? He's going off on me.
Wait, how long did
Oh,
it take him before the Scorpio called you?
wow. Within an hour or two, he
Oh.
called the same day, and went off on me. And then just go off on me over the phone. He then messaged me going off some more. I said, oh my God, like, what have I done? I felt so horrible. Like, this did not go the way in my mind I thought it was supposed to go.
You Aries are very delusional.
It's extremely, okay?
Y'all
What?
live in a bubble.
Yes, a whole bubble of optimism. It's
Mhm.
all positive in that
Mhm.
bubble. Like, yeah, this is gonna work out. This is a good thing. Like, I can do this,
Yeah.
So no, it didn't work out that way. I felt like the worst person ever, all over again.
Oof.
And now I'm like, it's really over now. He's never coming back. So I would later get another phone call because now it didn't take long. A couple of days, everybody knows.
What do you
Okay,
mean
everybody,
everybody?
all of our. When I say everybody, I say all of our musician friends, some group members, close friends. Everybody knows.
Sidebar,
And
everyone keeps asking your sign. She's an Aries.
yes,
Aries.
I'm an Aries, guys. Proudly.
So everybody
So
everybody in the whole gospel nation knows.
yes. And so I'm getting messages or whatever, but I get another message from his other childhood best friend who we were all close to. And he is more like, it's okay, Mo. Like, I get it. Like, I would have been there for you too during that time. Not anything in that way. He's just like, it's okay. Like, you were really going through. And Scorpio was really here for you, you know?
Mm.
Um, and I'm like, I'm crying. I just feel so bad, blah, 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 blah. And, so some time passes. And eventually the Scorpio reaches out and he apologizes for how he talked to me and all of that and everything. And so I'm like, okay, it's all good, all is forgiven and everything like that. This is like some months later.
Mm.
Some more months pass and the Scorpio, um, the Scorpio self deletes. Yes.
Oh my gosh.
Yes.
Unalived.
Yes.
Oh.
hmm So, um, this the Scorpio dealt with a lot with himself.
Mhm.
So, I back then, I was a chubby chaser. Okay, listen, Ruben Stutter was so fine to me. Now they weren't Ruben Stutter size, but they were some, some plus size men, some big men, some
Okay.
thickums.
Okay.
So, so I think, and just from knowing him and talking with him and him having these vulnerable moments,
Mm.
I think he suffered with a lot of those insecurities. He eventually would get, like, what is it, the gastric bypass,
Mm.
and he dealt with a lot of loose skin and stuff like
Mm.
that later on. This is years past anything when we were younger.
Yeah.
And so I think he struggled with that. And then he would later sign with this new band that was just like, what is this? Like a rock band. Like it was interesting. I am not gonna give it away because it would give a
I
lot
think I
away,
think
but
if people are smart, they can kind of put things together, but I'm not going to help them. But okay.
yeah, it's interesting. Yeah. So I mean, I feel horrible. And this is when that happened, right? It was a big deal. And then the Taurus and I, that's how we spoke again, was
Mm.
from that.
Oh, because of what
And
happened.
yeah. But before that happened, when in the heated moment of him fussing and yelling at me and everything, he was saying, the Taurus, he's like, well, of course he played on you. He hit us on all of our friends, but I didn't think you, like, and that's what got me. He's like, I
Oh.
didn't think you would ever fall for any of that stuff.
Oh.
So
So
yeah,
it was a couple of things going on in his head.
yeah, and so
Okay.
then when he self deletes, um, I think for the Taurus, because of how shattered that friendship became from that, I think he
Mm.
dealt with a lot of guilt. And so we did talk. I reached out and I just, it was tough for everybody.
Yeah.
But
Mm.
but my
Wow.
sick self, in the end, I was like, I shouldn't have said nothing, dog. I didn't even have to say nothing.
You live, you
Terrible.
learn.
You live and you learn. Like, what was the reason at this point? Looking back now, I'm like, dang, I really shouldn't have said
You were trying
absolutely
to
nothing.
relieve your own guilt.
That's exactly what I was trying to do. I was not thinking about them.
Mm.
I was thinking about myself
Mm-hmm.
and just the guilt that weighed on me from that and getting that off my chest.
Yeah.
Yeah, let me get this off. Not thinking about how it would affect them. And
Yeah.
that's like the biggest thing and the biggest lesson that I've learned about myself is
Mm.
that, we can become really, Aries, a lot of fire. All of us fire signs have this tendency of being really self-revolved. I won't necessarily call myself selfish, but I could be really self-revolved when I'm dealing with things.
Yes, I can concur. Aries.
Like, yeah, I just see my stuff.
You're not like
Okay.
Leos, but you guys do live in your own world.
Yes, literally in my own. It is so not personal. I just got tunnel vision on whether it's a good thing that I'm focused on or it's me trying to figure out my stuff.
Yeah.
Let me get this together. I got to do this.
Mm,
And in my the second thing is abandonment issues.
oh,
Um and not wanting to, like, I really don't like to disappoint or hurt people that I love because of that fear that they will go away.
mm,
So, I really just kind of let things roll off of my back a lot of times too.
yeah.
And I'm not an intentional, I'm not out here hurting people on purpose. You know what I'm
Oh, yeah,
saying?
I
Like,
didn't get that feeling.
it yeah, no, it really affects me. So so to just kind of bring that back home, like, yeah, that's like the biggest thing that I got from that situation. I know love and I know what it looks like.
Mm.
And because he was really like my foundation. I compared everybody to him. And I feel like I've
Wow.
dated some of every sign except Gemini
You're
and
not missing
except
out.
Sagittarius.
You're not missing out. But I get it. Look, I say that about myself all the time. I said, I know all the people that I've touched in their lives that they are still thinking about me to this day.
Okay, period. Yeah, all of my peoples are like fire signs and like what, like earth signs? Pretty
Mm.
much. Like, yeah, those are people who I really, really gel with. I love all the signs except Cancer men. Sorry, guys.
Sorry. Right, Zane? Exactly, Zane. Exactly.
Right, Zane. Zane's a Gemini now, so just
God
saying.
bless you.
He was supposed to be a Leo, but he was
Oh.
premature.
Do we know his rising and his moon?
I don't know. I'll have to look into that.
Yeah, we need to
Okay,
know
so
that.
he was okay, June 6th.
Oh, I
He
know a
was
lot of
born
June 6th. I'm going to pray over him. he,
June 6th. He was born midnight. But the crazy thing, because 12 has followed me my whole life.
mm-hmm.
Um, and my first son, I would see 12 all of my life.
Mm.
And my first son was born 2012.
Mm.
He passed, his name is Mason. He passed in December on the 12th.
Oh, wow. Sorry to
I
hear
found
that.
out I was pregnant with Zane 11/12. It was kind of like the flip, like the opposite.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
And then Zane was born 6/6 of 2022 at midnight.
Wow.
So I'll have to look into like his moon, but I know
Yes.
my moon is a Pisces. Yeah. So I got
Okay.
a lot of depth.
What you need? You need
I,
that.
yeah, I definitely do. I got a lot of depth. I'm definitely very intuitive. I'm a dreamer. I'm highly spiritual and whimsical. Like, I kind of can be all over the place when it comes to things. But yeah, so I've taken up a lot of time, but that's my story.
We appreciate it. People
That's
will
one
learn
of my
from
stories.
from what everyone is sharing. I appreciate the vulnerability. So thank you
Yeah.
for sharing that.
Yeah, I'm working on that too. I'm working on being more vulnerable out here in these
Yes,
streets.
yes. Okay, more reality. Thank you for calling in.
Absolutely. I love you, Kempire.
Thank you.
Have
Have
a
a
good
good
night,
night. Bye,
everybody.
bye,
Okay.
Zane.
Right. So this behind stage is saying stay in the studio until your recordings uploaded. Do you want us to stay on here or
No, you
what?
don't have to because I want to keep room for it because quite a few people are still trying to get in. You don't need the recording.
Oh. Okay. I'm like, I ain't never seen that before. So okay.
Thanks,
Have a
more
good night.
reality.
Have a good
You
weekend.
too. Bye. Okay. Everyone, we're not putting up a timer. This is one of those types of lives where we're hearing people's story. But for those that are waiting behind the scenes, make sure you have all your story together so that we're able to get through it and get to everyone. Okay. All right. If you haven't already, I'm just going to remind everyone that's watching, don't forget to like the video. We appreciate when we have almost 200 likes. We appreciate that. I will be uploading this conversation to our podcast, so stay tuned for that. It's for those that like to hear an edited version and a quick, easy listen while you're doing other things this weekend. So that will be available at some point tomorrow. I got to edit it. I also have to edit the last live that we did. All right. But Paulette is backstage, and we're going, and for those that are just joining us, we listen and we don't judge. Okay? Let's bring Paulette up. Hold on, Paulette's on camera. But for those that are watching on YouTube, you won't see it right now, but I'm going to upload the full version somewhere else. Stay tuned. All right, let me bring Paulette up. Paulette, what's going on?
Hello.
How are
Okay,
you?
so nice to meet you.
You too.
Been watching you for a long time, so it's good to like meet the person, like the Oz behind.
Not the Oz. Oz turned out to be a fraud.
No. So mine is kind of short. I don't want to talk about my dating
Okay, that's okay.
because I'm not dating right now. I'm not going to date this year, but I want to talk about last year.
Okay.
So
But
I
can I
was
ask you a
dating,
question? I'm sorry. I don't want to interrupt.
yeah.
But why did you decide this year that you weren't going to date? Or will I understand after you tell me about last year?
I could tell you now, like in October, that was the last significant relationship. It ended really badly, so I
Mm,
crashed out. But I think if I say this first,
okay.
like in chronological order, yeah.
Okay.
So, and I'm also like I'm on camera because I have to show you something about my chart. It's
Oh,
more like astrology. I'm not going to talk about people's signs. I think everybody's sign is interesting.
yeah.
So I dated 3 guys in 2024. They were all doctors, except one was going to med school. I
Mm,
met them all online.
mm.
So anybody who wants to do online dating, I guess Hinge. I met them through Hinge. If you want to meet a doctor,
Okay. Notice she's giving you
yeah,
tips, y'all.
yeah. So it's because I don't recommend it. I don't recommend it, but I hear some people, and yeah, Hinge is really good, but it's not good for me. So I'll explain. The last guy that I met, he even asked me to move in. I moved in.
And you
It
moved
ended
in?
badly. That has nothing to do with it. Ended badly. I crashed out, quit my job, stayed at home, all that other stuff. So I called Femtero up. I called all my guides up.
Mm-hmm.
Called Femtero, called my astrologer, and then it's what my astrologer said. My
Mm.
astrologer told me, and this is where I have to get my phone out.
Okay.
So in Indian astrology, I'm a Leo ascendant.
Mm-hmm.
This is my chart. I don't know if you guys.
Kinda.
That's the
Okay.
ascendant house. Second, third. Third house is like media, social media, communication, all this other stuff. And I have 2 malefics here. So if I seem intense or sometimes anxious, it's because I got malefics in that house of
Okay.
communication. I look like a hot mess. Sorry.
No, you don't.
And then fourth house, fifth house, sixth house, seventh house. Seventh house is the house of marriage and relationships. And I have Saturn here.
Mm.
If I known that Saturn was there, I wouldn't even date because I don't know if you know. I wouldn't date right now. I don't know if you know Kempire Saturn, what it represents. Like in astrology, it means like time, slow
Mm-hmm.
lessons. You got to learn your lessons. You got to,
Yep.
and mine is in the seventh house of other people. So I have a hard time, but that's neither here nor there. So we're going
Uh-huh.
to move on. Eighth house, 9, 10, 11, and then 12. I have Mars here in Cancer.
Mm.
Sorry, I'm like running through this. Mars in Cancer, and which is very debilitated. You don't want Mars in Cancer. Mars is like the initiator, the go-getter. He's disciplined. In Cancer, we all talk about Cancer in this like channel. Cancer is like the watery, and he's sad. And my Mars is in Cancer. My Mars is messed up. So you see, I'm in bed. I like to lay in bed. I'm not very like, and
Yeah.
when I do go out, it's kind of interpreted weird.
And what's your sun
Anyway,
sign? What's your sun, rising, and moon?
so
I know
I'm a
you told.
Scorpio in
Okay.
short.
Okay.
Yeah, in short.
Okay.
And then in Indian, I'm a Libra.
Okay. Okay.
So, oh yeah, that would help to know. Like, my Sun is here. My Venus is in here in Libra. It's really bad. And my Jupiter is there in Libra. in the sign of Libra.
Mhm.
So my Venus is really strong sometimes. Anyway, so what did my astrologer say? So I had the same astrologer since 2021,
Mm.
and so I talked to him after that relationship, and he was like, "You know what?" He was like, "Based off your chart and the planets in your chart, the app Hinge, like if you want to date someone, this is why I love astrology and I recommend you guys find your own like spiritual like thing guidance. I'm talking to like not you, Kempire. I know you're fine, but um yeah. And he was like, we were talking about my chart and what happened, and he was like, based off your chart, if you want to date and you want to use dating apps, Hinge was not the way to go
Mm.
because Hinge was it was igniting or initiating or starting my 12th house where my Mars is in Cancer,
Mm.
where it's really debilitated. So this rounds back to my last three relationships that all ended really bad that I met on Hinge
Mm.
because it activated a house that's really bad for me.
Yeah.
I mean, so um, what else?
So
Because
is
I
that part
took,
of the reason why now you decided in 2025 that you're not going to date?
I'm not going to use and when I do, it's not going to be apps. It's going to be like, obviously, I need to heal. Femtero said one thing that she did get right is you're not in a position to date. And I had a therapist that said that last year, but I
Mm.
ignored her. I was like, I'm cute. I'm making money. I'm a nurse. I make blah blah blah. So who wouldn't want? And that's Femtero was like, no, my astrologer. He was like, yeah, Leos, they think, oh, I'm here. Like, I'm the best thing that's here.
Mhm.
So why wouldn't, you know? But he was like, both of them, they were just like, you need a lot of work.
Well, I didn't think I'm sure they didn't say it like that, but I think what they were probably saying based off of your birth chart at this particular time wasn't the right time. This is why we, especially like folks, from South Asia, they before they
Yeah,
get married and before they
yeah,
decide on certain dates, they look at your birth chart, and that's how they
yeah.
decide those things.
And
So,
that's true because my Saturn being in the seventh house, it's recommended not to even do like serious relationships until after
mm,
you're 29. And I
oh,
just turned 30 in
oh,
November.
okay.
So and then, but yeah, that's really what I wanted to share about astrology and
Hmm.
astrologers. He was like, yeah, Hinge is not it for you. Anybody whose name starts with D, like Daniel, Harry, stay
Oh,
away from them.
oh,
Yeah, he was like, guys whose name starts with an L, it something happens where you guys cannot get together. Like you guys hit a wall. Like that's what happened last year. I met a resident physician.
hmm,
His name started with he went by Leo,
hmm,
and he lived in Ventura County while I live an hour away by like Redondo Beach.
hmm.
It's too far, and he's too busy, so he needs somebody who's around the corner that's gonna
Yeah.
come, like
In the moment, when like,
So
oh, I
that's
have a free moment.
yeah, exactly. So that's what the astrologer said.
Mhm.
Guys with the letter L, something happens where you guys just can't get
Okay.
together. And
Okay.
then with Saturn, so yeah, I shared everything that I wanted to share.
I appreciate you sharing that because so for me, that just leads us into, for those that are just joining us, we're talking dating and astrology because, and I'm
Wait, hold
sure.
on. April says my Saturn's about to start. It's over. It's ending. It's about to end. I just want to correct
Ah,
that. Yeah.
okay, all right.
Mhm.
So when will you start dating, and when will you give us an update? I'm invested.
Yeah. So, um, right now, this year, 2025, I'm gonna take up figure skating, like ice skating lessons, just do things for me.
Okay,
Yeah.
self care.
Yeah. I'm in school, like working on my school. So
Oh
I
wow.
don't know if there's a special, but I don't have a plan. So maybe that's the best plan.
Mm, sometimes that is the best plan. Agreed.
Yeah.
Well, we appreciate
No,
you calling in, Paulette.
you're welcome.
And thank you for sharing that. I hope you'll keep us updated just in case you start dating.
Yeah, I will keep you updated. I had his name is Dr. Arjun Pai, and he was like, your significant other will either be a lawyer, a teacher, or work in healthcare. So I will tell you guys if he's correct, if it's a lawyer, a teacher, or works in healthcare.
And this is being recorded, so we shall see. We'll revisit.
Yeah.
Paulette, thank you for calling in.
Thanks, Kempire. Bye, everyone. Bye, Foxy. Bye, Mama Ali.
Have a good night.
Bye.
Bye. All right, I love that because it's such a different dynamic to the first two callers that we just had. So I appreciate that. So feel free, guys. If I did post the call in link, I'm not going to drop it again just yet because we have quite a few people backstage that want to call in and share their either dating experience, advice, or like Paulette just did in regards to astrology. And like I said, astrology, for those that are not familiar with it or kind of stay away from it because of whatever reason, as I said before, there are a lot of people within the Indian culture that rely on astrology. They rely on that to make decisions on marriage and things like that. So it's something to think about. Okay. We have Wendy backstage. We're going to bring Wendy up next. Wendy, what did you want to talk about tonight?
Hi, Kempire. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Okay. So, okay. I'm kind of, my story is kind of, it starts off kind of like the caller before this past caller.
Okay.
I started dating a guy. He was separated.
Mm-hmm.
And so when it looked like he wasn't going to get a divorce, I cut it off. Then in 2013, I met my husband at the time. You know, we were friends. We went to college together.
Mm-hmm.
So I was selling products and he was one of my customers. And so we started talking and everything and we hit it off. Within like 6 months, that's when we got married. You know, my dad passed. 2 months after my dad passed, we got married. And then 4 months after we got married, you know, he passed. Okay.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, 4 months. We was only married 4 months. And so a year after my husband passed, the guy who I was dating before my husband contacted me. He said, you know, I'm divorced and everything. And, you know, I heard about you getting married. So I just wanted to congratulate you. And I said, well, my husband passed. So, you know, then we started back dating.
Oh.
Okay. We started back dating.
Okay.
So a year into our dating, he did propose to me. I got a ring and everything, a beautiful ring.
Mm.
He ended up getting another job in the police department, but in another state.
Mm.
Okay, so he moved, and so we was like long distance. So it was July. It was July, I want to say July 2017. I was about to take my son to day camp, the summer day camp, because I had to work and I was working from home. And he FaceTimed me and everything, and he wanted to talk to my son. And, you know, I don't let everybody who I see, you know, get near my son. That was one thing I never did. You know, my son only met 2 people, you know, really, and that was my late husband and the boyfriend before all of this.
Yeah.
But anyway, I noticed something on his hand, on his left finger, on his left ring finger. And I said, okay, I said, Josh, won't you go downstairs? You know, the car's running and I'll be down there in a minute. And I called him all kind of MFers. I said, when did you get married? And he was like, what? I said, what is that on your finger? Oh, he said, oh, I just do that to keep the women away. I was like, okay, I'm not Boo Boo the Fool. I'm not Boo Boo the Fool. I hung up. And then like the very next day, he came back to Memphis because I live in Memphis, Tennessee.
Mm-hmm.
And did not have that ring finger on. And I asked him, I said, well, are you married? And he told me no. I said, you know what? It is what it is. So when he officially got this big position in another state, it was televised on our local news. And I told myself, I had a gut wrenching feeling. I said, if I see him by another woman, I already know. I didn't see that. I didn't see it.
Oh.
I was like, oh, okay. But I have a journalist degree, a degree in journalism. And my spider senses was telling me, okay, you need to go check him out. So I Googled him. And I Googled the article from the local paper of the new city that he was staying in.
Mm-hmm.
And Kempire, I kid you not, the fourth paragraph of that thing, it said, my wife Kimberly and I are happy to move, back to my hometown, because he moved back to his hometown. And so, I'm a Capricorn. So I said, you know what? I said, I'm going to keep the peace, but I'm going to scare him a little bit. So I text him and I just told him, as of now, you're blocked. I said, I wish you and Kimberly all the best. And I just blocked him. So he probably pooped in his pants when he saw that message, because I knew his wife's name.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. That was 2017. So 2 years later, I'm like, I was at the point, I'm over men, forget men, F men, screw men, middle finger, all of that.
Pause. What's your sign, Wendy?
My sign is a Capricorn. He was a Virgo.
He was
a
Shut
Virgo.
up. That is so stupid.
Okay. So then I'm at a store and I see somebody else I went to college with, and he's a Sagittarius.
Mm.
And so we started talking and everything. We went out on a couple of dates, and he was like, look, I'm not ready for a serious relationship. I just want to, just kick it and,
Of course, Sagittarius.
Like, you know what? Yeah. And I said, okay, fine. I'm not one either, because I'm still scoring from the last relationship. So we've been in this situationship for some years now. So here it is.
Still?
No, not still.
Oh.
So 2023, my birthday.
Mm-hmm.
He was supposed to take me out the Friday after my birthday. He ghosted me. I was already at the point of him. I was tired of him, but that was the straw right there. So he ghosted me. And so the next day I texted him. I'm like, what happened? He said, oh, I had to watch my kids. Now he had kids and I was fine with that.
Mm-hmm.
And I was like, how come you did not call me or text me and say, hey, I cannot go out with you. I got to have my kids. I would have understood. I said, okay, whatever. And so I just sent him a long text. I said, look, I think I'm at this place where I'm ready to be in a committed relationship. However, I know you're not ready to be in a committed relationship. So I'm just going to cut it off, because I am more than just an option. I'm a priority. That's what I told him. And so I cut it off. This mofo is still texting me to this day. When can I have my boo back? You can't have me back, boy. You can't have me back. I said, if you're not ready for a relationship. So you told me what it was from the beginning. I'm not expecting for you to be in a relationship. When you told me what it was, I took you for face value. You have not shown me that you was ready to progress. So I'm moving on.
That makes perfect sense.
And so middle of last year, I met another guy. He's an Aries. I kid you not, Kempire. His birthday is the same date my husband's passing. I'm like, oh my gosh. He's the same way. I don't want to be in a relationship. Okay, I'm not talking to you then.
Yeah.
I am not talking to you. I get texts from both of them, the Sagittarius and the Aries. What's up? How come I haven't heard from you? What's up? When can I get my boo back? I miss you. I don't care.
Why don't you block them?
I don't want to block. I'm not that mean.
You like being entertained, don't you, Capricorn?
I do. I can cut you off, but I can laugh at your expense. And I'm just like, you know what? I'm at the year. I'm 49 now. I am 49. I'm about to be 50 next year. I'm like, I'm in my selfish phase now. I'm in my selfish phase now. If you're not going to cater to me, if you're not going to want to take me out, have a nice conversation every now and then, I don't want to deal with you. I don't want to deal with you. Don't want to deal with you.
Yeah.
And so I did a crazy thing. I got on Facebook dating.
Oh, it's the worst. What?
And let me tell you, it only took me 2 hours before I deactivated that account.
Facebook dating is the worst.
the crazies. Now I don't know what my moon sign, my rise sun sign, and stuff like that. All I know is I'm a Capricorn. I was born, so I'm just like, you know what, Lord? I said maybe I just need to wait on you. I said I don't want to think that my soulmate. I have already found my soulmate and he passed. I believe in my heart that I have another soulmate out there waiting for me because I don't want to be by myself.
Yeah.
I don't want to have a whole bunch of cats. I don't want to be the cat lady.
I'm sorry.
So that's my story. I really put it in very small, very, in the short terms, in short time.
Yeah.
Because believe me, it was drama throughout this whole time.
I can imagine.
And Capricorns do not do drama.
Have you tried any other like dating apps?
No, I have not.
You only tried Facebook dating. You started with the wrong one.
Yeah, and I think that turned me off. I was like, no. And then I watched too much TV with the drama, with the crime and stuff, and there was too many shows about online dating and stuff like that. I'm like, no, I'm sorry.
Okay. I think if you're willing, because I know some people are not willing to try online dating, I think you should try a different one.
Okay.
Okay. I know Facebook dating's free, right?
Yeah, I was like, I see why.
Are you willing to invest a little bit of money into dating?
Shoot, not right now.
Okay, but you don't have to pay for dating. But there are some where, if you upgrade and you pay for it, maybe try a different app that's been around a lot longer. Facebook dating is fairly new in the dating space. So maybe try a different one. Have you tried other activities outside, like little like community things that you could do where there are other single people?
I had like a long time ago. I'm an introvert, so my friends like, you need to go out there. I'm sorry, I'm in my happy
knocking
place.
your door.
Yeah, I'm in my happy place right now, but I know I have to get out there. And I live in Memphis, and I don't have hope in Memphis. I'm just telling you, these men in Memphis, they got beer bellies, wearing tight skinny
Shut up!
jeans.
That is so stupid.
Beer bellies, hold on, tight skinny jeans, and they sagging their skinny jeans, looking like they way over 40. No, sir. No, sir. No. I need a nice dressed man. I can't deal with it.
Okay.
I can't.
I think this is good advice. Marcel on YouTube says, do hobbies you like and you'll find someone.
Okay.
That includes outside the home.
Okay. That's good. But that's my story. I don't want to take up much of your time. I just wanted to tell you my story in a little more depth than what I have been sharing.
We appreciate that. And we expect that you're going to keep us updated.
Yes, I will.
Okay. Thanks, Wendy, for calling.
All right.
in.
Bye.
Have a good night. I'm not judging. I just thought that was the way she described the men in Memphis. The poor men in Memphis. Why they getting thrown under the bus tonight? Okay, I'm going to get to some more callers, but I drank a whole lot of tea. Okay, and I spilled tea earlier today. So if you missed any of our videos, we were live for breaking news this morning when it comes to Melody Cherie Rogers. Then we had unpacked the Married to Medicine and Real Housewives Potomac reunion trailers that dropped. So if you missed that, be sure to check that out. But I'm gonna take a quick little bit of a break. Shout out to the callers. I just don't want to rush anyone that's calling in, so that's why I'm like, let me just go use the restroom and things like that. Don't forget to like the video, guys. We did post the call-in link for our members on the community tab, the live chat. I will see if I will drop the call-in link again, but we have a long line of people waiting very patiently backstage. So I do want to get to almost everyone. I don't know if I will be able to get to everyone because we've already been live over an hour. We were live 3 hours last time. But anyways, let me put a little elevator music and we'll be right back. Okay, what's the elevator music on here? Do I have anything? Let me see. Yes, there we go. I'll be right back. And we're back. Thank you guys for waiting so patiently. If you haven't already, be sure to like the video. It's easy and it's free. Mama Ali, thank you so much for the super chat. Mama Ali says, Kem, can you post the link to the trusted astrology page? That way callers can know their signs. Thanks. Let me look that up really quickly. And I will post it in the live chat. Let me see. There we go. Let me post this here. Okay, so you're going to need to know your birthday, your birth city, and your birth time. Okay, so I'm gonna post that here in the live chat. There we go. All right, let's get back to the callers who've been waiting so patiently behind the scenes. We appreciate them. Okay. Okay. All right, we have Winter backstage. Uh-oh, Winter.
Oh, why you say
Because
uh-oh?
I remember you said you
So
had a lot to say. You wanted to make sure that you were here for
I'm
this.
gonna try to bring my dating history really quickly. So
You're an
of
Aries
course
woman.
yes, I'm an Aries, and I all the Aries stories were really good. I realized we have a lot in common too. So I had a Cancer. He was a liar, a manipulator. I mean, we were together for 5 years. And everything was good at first, but he had small children and he had a child's mother who he lied about. Like he made it seem like they were just co-parenting, and he would manipulate me because I would like after a while I started realizing like, okay, she's calling your phone. He would go hide in the bathroom and talk to her, like weird things. So after a while, I was just like, all right, like what the hell is going on? Like I need to know like what's going on. So I go through his phone, I see him like telling her, I love you, you're my wife, you're this, you're that. So it was like multiple things over the years that he kept doing that was hurting me because he
Mhm.
would like manipulate me to think that they were just co-parenting and he wasn't with her. Long story short, I obviously things came to hit the fan. I found out about her. She found out about me. The truth is, he was trying to manipulate both of us. In the end, it started getting horrible and toxic. We start beating each other up. Now, I'm not gonna lie, it got really bad. I had to call the cops on him multiple times, get multiple restraining orders. And
Wow.
then the worst part is that he lived around my neighborhood. So there were times like even with the restraining orders and stuff, he would come banging on my mom's door because I was still living at home. I mean, running down on me when I'm with my family. Like it was just a hot mess. Like I literally had to move away to the Bronx to get away from this guy. I
Wow.
mean, I would be coming out the elevator and he would open the staircase door and jump out at me. Like
Oh,
it was just
hell.
really scary. No, I had a lot that situation, it didn't only affect me, it affected my family.
Oh,
Like my
yeah.
family, they are still scorned by this. Like,
Wow.
and it was just like a lot. So when I say I don't deal with cancer men, I don't deal with cancer men because he was and then the nerve of this guy to start crying and then it was just toxic, it was bad. I mean, I don't know what it was, but after I left him I felt like he was more in love with me than when I was with him. He became so obsessive and so crazy and possessive. It was bad. Like
Wow.
I said, I had to move away to the Bronx and change my number and just basically hide out, which was annoying because it was hard for me to come back to really see my family. Like I kind of stood away from my neighborhood for a while. I needed
Mm.
to really heal from that situation.
Yeah.
But
Wow.
of course, I'm an Aries, so you know us, we kind of jump into situations. I like to rebound. I realized that I don't kind of like get my time. Like I don't stay out of a relationship too long. I jump from relationship to relationship, and I don't really know why. Well,
Mm.
I know sex is one thing. We like fiery sex, and
Aries.
it definitely yes, it definitely clouds my judgment. Like I know if I'm getting good D, I'm just like, oh my god, I get all lusty. So
This
it's
is why
true.
you weren't at the DC show, but this is why I said to Stacy, I don't believe you're not
Yeah.
getting some, Stacy.
Yeah.
Stop.
Stacy, she's a joke. But like the other Aries women, like I kind of understand their stories. Like we do get like that or whatever. So now I ended up moving to the Bronx, staying away or whatever. I meet this older dude, right? So he's an Aries. So this is why I had asked you, what's your opinion with Aries and Aries dating each other?
Mm.
Because people say like it wouldn't work, but honestly, like I was so in love with him. Like he was such a sweet guy. He was older. Okay, he has some baggage. Come to find out, when I met him, he said he was separated. Okay, sure. He was another one. Like we were together, and then next thing I know, he's getting confused. I want to be with my wife. I want to go work it out. So he would come and go. And like one minute he would be with me every single day, and then the next minute he would go back, like, I want to work it out with my wife. Like it was just too much. But we had great, great sex. So I'm not gonna lie. I kept saying,
You Aries.
no, this is what I'm saying. Like great sex is my thing.
Hmm.
So long story short, we kept it going for after a while because he would just keep on playing with my
How
head.
long?
And we dated for like at least 3 years.
Oh,
Meanwhile, I'm still healing from this abusive relationship
yeah,
because I'm not fully healed.
yeah,
But he was a sweet guy. Like, he did a lot. He was a good person. He just was in a marriage and he was lying about that. And I didn't like that.
yeah.
So now I'm like, you know what? I started getting tired of it. So I go to Miami. I meet I meet this guy on a girls trip. Not
Oh,
gonna lie.
yes,
I
girls
slept with
trip.
him.
Oh.
And I did. I'm not gonna lie. And he ends up being from Harlem. So now we continue to talk. He ends up coming to New York and we keep dating. Remember, I'm still dealing with my married guy. Like we're not fully done.
Hmm.
So like I said, I kind of cut him off and I start dealing with the other guy from Miami. So he comes and moves in with me. We start dating heavy. Next thing you know,
How long were you guys together before he moved in?
we probably were together for maybe a few weeks to a month. So he literally just ends up moving in. In the middle of him moving in, I'm not fully done with my married guy. So
Mm.
now I remember there was this one time my married guy, like the guy that I was dating, which is my daughter's father, he leaves, he goes out. The married guy wants to pop up at my house. He pops up at my house. I let him in because I'm still in love with him. And my daughter's father comes knocking on the door. When I say I had one open the door and one out the door, they're just looking at me like, what the hell is going on? I'm just sitting there like, oh my God, I'm gonna get killed. It was really bad. Long so yeah,
Wait,
long
I'm
story
confused
short,
though. Wait, so your baby's father was not the guy that you hooked up with in on your girls trip.
yes, the guy that I hooked up with on my girls trip, I ended up really cuffing him. He ends up moving in with me. Later on in the years, he ends up being my daughter's father. But
Oh,
that
okay.
person, he ends up going out one night, and like I said, I let my ex come in, the older guy, the married guy. So I let him come sit on the couch and hear my daughter's father comes knocking on the door. It was door to door. They answered the door, and I'm like, yeah, it's about to go down. It
Did
didn't go
it?
down.
Oh.
No, it didn't
Whew.
go down, thank God. But my daughter's father left, and then I just stood with my other guy like nothing.
Wait, so your daughter's father you were living with?
He was living with me.
Yeah, he was living. And so you guys
He
end up
left.
breaking up that day because he
Like
left.
he was so hurt when he answered the door at my house. He just left and like cursed me out, and I didn't care. Like
What's
I'm a
his sign?
selfish little Aries sometimes. He's an Aries, and they're
The other
all
guy was your baby's father
all
too?
Aries. My daughter's father's an Aries. My ex is an Aries. I'm an Aries. And I was just like, oh God. So me being selfish, I was just like, I didn't care that I broke his heart that day. Oh well. All right, whatever. Now I still ended up getting back with my daughter's father. I guess he forgave me. And
You
now
said, I
I
guess he
cut the
forgave me.
yeah, like I got that effect. So I let that older guy, I let him know, like, listen, I can't deal with you. Like, you played with me. I'm dealing with this guy. All right, cool. Now me and my daughter's father are like together. It's like 2 years later. The older guy he tries to meet up with me one day. My daughter's father's in the house. I'm in the shower. I was trying to be sneaky. I'm like, yeah, I'm gonna go meet up with him downstairs. Why does he come knocking on the door? It was door to door again, but now he's on the outside of the door and my daughter's father's in the inside of the house. And they just look at me and I'm like, "Oh my God." They didn't fight though. Again, I was like, "Oh my God, I'm gonna die today." I was trying to
You
be low
Aries
and
women, y'all play
but
with
this
fire.
I do, I'm gonna tell you right now, I do kind of play with fire, but I always feel like my intentions are good. And I feel like that with all Aries.
Oh,
Like, I don't mean to be like this. It's just like sometimes I don't be having it.
I think Aries women get the thrill of this though. There's
I do like a little thrill. That's my problem. So, the older guy, he ended up moving away and doing whatever he was doing to focus on himself. And
Did he ever get a
long
divorce?
no, he's still married, right? So he tries to contact me and stuff. We stood in connection over the years. When he found out I was pregnant, he was heartbroken because he didn't know. Like I was like, I just was like, I'm pregnant. And he was just like, oh, heartbroken, blah, blah, blah. I'm not gonna lie, that guy was the love of my life. I don't
Mm,
care. I feel like he was like literally my soulmate. And I
mm,
did end up going and getting pregnant by my daughter's father, who is not my soulmate. I don't feel that way about.
mm.
But yeah, that's my dating history. But right now, I'm gonna say this. I left my daughter's father like a year ago.
Okay.
And then I meet this Libra, a lion Libra. Lion conniving Libra.
Okay,
Okay.
wait, because you did call in and tell us about a tourist that you were dating. It was only for a
Okay,
couple of
wait. Let me
weeks.
tell you about the Taurus too. That was short lived though. That's why I
Like
can't really count.
when did the Libra come in and when did the Taurus come in?
So the Libra I've been dating for like almost 2 years
Oh,
now. It's been like
okay.
almost 2 years.
Okay.
But he's not my man. So I get to do me.
Oh.
So in the midst of that, I kind of like, I try to meet other people or whatever. So I met the Taurus like a few months ago, right?
Mm-hmm.
And he was such a nice guy, works in a school, has his life together, blah, blah, blah.
We
I'm
normally
not
do.
gonna, yeah, he told me straight up. I don't know what it was that he sensed that I was like a liar. He was like, I'm not gonna play these games with you. You're not gonna play with me. And I was just like, but what am I doing? Like, I didn't feel like I was doing anything. He was like, I'm letting you know right now, if you're dealing with someone else, you're not gonna play these games with me.
Look,
And he was right, but like, you know
he
what?
was right, but
Yeah, he was right. But I was like, you know what? I don't have time for this. Like, maybe I am a liar. Maybe I am a conniving I don't know. Like, I try to be honest.
I
This
don't
is
think
my
you're
thing.
conniving. I don't
I
know
don't
you,
think I'm
but based
conniving.
off,
Yeah.
I'm a good reader of energy. I don't think you're conniving.
I
Aries
don't
women have a
either.
thing though.
Yeah, like I feel like this is my thing. And when I'm a free woman and I'm dating multiple people, I can talk to whoever I want to talk to. So I'm going to have my fun. But if I'm in a committed relationship, I try to be faithful and be committed.
Hmm.
So yeah, that Taurus, he cut me off so quick. He was just like, I'm not doing this with
Yeah,
you. And I was
we
like, you
can't
know
deal with
what?
that. I'm sorry. Like
Yeah,
I'm speaking
I'm
for
not
him.
gonna
We
lie. I
can't,
was like, I don't even want to bring this drama in his life. So,
and we don't
because
like
I got
drama.
this Libra that he doesn't want to be faithful. He believes that he should be with multiple women.
Mm.
He doesn't believe in commitment. He doesn't believe in you're my girl, I'm your man. But he feels like you belong to me. And I'm just like, you got me messed up. I'm gonna do what I want to do.
Mm.
So, but he doesn't want to leave me alone. He doesn't want to leave me alone. Like he keeps pushing his way back in, and I'm not gonna lie. I'm gonna tell you this right now. The sex is so good.
Oh, I
That's
knew
why
you
I
were gonna say
can't
that
leave.
because I was like, because
Okay.
in my head, I'm thinking, why are you staying with him? I'm sure it's because of the physicality. So the sex is
And I
good.
think that's I'm trying to figure out what's the problem with me. Is it the sex? Am I just clouded by great sex? Because I don't know. I don't know. I want a partner. And I realized this Libra, we don't align when it comes to being monogamous, being together, wanting a committed relationship.
Mm.
He wants to be an alpha male and date as many women and be this and be that. I
Mm.
mean, so serious that he keeps on pressuring me to like have a throuple. Like he's like, yeah, we're gonna have girlfriends. And I was like, no, we're not, because I'm not into women. Listen, I'm telling you all my
I'm
dirt
not
and I don't
judging, but the way
care,
you said
okay?
that.
Because he keeps on trying to pressure me. He's like, yeah, like, no. He says, I'd rather tell you straight up and you want to do it instead of me lying like other men. Any man is going to cheat on you and lie behind your back and hurt you. I love you so much that I want you to give me these things. Like, I want to do this with you. And I'm like, what? Isn't he a manipulator?
Yes, he's trying to manipulate you, but clearly you're not manipulated.
The only thing that keeps me there is the good D. Anything else, I'm just like, I can't stand you. I feel like we're not compatible and he's crazy.
Well, I'm going to say to you what I said to one of our earlier crows, Jasine, is that the fact that you keep him in your life, are you in search of finding love and a serious relationship?
I want to. I come across a lot of guys.
Mm.
Like I first of all, I'm on Hinge. I be
Hmm.
on the apps.
Okay.
I'm very social.
We know
Like I'm not
Aries.
gonna lie. Yeah, I flirt all the time. I'm a pretty woman and there's a lot of hot guys. I'm always talking to them. I give my number out. I don't care. I really try to get out there. So, but and I meet a lot of nice guys that want to take me out and do these things with me and be serious. And this guy just keeps blocking that.
Mm,
Like it's
I was just
like
gonna say that. I said if you really want to get to know someone, if you really want to get into a relationship, keeping the doors open to the past and something that's not working is not going to help you currently. It's blocking it.
oh my God. I don't know.
I get it. You like the
He
D,
started
but
the manipulation started getting so bad that he did have me for a second thinking like, oh my God, should I be in a throuple? Do I have to get girlfriends
damn,
with
you were
him?
really considering it.
No, I really was. I
And
went
no
on
judgment to
Facebook.
anyone
I
that's in a
asked my
throuple. Feel free to call
friends.
in. Um, it, it, it,
I considered it. Like I was like, do I have it made me almost think like am I bugging to think that a guy is just going to be faithful? Like, is this
no.
the normal life now? Is this 2025? Do we have to like have threesomes? Like,
He's trying to manipulate you to believe that. But no, you can be in a monogamous relationship with just one man.
okay.
And he has been trying to put that into your brain. Basically, I don't want to say this, but I'll say it. It's like he's trying to groom you to believe that that's what works.
He is. That's what I was like. I told him that. I was like, I'm not for nothing. Like, this is too much. You're trying to force me into a sexuality and something that I'm not into, you know? I never said I was into women. It was one thing if you're into it and you're open to it, but I'm not even into women. I've never even kissed a girl.
Yeah.
I strictly like the D. That's it.
We know.
And so I just can't wait for you to do your speed dating event. You know, I'm gonna put on my best black
I can't
dress.
wait.
You know, I want some chocolates. You gotta find some good guys for me, okay?
Okay. Okay.
Like, all
Okay.
right,
The
let
pressure's
me
on.
go. Let me let other people talk.
Winter, we appreciate you being vulnerable and sharing your experience with us. We
Yes.
listen and we don't judge. This goes for the replay crew as well. All
Yes,
right.
I never judge.
Oh,
Never judging over here.
and I would never judge an Aries woman. I'm not surprised by anything that you just said. That's how well I know
Good
you
night,
guys.
Kemp.
Good night. Bye. Shout out to Tana. Tana's in the building. Guys, you remember Tana from a part of the duo from Love Match Atlanta? She also helped put together Sweet Tea's speed dating event on Married to Medicine. She was, look, listen. She was also supposed to be a part of last season with Dr. Simone and there was supposed to be like a whole aspect of Dr. Simone's storyline. But when Tana comes on the show, she'll tell you more about it. Yeah. But yeah, so Tana's in the building, so make sure you guys follow her as well. All right. We have a long line backstage, so I'm going to continue. Ariana's backstage. We're going to bring Ariana up next. Ariana, have you heard all of this?
Yes, I've been listening.
People are
Oh,
spilling.
and that was me who came up in the DC show about speed dating.
Oh, okay. I couldn't remember. I can't remember everything, but yes.
Yeah.
We're working on it,
I
Ariana.
was I was so nervous. I forgot to show you my bag that said Sagittarius on it
Oh,
because I'm very proud Sagittarius.
and we don't have a lot of Sagittarius in the community, but unless I'm wrong, you guys will let me know.
No, they're strong. They're strong out there.
Oh, okay.
But yeah, I have a lot of Sagittarius like in my chart. Like
Mm.
even my Venus is Sagittarius, but my big three is Sag, Virgo, Virgo.
No, you need that though.
Like,
For the
how are you
Sagittarius, you
functioning?
need that. You need the Virgo.
Okay, that's what I say. It works really well. Like I'm very organized about the things that matter. Like Sagittarius travels big, so I'm very organized about the traveling. I'm like an Excel girly, itinerary girly.
If you were just a
So
Sagittarius, that would not be you.
I know. So it really like I think it works out like for me personally, but I think in the dating wise, like it's not very good. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Let's talk about your dating. What did you want to share with us tonight?
Well, I'm really more for advice because
Okay.
my ex, I used to talk to his mom a lot and she listens here. So if you're here, you need to fix your son. But
Oh, not your mother.
I don't
The
wanna
mother listens to me too. Lord have mercy.
I mean,
Wait,
like
so what was his sign?
A Taurus.
Team him. No
He was an
play.
April one. He was April.
But here's the thing. I would have told you already that, yeah, we don't like April Tauruses. Sorry, April Tauruses. But no, I would have already told you a Sagittarius and a Taurus probably wouldn't work. But you have that Virgo in you.
Yeah.
So that might make it work. Okay, tell us about were you guys together? Were you in a relationship?
Yeah, for like 9-10 months or something.
Okay.
Yeah, and I don't know. I think he had some like other issues. Like he just like he would like flip a switch and like, I mean, this is so embarrassing, but like one time he like cussed me out. Well, actually no, twice. Actually twice. And then the second time it was like with my sister, who's also a Taurus. Love her. She's the best Taurus. But yeah, like at my house, like a fucking fool. Oh, sorry, but yeah. So like a fool. So yeah, it was. He's psycho. So if
he
his mom is in
psycho?
this chat, help your son, please. You know, like that Summer Walker song. Like I want to start with your mama. She should whoop you.
Well, but here's the thing, though. I don't know if it's necessarily that he needs to change anything. You guys just weren't a match.
But who would act like that towards anybody, anyways?
I mean, you're right, probably. But sometimes certain signs brings out certain behaviors in other signs.
Yeah.
Just because they're
That's
not a
true.
good connection.
Yeah, no. But it's fine. Like learning lesson, whatever. But yeah, so I just like I don't know what I'm supposed to be looking for. Like I'm typically like a very like subdued person. Like I don't like I think more than I speak, and like I would I'm definitely an introvert. Like I gain energy like from being alone and stuff. But all the people I date are usually like huge extroverts. I feel like they bring like more out of me, but then they take it too far and it's like, whoa, now we're doing too much. So I'm like, I don't know what I'm supposed to be like looking for. And out in these DMV streets, it is terrible. So yeah, I was like, I don't know if something in my sign like would help me figure out where I'm supposed to go with this.
First of all, I'm surprised that you're an introvert, but it must be all that Virgo because the Sagittarius are usually very extroverted.
Yeah.
How old are
like,
you?
When I'm out, like I'm social, like I can talk to anybody, like I can like sometimes I seem like the life of the party, but at the end of the day, like I'm so excited to get back in my bed alone and
not alone. Come on now. Wait, so
I love my alone time. I really do. And I think he did not like that at all. So yeah.
How old are you?
26.
Okay, so you're fairly young.
No, yeah, I'm young. I'm not in no rush. Like I don't think I really want kids or anything.
Okay.
Me and my dog Prince, we live a great life. So I mean, but I do like dating in general sounds terrible. Like I went on Hinge for 3 days and it's like a cesspool, like the bottom of the barrel.
Now, Ariana, I have to say this. You have to be on Hinge or whatever dating app, very much like dating in the real world, a lot longer than 3 days. I need you to have a little bit more patience.
It's on.
Oh, okay.
I'm gonna go through it again tomorrow.
Okay.
Maybe, yeah.
Well, I would say a little patience is due. I think you need to maybe start writing down the qualities that you do, like the Taurus guy that you dated. What were the good qualities that you liked?
I mean, he was very thoughtful on certain things. He was a gift giver. I love gifts. We could talk about a lot of different things, and like I didn't feel like he judged like my thoughts. Yeah, I'm gonna leave it at those good things.
And again, focus on that. Focus on the things that you found. That's what dating is about. It's about figuring out. I think a lot of people get into dating and think, I need to find my person. Well, no, sometimes dating is about figuring out more about yourself and what you need and what you want and what you don't want.
Like I definitely feel like my last whatever was a very good learning experience. Like I definitely learned a lot, which is why I think that I should probably be looking for someone not as extroverted. But then I feel like, what if we like have nothing to talk about, or like I don't know, like it's something so different, and I think I like different is like scary in a lot of those senses. So yeah, but I don't know like if that's really what I'm supposed to be doing, or if I'm just like looking at the wrong things,
Well, dating, I believe, is about trial and error. That's the whole process of dating. So now that you figured out some of the things that you want, I think you should write them down or put it in your phone app. And okay, these are the things that I enjoyed in the past dates that I've had. These are qualities that I want and what I need. I need someone that respects. That sometimes I need my alone time, and I'm just at home, and I don't want to be around you right now. So put that out there, but don't give up on your hinge. Go out, do activities. There's always something to do in the DMV. Go out, do some activities, things that you like to do. Sometimes you end up meeting people that way, or you make new friends that introduce you to other people.
Yes, I've been in a really good like making new friends era, like the
Okay.
last like 5 months, which has been a lot of fun.
And
Um,
sometimes that can open up doors for other
yeah,
things, like their
yeah,
friends.
yeah. And I was like, because okay, so my Venus is Sagittarius also.
Mm.
Yeah, and like I know that that's like a lot about love, so I wanted like your thoughts on like Sagittarius and Venus and
Well,
um
I don't know a lot in regards to what all those particulars in I'm not an astrologer. But that Venus is your love, and so that makes sense in regards to how you deal with love. You deal with love in the way that you are as a Sagittarius. So if anything, I would do some research in regards to that. I think you should make an appointment with an astrologer that can walk you through very much like what Paulette shared earlier, because
mhm.
sometimes based off your birth chart, you shouldn't be dating right now. You should be spending time working on your career or working on something else. So I would invest in, it's usually not that expensive. Get your birth chart done. And if you're open to it, not everyone's open to it, but I think you are.
No, yeah, very, very open to it. I will do that. And you sent some in like or that wasn't an astrologer that you sent in the chat earlier though. It
No, that was
was
just to figure out your birth chart. But if you want an astrologer to break down what your birth chart is and what it means, that would probably be your best bet. But I think you need to just have a good time. Give Hinge a little bit of a moment. And look, dating is very much, if you want to find your person, you're going to have to go through probably sometimes. Not everyone finds the love of their life on the first go. So
that's
sometimes
true.
and I know
Yeah.
it sounds daunting, but sometimes you have to go through the dating experience, but go into the dating experience as I'm just going to have fun. I'm not going to get married. I'm going to go have fun, maybe have a good dinner on him. Okay.
Absolutely.
Ariana, thank you for calling in.
Thanks for having me.
Oh,
I'm very glad you did this and I'm ready for speed dating. Call
we're,
me if you need.
we're having conversations, so stay tuned.
Yeah, and Stacy better get her butt in there. Oh my God, she's so nice. I took a picture with her at your live show.
It's so sad to find out she's a liar. No, I'm playing. I'm playing. Okay,
But at least it's not me lying, you know?
That's true. I
You
mean,
know,
when you,
gotta, give some grace her first season, maybe,
I mean,
sort
that's a
of.
big lie. You hired a man.
Okay, yeah. And that man too, like, we could do better. We could do better.
I did like her energy. You know, I love an Aries woman, but
No, energy is top notch.
yeah, I liked her energy.
Thought process on TJ, questionable.
Thank you, Ariana, for calling in. Stay tuned for the speed
Bye.
dating. Bye. All right. Let me drop the call link again for folks that were wanting. I didn't want to drop it again because we do have a long line backstage, but I will because I did see some of you dropped out for whatever reason, maybe technical difficulties. We have Lee, who's a proud Scorpio backstage. We're going to bring her up. Lee, what did you want to share?
Hey, how are
I'm
you?
well. How are you?
And thank you for calling out my Scorpio-ness.
Always.
Um, okay, so
Oop, one
in
second. I'm
that
sorry.
sense,
I dropped the wrong thing. Hold on. Sorry.
no worries.
Let me drop this again. Sorry, y'all. I dropped the wrong thing because I forgot I just dropped the Astro Sofa stuff. There we go. All right, Lee, what did you want to share tonight?
So, since I'm a Scorpio, you know that we are best paired with earth signs. I have dated every earth sign. But tonight I'm going to be talking about the Taurus, and this is why I'm not on online dating.
Okay.
So buckle in.
Let's go.
I was in a very, very toxic relationship with a Capricorn that will be on the next live, hopefully, maybe.
Ooh, okay. Stay tuned.
Yes, very toxic and hot and steamy too, but whatever.
Oh.
So after that, I wanted to really give online dating a good try.
Mm-hmm.
So I matched with this guy from Dykeman. So you can kind of already guess.
That's an area here in New York City, guys, for those that don't know.
A
Okay.
Dominican from Dykeman, yes.
Okay. I was about to ask if he was Dominican. I should have assumed.
Absolutely. So everything was good, and actually we got into a courtship
Oh.
for marriage. So
Oh.
yeah, that's how good it was going.
Mm-hmm.
Um until one day I finally go to his apartment, and we're chilling, and we're eating, and then I look over on his nightstand, and he has a whole machete on his nightstand.
A what?
A whole machete on his nightstand. A machete.
A machete is not small.
Nope.
Okay, and
Yeah. So
I mean, I'm also Jamaican, and that's very common in Jamaican, but we don't have it by the nightstand.
it was on the nightstand, like it's ready to go for whatever. So I'm like, I peeped that. So um we're talking, we're chilling, watching movies, and just having like a good time. But we started talking about like what type of house we would be looking for, and just where we would be settling.
Mm.
And we're not agreeing. Like, this is like something that we can't agree on. It's not something that we have to agree on that day. It's like not that important. But he was getting so like irrational, and trigger warning, he was getting a little rough with me just on that one small topic. Yes.
Like physically rough with you?
Physically rough with me. He didn't like hit me, but he was like grabbing me up, and yeah, it was like, and I'm not no punk, so I'm not, gonna back down, but it, fizzled out, but he never apologized. So I leave that day, and I'm like, I cannot stay with this guy. But
Yeah.
he's crazy, right? So he's crazy, but I'm a Scorpio, so I'm crazier. I can get crazier. Now I got to break up with him, but I know that he's going to be some type of aggressive, if I do it face to face, right?
Oh yeah, and he got the machete.
And he got the machete, exactly. So I'm like, I cannot do this face to face. And and now I'm thinking I probably can't even break up to him, because he's gonna probably come over to my house. So I'm thinking, what can I do to make him break up with me? So this is what I start thinking.
Mm-hmm.
This guy is crazy. So if I act really irrational and clingy, he might really, really hate it, or he could really, really love it. Yeah, it's gonna go either way. He could really, really love it, or really, really hate it. So I start blowing this guy's phone all the way up. I'm blowing it. I'm starting at like 5 a.m. I'm blowing his
I'm
phone
sorry.
up.
I'm
I'm
picturing
blowing.
you at 5 a.m. like, love
Yes,
you.
blowing. Exactly. I'm saying all types of clingy stuff. I love you. I can't wait to see you. You're the best. Oh my God, I never had anybody like you. I love you from 5 a.m. to 5 p.m., right? I'm blowing him up, FaceTiming me, and he's picking up. He's like, I'm at work. He's a construction worker. And he's like, I'm at work. You can't be calling me. I'm like, I just miss you so much. I had time that day, okay? This was going to get resolved this day. I'm blowing him
Do you see how
up.
calculated Scorpios are? Just saying.
So he calls me after work. It's like 5:30 or whatever. And he's like, what are you doing? I'm like, oh my God, Papi, I miss you so much. Like, when am I gonna see you? What's going on? Like, I can't, go another day without seeing you. And he's like, you know what? Let me check my schedule. We hang up, right?
Mm-hmm.
An hour later, why this man called me back? Like, I think it's just best if we take some time apart. Like, we don't have to break up. And I was like, so what do you mean? Now I'm acting irrational. I'm like, what do you mean you don't love me anymore? So what? So what? Everything meant nothing to you? We're not going to get a house. We're not going to be together. He's like, I'm not saying all that. I'm like, oh, okay. I'm like, okay, so what are you saying? He's like, I just think we need some time apart. And I was like, I'm going to give you 2 days. And you're going to say, I said, if you're not gonna, if you don't want to be with me in those 2 days, then you need to say that. He's like, okay, okay. The next day he goes, The next day he goes, "Yeah, I think we should just break up. I don't think it's gonna work out." And I'm like, "Oh my God, you destroyed me." That's what I said. That's the last thing I said to him before I blocked his ass. Yeah, cause no, who you grabbing? Not
No,
me.
yeah. I mean, he was
Yeah.
showing signs, and I think, I saw this when we reported on the Jeannie Mai and the Jeezy situation when he was leaving pow pow pows around the house.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like that was, and word on the street, Diddy used to do things like that with Cassie as well.
Oh,
It's a form of manipulation. I don't think it was just like a Dominican thing or Jamaican.
right.
No, I think he was doing that as a form of manipulation.
It definitely was. It was like a scare tactic. Like, don't mess with me or you know what's gonna happen. And he would say other little things too, like I don't know. I just got a really bad vibe from him. So
Mm.
that's why I'm not on online dating. But let me tell you why I would reconsider it. My good friend that I used to work with, she was in like a toxic relationship too, and she always said that if by the age of 35 that she didn't meet anybody, then she would go on match.com.
Mm.
And funny enough, she turned 35 and literally like the same week she signed up for match.com and she just got married to the first guy that she went on a date with from match.com.
And
I
and
know.
here's the thing, that's beautiful.
I know.
That's not everyone's story. I'm not saying it's
No.
impossible, but because I don't want people to feel like as if they're going to go on Match.com tomorrow
And
and they're going to
find
find their person.
somebody.
It's also
Right.
about being smart. One thing I've learned, especially getting back on the dating apps, a lot of people on these dating apps, at least for the gay men, and I'm on Hinge. Don't hit me
Mhm.
up, y'all. But what I've noticed that a lot of people put the wrong pictures up there. Like there's no clear face picture. People are not paying
True.
attention to what they're putting in the content about their personalities. So, but that could be also a gay man thing. I don't know about the heterosexual men or the women.
You know, it's like marketing yourself. Like,
Yes.
yeah, it's like you have to they're all trying to create a narrative like this is their best self. So once we see somebody, nobody's their best self like 100% of the time. So if we was to go on a date with somebody, we're not going to get their best self. We're probably going to get their average self or maybe
Hmm.
their below average self. And
Mm.
it just maybe it works, maybe it clicks, but it's hardly ever that somebody is going to put their average self on a dating site. I mean, it'd be nice
I mean, I've
because
seen a few
that's
pictures
what.
that look very average, but anyways, I'm playing.
Oh,
I'm playing. Am I?
astray. But yeah, that's my story.
Thank you,
And
Lee. That was
let's see.
brilliant. No, I'm playing.
Well,
Wow.
if I do say so myself.
But that's what we talk about when you set up a Scorpio to come at you, this is how they come at you.
Yeah, we get that stinger.
Wow.
Yep.
Wow. Well,
But
Lee.
hopefully, maybe one day I'll tell you guys about my past Capricorn and my current Virgo. Let's see.
Oh.
Let's see.
Wow. Okay. Yes, definitely. Thank you for calling in.
Bye bye.
Wow. Okay. All right. Rahina. Oh, Rahina. Oh, Rahina. There we go. Rahina, you're up next. Hey. Wait, you're muted.
I know, I'm sorry. Oh my gosh, I'm so tired.
You look beautiful, Rahina.
Thank you. My bedtime's like at 8:30. I was talking to Paulette and Ariana.
Hmm.
It's okay. It's fine. Anything for you, Kempire?
Thank you. Thank you. This is Rahina's second time calling in and talking about relationships. Rahina, what do you want to share with us tonight?
Okay, so we've been talking about Cancer men, so I figured I should share my experience with a Cancer man that I dated. Thank you, April. So before I got married, I dated this fucking sorry, I don't want to curse. This Cancer man, I met him online. And I also met my husband online, so don't think that,
And
online
what's
is
your
like a bad
husband's sign again?
experience. He's a Gemini.
Okay.
Dun, dun, dun.
And what's your sign?
I'm an Aries.
Oh yeah, of course. What? See, I'm surrounded by Aries women.
Yeah. So I met this guy on I think I said a little bit about him. He was from Martha's Vineyard. He was a Cancer. He
Mm,
was very emotional, very manipulative.
mm,
Long story short, at the end of our relationship, so he was manipulating me at the end of our relationship. It got pretty physical. I don't want to trigger anyone.
wow.
Yeah, so he got pretty physical and abusive. He was cheating on me, and I found out, SantaCon.
Yes. Yeah, unfortunately. Yes.
Okay, so I was RN at the time, working night shift, and he decided to go to SantaCon and was cheating on me at SantaCon. And I came from my shift at 9 a.m. and his phone was like buzzing, buzzing, buzzing. And I looked at his phone and I saw this woman calling him. And I just like, we were dating for like maybe like 3, 4 years at the time.
What?
Yeah, he was a jerk. And I completely shut down and I just went to my mom's house. Right.
Mm.
And I'm Haitian, I'm from Haiti. And I came to my mom's house and they sat him down and basically told him other shit or get off the pot.
Yeah.
And he basically proposed. I was pretty beat down in my head. So he
Mm.
proposed 3 months later. Me, as an idiot, I accepted. And 3 months later, after the proposal, he basically put his hands on me. I'm pretty petite. First of all, I'm wearing your shirt, by the
Oh,
way.
woo, woo, woo. I love that.
I
Thank
love
you,
your shirt.
Rahina.
Yeah. So he ended up picking me up and throwing me out of like on our apartment hallway. He like tried to. So I was like, of course, like fighting for myself.
Yeah.
And
Wow.
afterwards, he it's just, I'm sorry, it's a crazy story to share.
No, it's okay.
So afterwards he told me that he didn't want to be with me. I suck, I'm this, I'm that, this is not what I want. And my self-esteem was pretty low at the time. And I just had a moment of clarity once where I was just like, what are you doing?
Mm.
This is not the guy for you. Just like snap out of it. Right.
Yeah.
And I snapped out of it. And the minute I did, I feel like he felt like, oh, I'm losing her. So he shows up in front of, we had separated. So he shows up in front of my apartment with flowers, and he had stole the engagement ring that he gave me. Yeah, he's
Sidebar. I'm not going to
yes.
tell you who. I don't think I could ever tell you who. But that happened to a celebrity that I know. A guy that she
Really?
was engaged to. He ended up stealing the ring and then making it seem as if she lost it.
It was in my bag, and something told me too, like I'm an NP now, but I was a nurse at the time, a RN. And
Hmm.
something told me, put it in your locker, but I was like, fuck it, I don't care.
Yeah.
I just kept it in my bag. I stopped using it and he went in my bag and took it, which is a blessing to me.
Yeah.
It's
Wow.
probably bad juju. It was never
True.
meant for me.
True.
So he ended up taking it. And then this idiot had the nerve to come in front of my front door with like a bouquet of flowers and then the ring. And he's getting down on his knees, trying to like say to me, oh, please take me back, blah, 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 whatever. And I
Mm-mm.
just, I dismissed him. And then 3 months later, I met Aaron, which I've talked about,
3
my
months
husband.
later.
I know I
Wow.
move fast. Yeah. Yeah.
Wow. And how long have you been with your husband now?
8 years.
Wow. Wow.
Yeah. I also wanted to ask advice for, I don't know if you guys could help me, but like mother-in-laws.
She whispered it. Okay. Okay. It's a challenge, I'm sure.
So I have a white mother-in-law.
Okay.
I'll give you an example and you tell me what you think.
Okay.
So I always wanted to be equal because I'm very close to my family.
Hmm.
So when our son was 4 months, he was turning. So I showed my parents, my parents retired in West Palm and his parents are in Wisconsin.
Wait,
So
your parents retired in West Palm?
yeah.
Oh, excuse me. Okay.
Yeah, it's pretty nice for them, not for
Hmm.
me here in the cold. Um, I showed my parents, they're so happy, whatever. So I wanted to FaceTime his mom and his dad to show them. So
Hmm.
I ended up getting his mom, right? So my son was born with a birthmark here. I don't want him to hear me, but whatever. So my son was born with a birthmark here.
On
So
his
as
arm.
he's turning, I'm like, oh, he's turning, whatever. And then this woman had the audacity to say to me, what's that in his arm? And I said, oh, it's his birthmark.
Hmm.
And she was like, well, when I was holding him, he didn't have that. What did you do to him? Yeah. So this is what, and I was just like, I was stunned and I didn't say anything about it. I just like left it along and it became a thing where my husband had to talk to her or
So
whatever.
you did tell your husband about the remark.
Oh, yeah. Oh,
Okay.
yeah. But in the beginning, like my husband was very much like, "Oh, mommy, love her, whatever."
He's
They
a
have
mama's
like a
boy.
really,
What's her
yeah.
sign? The mom.
She's born in February 8th,
She's an
Aquarius.
Aquarius.
I,
Okay.
I I don't know much about Aquariuses, but
Yeah. Well, I'm
mhm.
glad that you told your husband and your husband got involved because I think, especially with in-laws, I would put it back on the person that's blood related to
Okay.
them. So you did the
Hmm.
right thing.
Hmm.
But, look, I mean, sometimes I'm a strong believer you teach people how to treat you. So,
So I think
you're an Aries, so you have a way of getting
she's
people
learning
together.
Kempire.
Oh, yeah. You have a way of getting people together without being rude.
Mhm. Yes, but she's like, she looked at me, and my last name is Charles, and my husband's name is Sellison, and my dad was a social worker, but before that, he drove taxis
Mm,
in Brooklyn, in the
mm.
city. And you know, it's hard driving taxis. And this woman had the audacity to tell me, "You need to change your last name to Sellison for your degrees, for this. It needs to reflect Sellison all aboard." So I said to her, I was like, "Sellison didn't pay for my school fees,
Oh,
so no." And
okay. And what does your husband say in regards to that?
at that time, he doesn't agree. He just lets her rock. He's just like,
Mm,
"Oh, ha 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 ha,"
mm,
and then he just touches me like, "Relax, honey." At that time, but
mm,
long story short, the last thing that happened where I'm like, I'm done. He sent us a box right to our house, and she sent us a fold. In the box there was a folder
mhm.
of a bunch of like letters, right? So on top of the folder she wrote, "Hey Aaron," my husband. "Hey Aaron, I've been like shredding a couple papers, but I stumbled upon some things that could be of sentimental values to you." They were letters from Aaron's ex from college. Love letters from his
Yo, she is something else.
So we called her. I called her. I was like, "We're calling her right now." And
Okay,
my
Aries
husband,
came out.
he's like, I don't want to say my husband's a punk, but he was like, "Oh, can we wait tomorrow?" I'm like, "No, we're calling her up today." So we call her, and my poor husband, he's like, "I'm gonna support you no matter what."
Okay.
And she ended up turning into a Karen. She ended up victimizing the whole thing. She was crying, and she was just like, "If you think I would do something to jeopardize you," but all I said to her, I was like, sorry, I feel like I'm rambling, but
No,
all
I'm
I
I'm
said
like
to
I'm
her,
engaged. I'm like, okay. I didn't
so I
expect
said to
this.
her, I started it as like this. So I'm not sure what your intentions were, but what I need to understand is, what was your intention behind sending the letters? I
Mhm.
need to understand how it was positive, because I'm not getting any positivity from it. Maybe you can enlighten me to let me know what's positive about you sending this, because for me it's like, you don't live with us, you don't know if we're having marital issues, you don't know our dynamic.
Yeah.
So for you to just send something like this, it just makes me feel like you're kind of like trying to rock the boat. I didn't say the rock the boat part, but I was like,
Yeah.
"What's your intentions, lady?"
Yeah.
And she went full Karen, like
Guilt trip.
tears. And this is, I feel like that's what kind of like enlightened my husband. He was just like,
Um.
"Oh, she's fucking nuts."
Oh God.
Well, yeah, he was just like, "I'm so sorry, she's crazy." And then her husband, Aaron's dad, whom I loved, and and at the
Yeah.
time
I thought he
he
died.
was
I'm
like,
sorry. Wait, what? Why? What happened?
I loved him until that time, because
Oh, okay.
he turned to my husband and he was like, "If you think," no answer is given to us, by the way, and he's like, "If you think that your mother had any ill intent in sending this, I'm ashamed of you." And I felt like, yo, what are you doing?
Yeah.
And I'm not saying that we should like sit her and like yell at her, but I'm just
Yeah.
saying, like, she could have been like, "Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't think it was a big deal, maybe I should have called Aaron, maybe I should have texted Aaron."
Yeah.
But yeah, I don't know, I
There
feel
are a
like,
few signs of her behavior that's questionable and passive aggressive that you've
mhm.
displayed. So it wasn't just this particular situation. There
No.
were a couple of things. But the most important thing is that your partner has had your back.
Yes.
That's the most important thing.
He's been great, but he has relapses.
Okay, I understand. We have to
It's his mom.
exactly. We have
It's
to
his mom.
understand it's
So
still his mother. That's years of conditioning and supporting and
right.
being in his head. So he has a difficult situation, and you have to remember you're technically new in his life, and some people have a hard time prioritizing. Now, this is my family.
You
This
know what
is
I think?
yeah.
I want to say it's gonna sound pretty bad.
No,
I'm like
we do
I'm the
not
moment.
judge. Go ahead.
Like, I want to say to like some of the callers too, it's like you have to have someone who loves you a little more. And I know you know the Brooke Ashley.
Mhm.
She says that on her channel. Like you have to have a man who just like values you a little more than I'm not saying I don't value Aaron, but
Mhm.
you need a little bit extra
Mhm. You
to
know I've heard this
I
from another Aries before too.
you need a little extra, but I feel like now we're at a point where I don't feel comfortable to send our kid or child. I'm gonna show you his picture on in the New York City show
Okay.
because I talk about him all the time.
You should bring
Our
him to the
2-year-old.
show.
What'd you say?
You should bring him to the show.
He's 2. I could, but
Oh, you're talking about your son. I was saying your husband.
no, I'm bringing him. I'm bringing Aaron.
Oh,
He's
I'm like
coming. Yes,
Aaron.
yes. He's
Okay.
coming. But yeah. So I forgot what I was gonna say.
You were
Sorry.
saying that you need that your partner needs to love you a little bit or value a little bit more than you do them.
Yes, I completely agree with that. And yeah, I completely agree with that. Sorry, my train of thought just went off. I'm on margarita number 3 Kempire. I might start slurring like
No, you're
Meredith.
not.
The real barriers and the nastiness. I don't know.
Oh Lord.
But that's been my struggle, and I've been a little bit like, oh, I was going to say that I'm a little bit like, am I wrong for not feeling comfortable about my husband just going back home with my son and not me included?
No, I
Because
think
I feel like I don't feel comfortable around that woman, and she has done things that even more that I haven't said yet, that she's crossed my boundaries with my child
yeah.
on so many levels.
Yeah. No, I don't think you're wrong for feeling uncomfortable.
Okay.
She's
So
done
I wanted
quite a few
okay.
things that I mean are huge red flags.
Okay. So that's what like my husband was like, "Oh, can you consider?" And I'm like, I don't want to compromise for somebody who doesn't give me the time of day.
Yeah. I don't blame you.
That's yeah. That's my story.
Yeah. And here's the thing. I mean,
Mhm.
I don't know if she will ever change. This is who she is. She's a woman of a
I
particular
mean,
age.
her son was like, she's never gonna change. But I was like, my parents are 73 years old
Mhm.
and they know me. So they've made changes for me because they
Mm.
know that I'm like, if you can't do this is how I want to raise Rain. If you can't do this, then it's gonna be some changes,
Yeah.
And they respect that. So I'm like, why can't she make some adjustment for me?
Yeah. Well,
But she's
I think the conversation that you should have isn't with her. It's always going to be with your husband.
yeah, you're right.
You will know when you will need to have the conversation. It probably will be in the moment she says or does something that you don't like, that you have to
Yeah.
remind her. You have to remind people how to treat you.
100%.
You know what I
Yeah.
mean? And you can't just let little comments just,
I want to say one more thing before
Mhm.
I go.
Mhm.
Just this quick story. Like it was like we went to her house for Christmas,
Mhm.
and I was wearing like a dress, like a Zara dress, right?
Mhm.
And it was kind of like fitting, whatever. And then she sees me, she looks at me up and down. She's like 70. She looks at me up and down, and she's like, "I can rock that number." And I was like,
So she feels like she's in competition. Is this her only son?
"No, this is the second. This is her first son, but the second one's like, leave me alone, lady." The
What's
second one's like, get away from me. But Aaron is like very like into his mom.
Mm, okay. Well, I wish you luck with that. No, you like I said, you the most important thing is that your husband is supporting you and has your back.
Yes.
And if he needs to do that a little bit
Yes.
more, then you need to have that conversation with him.
Yeah, 100%. Yep.
Well,
Thank you so much for
thank you for
listening to
calling
me.
in and sharing. I
Thank
love the
you.
dynamics of different types of relationships and issues that people are having. We're now talking
Yeah.
to someone that is married and it's
Yeah.
talking about in-laws. Look, I can't. That's something that has crossed my mind. Like, okay, I found my person. Oh God, I hope I like their friends and family.
I think I just didn't look out.
Yeah,
I don't think it's like that for everybody, but
yeah.
I think that
No, but a lot of
I
people have the
guess
issue that you have.
yeah. I think it's like the sons though.
Hmm.
Like this like maybe for our community it's going to be hard because we're mostly women, so
Hmm.
they're sons.
Hmm. Lord.
So
All right, Rahina, thank
mm,
you again for
thank you.
calling in on another dating live and sharing your experience.
Yes, thank you. Have a good
You
night.
too. Bye.
Bye.
As I've said before, for those that are just joining us, we've given you a trigger warning. There seems to be a little theme of, abuse that we've been discussing. So just, a heads up for those that are watching the replay of this. All right, we're going to get to some more calls. We have a long line, so I'm going to really try and get through everyone. We have Mel backstage. We're going to bring Mel up next. Mel, what's going on?
Hey, Kempire, how you doing? Good evening.
Hey, I'm well. How are you?
I'm good. Listen, this is so fun. I don't think I've ever called in on like a relaxed Kempire show.
Yeah.
Because usually you call in, the time is there, you're nervous out your mind, trying to jet through all your stuff real quick, and this is like it's a vibe. It's so different. So I
Yeah.
love it. And I love the callers. I think
Yeah.
all the ladies, basically, I think it was a lot of ladies that called in. I
Yep.
was listening to the stories. It was pretty great. I don't want to say which one I was connecting to the most, but I connect with a lot of them. Yeah, I did. I did. I'm not going to get that much. I was like, but you know what? I think that for me, um, yeah, I think that for me, my thing is what I've thought about is that my family were wonderful, lovely people. They loved everybody. I'm a gay man. They never had an issue with that. But
Mm.
for me, growing up in New York City, living in New York City all my life, I had to learn the community. This is where I could probably, I'll tell a story. Maybe you could connect, but I had to learn the community myself.
Mm.
I didn't have anybody to teach me anything. So here I
Mm.
am going out there on, if people can remember, Craigslist of all
Oh
things.
my God.
Come on now, lying about my age, being very young, and going out here meeting these people, lying to my family,
Mm.
saying I'm going to stay with cousins or whatever, because I wanted to learn what it was about. They
Mm.
knew what I was, but they couldn't help me. They loved me, but
Yeah.
I had to learn myself.
They
So
couldn't
this is
advise
before
you.
we no, they couldn't. Nobody was around to do it. Everybody, literally, in my family, at least around me, was straight. So I
Mm.
had to I was figuring it out. And I would go to different clubs, to see the studio guys and all this stuff. And I was very young. But so I've dated in New York City as a gay man for over 20 years.
Mm.
I've had, some, good situations, some horrific situations. And what can I say? I will say for me, I feel like I'm bored at this point. I'm
Mm.
bored. I feel like I'm bored. I've been bored for a couple of years. I think I've had a death in my family. I want to go into detail about that. It's been very hard for me these past couple of years,
Mm.
and it's been boring for me. I've tried out many different things, and I'm not lonely. I will say that because
Okay.
again, maybe I can connect with you this way too. It's hard for me to be lonely in New York City. I'm
Mm.
always connecting with people, always meeting people. I'm not lonely in that way,
Mm.
but I do feel like the boredom has gotten bigger as
Mm.
I've gotten older. I've gotten more bored with the different personalities and everybody. Maybe it's New York City. Everybody's busy, or I'm not connecting. But I'm very blunt. I truly am very blunt. I'm a
What's your
very
sign,
blunt person.
Mel?
I'm a Virgo.
Oh, of course you are.
I'm a Virgo.
No
And
judgment.
so I'm to the point, very blunt, and I'm not really shocked by stuff. I've been, like I said, I've been through a lot of things. So by the time I've gotten to this age in my 40s, I'm not really shocked by anything. So when
Mm.
I've come to the table with somebody, a man, and I've dated every single every race that's on the planet, basically in
Mm-hmm.
New York City. I've been with everything you can think of in this city
Mm.
over my time. But I think that for me, I'm not sure what it's about. But when I meet people, they seem to want to keep me around. The people have been generous. They've been wonderful. I've had wonderful situations of all like, men. But what happens is people, they sort of want to hide who they truly are. They want to hide what they truly want. They want to
Mm.
hide what their struggles are. and then they want to make up excuses, and I'm very impatient with that.
Mm.
I'm not a judgmental man. I don't judge people, but I don't really like to sort of feel like. And I would tell this. We talking about astrology. I've been told many times, actually. I never told you this, whatever. But I've been told I'm very intuitive, actually,
Mm.
since I'm very young.
No.
My mother could have people come in her home having different situations. I could be 3 years old. And I'd be like, "Oh, you're getting divorced." And they'd be like, "Wait, how did he know?" I've always been very intuitive. So
Mm.
that's another struggle, I would say. If you're very intuitive and you can sense things, which a lot of times I've not been wrong in my relationships.
Mm.
You feel something's going on, and the person's not telling you. It's a frustrating thing. I've called into different readers, and they said, "Well, at a certain point, you have to trust your intuition.
Yeah.
You can't badger." When I was younger, I used to be the badger person, like, "Oh, I know something's wrong. Let me get this and let me investigate. Let me. Now,
Mm.
as I got older, I'm like, okay, I feel something. Something's not being transparent. I don't got the time for it. I'm moving on.
Yeah.
And so now I've gotten to a place where I'm totally bored. It's just one of those things where I can sense things is off. 9 times out of 10, the people do call you after you vanish. I'm good at vanish. I'll vanish real quick,
Not
and they'll hit you.
banished. What the traitors?
Yeah, I vanish. I will vanish real quick because I just like, oh, I don't got time. Because when I was young, I used to. I'll vanish, and they hit me up and say, you know what? I apologize. I can't tell you how many times people apologize
Mm.
when they have hit me up again after a couple months, a couple of years. Say, you know what? Yeah, there was some things going on 9 times out of 10. People just don't want to say it in the moment,
Yeah.
and I don't know why. I think a lot of times people think that I'm going to be shocked because I'm not really. I don't know if it's a stereotype that you got to be have an edge to you, but that's not me. But I'm real. I'm
Mm.
real. But I think that for me, people withhold things. It could be my own energy. It could be that people maybe feel vulnerable because I am a little intuitive. So maybe
Mm.
people feel something's in them, like, oh, this man's may see a little more in me than I'm willing to show at the beginning.
Mm.
So something is
So that
going
scares
on there.
them.
What's it again?
So that scares them.
I think so. Maybe
Mm.
that could be because I've had many different readings and different things, and I've done it all. And I think that may be the thing. So what I was told actually is that because I'm so aggressive when it comes to guys,
Mm.
well, not when I like something, I will go for it. I'm not really wishy-washy that way. I'm just gonna go, okay, I like this. Hello, my name is Mel. You look nice, like my dad is with women, like my brother is with women. I'll go to a guy real quick. I mean, I don't have that issue. I'm not really shy like that.
Okay.
But I've been told many times, don't do that no more. Actually, do your thing, live your life, and let people come to you. Because when you go to people, then maybe they start feeling, I don't know what's going on, but yeah, I'm just bored. I'm bored. I'm not lonely.
Okay.
I'm just bored. I'm bored right now currently
Are
with
you, are
the
you, because when you say you're bored, are you bored with trying? Is it because you also said you're also comfortable in where you are. You're comfortable not dating or being with someone, but you also say that you're bored.
Yes, I'm bored. I'm bored with um I don't know. I just feel like when I go out, the same issue pops up every time. It just feel like something's off.
Mm.
I don't feel like the people is being honest. They,
Mm.
something. I just don't feel like I'm connecting with people in that way.
Mm.
And yeah, and I think for me, what's kind of crazy is that recently I didn't even think about this over the holiday time. I was minding my business, and this younger, I was going to say younger person, but this person in their 20s, I'm in my 40s. We knew each other for a couple of years.
Mm.
He hit me up on the holiday, apologizing. I did
Mm.
because I didn't cuss him out, blocked. I did a lot of stuff. Oh yeah,
Oh.
I cussed him because he was a little nervous. He was scared. He was in the closet. He had some issues going on.
Oh.
So I said, "Listen, I'm a grown man. I'm a very grown man. I don't put up with no crap. I don't want to deal with none of this stuff. So listen, you go live your life and grow up. And when you become a
Mm.
man, you can hit me up if you want to." So he hit me up a little while later,
Oh, he
and he's
became
like,
a man all of a sudden.
well, I think he became a horny man. That's what
Oh.
happened because, yeah, because he's like, listen, I'm out in Atlanta. I'm going to come back to New York to visit my family. I've been thinking about you, and I want to connect. I'm sorry that I wasn't, as open or as just honest with you. And so we kind of connected again over the holiday. It was pretty, bananas. It was crazy,
Hmm.
So that was a good little distraction. But it wasn't nothing to write home about for far as the emotional level.
Yeah. It
Excuse my
wasn't.
French.
It wasn't something that was going to be long term.
No. It was not. No, and I will say, like other callers, the sex was outrageous.
Here y'all
It was
go with the sex. Y'all
it,
making the
it
sex rule you.
it was outrageous. It was outrageous. But yeah, but for me, I'm grown. That for me, that's not going to be. I've done that many times
Yeah.
in my life. That's I've been very that way. But yeah, as I got older, I'm like that's not going to do it for me at this point. I need the person to be blunt.
Mhm.
I don't care what's going on in your life. Just let me know. So I want to be able to participate in the development of the friendship or the relationship. I don't want to just be blind.
Mm.
I don't want people just to manipulate me. That's what my problem is too. People seem to want to manipulate me to put me into a spot, and I don't like that. I want just tell me what it is so I can make a decision whether I want to deal with you or not. And I always feel like people just I feel manipulated a lot of the times with
Where
people.
are you finding the men? Because my main thing would be maybe switching up how you're finding your dates and things like that. Maybe different lounges and bars or clubs or apps.
Sometime at the gym, sometime at the library. A lot
Okay,
of times
library.
on yes, the library. I walk up to people, Kempire. I really do.
Good for you. I would not.
When people say I'm like in 2025, I've been doing it for a long time because I was so frustrated with the with the Craigslist and it's very
Mm.
random back way in the day.
I'm glad that you
Uh,
made it safely from Craigslist.
what's it again?
I'm glad you made it safely from Craigslist.
Listen, when I watched the Dharma movie of all
Yes.
things, not to make it, I watched it and I cried. I cried. I
Yeah.
said, but listen, this is another part of me too. I never talked about. I know I'm protected. I know I am because there have
Mm.
been times in my life, not to go into deep stories, but there have
Mm-hmm.
been times in my life that I've been scared, and it was nothing but my ancestors and my
Yep.
protection that
Mm-hmm.
got me out of those situations. Through the grace of God, I have no issues, no problems, no issues. But it's living in New York City, being young, gay, black, guy, whatever. It could be very dicey,
Yep.
especially when you're alone and you're out there experimenting,
Mm-hmm.
and you look for people to teach you stuff. So that's very scary. So yeah, and I saw that Dharma movie. I was like, oh my gosh,
You're
think
lucky to be alive.
absolutely, absolutely, because I was dealing with all type of races, not to be racist, but I was dealing with all type of people,
Yeah.
and so it's a little crazy. But yeah, I meet people online, and but I think that at this point, when I was talking to somebody recently, I'm not looking at this point. I'm just going to double down in what I'm focusing on, which is the politics. Is after the election, I'm more focused on that. I'm talking to
Okay.
different politicians, different things in my community.
Okay.
So I'm really focused on my own little projects, and
And you might meet people that way as well.
yeah. And you know what I think too? you know, I think one of my resolutions I made for myself is that everything that I was frustrated about in 2024, I'm not going to allow to take over my mind in 2025.
Mm.
So if I was disappointed with somebody, if I was disappointed with an experience, if I was
Mm.
frustrated with something, that was in 2024. I'm going to put that down. And this new year, I'm going to focus on what I can control. I don't want to live
Mm.
in mystery anymore. I can't mind read, but I do pick up vibes,
Mm.
and most of the time it's right. But I don't want to go into that. So I'm going to put all that down
Okay.
and focus more on the things I'm passionate about. And whatever happens, happen. I felt more happier with that kind of intention
Mm-hmm.
than I did with always trying to figure things out. Because that's one of my things too. I love to research, love to try to figure everything out. I've been doing it for over 20 years. At this point, it is what it is, and I want to just focus on things that I'm passionate about.
Mm.
And if somebody comes up and we can have a conversation, that'd be great. That was actually my intention to communicate with people of all ages and all races, men and women, does not matter to me.
Mm-hmm.
As long as we have a good vibe and we can communicate, then we can build a friendship. I'm not even thinking about relationship. And out of that, who knows what can happen as far as me meeting, somebody I might be interested in. So just
Okay.
being exposed to more people and being open to that and not being as jaded, because I guess recently I have been a little. My edge has been up a little more. I've been a little more edgier. I've been a little more. I've apologized to people sometimes when I went to stores I go to all the time, and I've not said good morning. I just have a little more edge to myself. So
Mm.
I have to this year. I'm trying not to be as as that edge, because it's come up over these past couple of years. So basically,
Okay.
just open myself up to people and be open and do what I like. And yeah, but in my past, it's been an intuition for me, and it's always been right. But I'm just like, at this point, I'm just putting the guys down for a little bit. And if they hit me up and I feel like I'm in the mood and, I'm not on apps anymore, it just got to be people I've known.
Mm.
I'm down for it if I feel like it. Other than that, I'm looking for new people, new experiences. And I'm not asking no questions to people. I just want to do what I want to do in the moment, what I love, and, let
Do you
God take over.
travel? I'm sorry to interrupt. Do you travel?
You know what? I'm taking care of a relative.
Okay.
I don't. Excuse me. I want to say one of my relatives actually in a rehab situation. They've had some medical issues.
Okay.
So I'm in New York City most of the time, and
Okay.
I want them to live for another 100 years, God willing. But yes, I'm not really going around to the places that you go to. I'm not going to Dubai, New York. I mean,
you
what
don't
is
have to go that far. I'm just saying maybe sometimes getting out of New York City, even if it's
yeah.
for like a couple of days, you might meet people that way.
You know what? My eye has actually been on for a long time, Santa Fe, because I actually want to
Oh.
do because I love Shirley MacLaine. My family love her, and I said, "Oh, I love it out there." Kempire, I have a whole side of me about the New Age that I don't go to when I call into these shows. But I want to do a sweat lodge. I have a friend who is an indigenous person, beautiful person, and he's been wanting me to pull me out to get into more of that side of things and shamans and a whole lot of stuff.
So why haven't
Absolutely.
you done that?
You know what? I made excuses. I've been busy with things, but yeah, I think this year I maybe opening myself up to
I think that's
saying yes to things.
I think the major thing for you, Mel, as a Virgo, and someone that's saying that they're bored with the current situation, one way to change being bored is to change your environment. And I'm not saying you need to move out of New York City, but it doesn't hurt. Go do that thing that you wanted to do. You wanted to go to Santa Fe. Go do that for a couple of days and then come back. You just never know. Even if you don't meet anyone there, it might change your whole energy and you might attract because your person it doesn't your person isn't not so many people say, oh, there's no men in this particular city. It's not that. It's all about your energy and what you believe. So no matter where, especially New York, because there are all kinds of people coming from different parts of the United States and the world that are coming through New York City that you can
Yeah.
bump into when you are at the supermarket or if you're on the train. So anything's always possible. I think what you need to do is, in order to shake up your energy, is to get out of New York for a little bit, go do the thing that you've been wanting to do, and then come back.
Yeah, that's true.
And then keep us
Yeah.
up to date on the Santa Fe trip.
You know what? When I go, I will. I will
Thank you.
let you know. Absolutely. You're right. I think that you ever watch the movie Steel Magnolias?
Yeah,
You
I
ever
love
watch
that
the
movie. Gay.
Okay, so
Look gay.
okay, all right. Well, you know what? Again, my queen is Shirley MacLaine. There was a scene when they said, Weezer. I think her name was Weezer. in the movie.
Yes.
They said, girl, what is wrong with you? She said, I'm nothing wrong with me. I just been mad for 40 years. Well, you know what, Kempire? Listen, after you lose somebody, I can admit I've been mad, and especially with things going on. I've been angry for a couple of years. I'll be honest with you. As I've been angry. I like calling to YouTube, as you know. I call in and I have fun. But for the most part, it's been real. It's been very, and I'm not really, and I know my heart is not open to new friendships, new people. And I'm not trusting people as much. I'm civilized to people. I have manners, but deep down, I'm not really having that deep, openness to people as I used to a couple of years ago.
So
So
you have some healing to do.
yes, sir, I do. Absolutely. I do.
Okay, Mel. Let's start that healing. Get out of New York for a little bit.
I will. I've been looking at your tickets for your events and stuff. Far as
Are you
going
coming?
to I'm gonna look at my schedule. I want to come see you in person. I do.
Okay.
I want to see.
This is
I
our
wanna see you.
third show here in New York City. There is a live
Third
stream
show.
option as well, but you're in New York, so come to the show.
Yeah, I need to walk through to see Mr. Kempire. Absolutely.
Yes, you do.
This is fun. Listen, this is the most relaxed I've ever been calling into one of your shows.
Well,
It's
we
been
appreciate
great.
you
All
calling
right, thank you
in.
so much.
Thank you, Mel. Have a good night.
You too.
Okay. All right, guys, if you haven't already, if you're just joining us, this is a special dating and astrology. It's mostly dating and relationships and things like that. I'm leaving the door open for people to talk about what they want to talk about. We have a lot of people backstage. I'm trying to get to everyone, so I'm not rushing people off the phone, but just keep in mind there are people waiting. So share your story and we'll move forward. Okay. All right. We have MK backstage. Where's I just talking to you, MK?
Listen, you actually just woke me up. My
Oh, and
son.
there's a baby?
Yeah, it's 4 a.m.
Oh, you forgot you're in Scotland.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. Okay, I should have took you first.
Yeah, it's okay. So my whole thing was about single people and preferences in dating and how sometimes that can hinder your search. So my story is I'm into tall, blacky black men. And I wanted a guy that can't read, but a guy that like loves reading. And child, no, he no wake. Okay. Yeah, so I wanted a tall guy, dark, a person who loves reading. And I didn't get that. When I met my husband, I'm 5'9". He's 5'8". He is not white, he's pink. Like he burns on a cloudy day.
He's Scottish, for those that don't know. MK's calling from Scotland. Okay.
Yeah. He's not that into reading. He's not fussed, like I'll tell him it's a great book and he'll be like, yeah. We have different tastes when it comes to movies. He likes, I call them pow pow movies, like, action movies, pew pew pow pow.
Oh, okay.
I don't like that. Like I'll watch Oscar nominated movies. I'll troll the Cannes, season to see, what movies are out. And he just, we're different like that. But into our relationship, I realized, oh, wait, you're nothing that I wanted, but you're everything I needed.
Oh.
I'm a Pisces, and I'm not like emotional boohoo crying Pisces. I'm hot-headed, quick to anger Pisces.
Oh, damn. Okay.
I had a friend who called me a spicy Pisces, and I was like, ooh, yes, that sounds correct. Okay. And he is so calm. He is so calm. He never judges me for my anger bouts. He understands them. He never takes them personally. And I also suffer from depression. And I haven't been able to take my depression meds, so I was pregnant, then now I'm nursing our son. Yeah. So whenever my moods are up and down, he gets that. And even when we were dating, like I call them episodes because sometimes I can feel it coming on. And he would send me like funny things and I'd be like, this isn't really helping. And he's like, yeah, but I don't know what to do. And I thought maybe if it gets you to laugh, like you won't feel so bad for like this brief moment. And I remember there was one time I was bitching to my mom about something that he did. And my mom was like, you have a good man, Savannah, like in a nutshell. And we were just talking about like, her relationship with my dad and another person that I know who I won't name because they might watch this.
Oh.
And we were just comparing notes. And I was like, oh, I do have a good guy. Like my husband has no qualms about like helping out in the house. There's some men where it's like, if I do a dish, I'll die. If I fold laundry, I can talk about that one time I did laundry 3 months ago and da 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 da. My husband will fold my undies. He will do dishes. He will take out trash. He'll help me cook and clean. He'll help with our son. And it's not with me asking him. Now, there are some things where I was like, I don't want to have to ask you. And he picked up on that. And now it's easy breezy for us. But I say all this
what's your
to say
husband's sign?
He swears he's a Leo, but I told him he's actually a Libra. He's born August 28th.
August 28th?
Yeah.
He is a Virgo.
Oh, that's a Virgo? Oh, okay. I don't know these. Listen, I know me, and that's it. But he swears he's a Leo because he's like, no, he was born in August. And I'm like, you're not a Leo. And he's like, but I was born in
early
August.
Like, if he was born like August 18th. But no, he
exactly.
is a Virgo.
But he's not. And funnily enough, all the other men in my life are Leos. My dad, my brother, my brother-in-law, his mom, all Leos.
Wow.
Yeah. So I say all this to say, like, sometimes we have this list of like, my man has to tick all these boxes.
Yep.
But then you're shutting off men who tick boxes that you didn't even know you needed ticked. Because had I found my tall, dark, handsome, very studious guy, would he be able to handle my moods, my mood
Mm.
swings, my up and downs?
Mm.
Would he be a person where if we're arguing, he's arguing back with me and he's
Mm.
punching walls, you
Mm.
know?
Yeah.
So sometimes like I hate how my husband is a pushover.
Mm.
And I tell him, like, sometimes I just want you to be like, no. Because, like, if we're planning something and I'm like, I don't want to go, he's like, okay. And sometimes I'm like, no, don't say okay, like, push back. And then I'll talk to my girlfriends and this other person who I'm not going to mention, and I'll hear about their husbands. And
Mhm.
I'm like, oh, no, no, no. I'm happy I got my little pushover because I can't deal with a man who'll give me lip back.
Well, let me tell you something. He's a Virgo, so he really isn't a pushover. He probably is allowing as much as he's allowing, but he is
Mhm.
definitely no pushover.
Well, okay, so here's the thing. I've watched enough of you to know that like your star isn't everything. That sometimes
Yes.
like your moon, your sun, your
Rising.
clouds, your
Mhm.
grass
You're
is like,
saying-
that they all contribute. But my husband is very, very, very much a pushover.
Mm.
And that's something that we've had to work on.
Mm.
So even when I was listening to Rahina's story, I was like, oh, baby, that couldn't be me. Because when we were dating, I set those boundaries with my husband when we were
Mm.
boyfriend and girlfriend. Because I was like, the way I've seen my parents navigate their marriage, I don't want anything less. You know,
Mm.
like my parents are very 50-50. There
Mm.
isn't a woman and a man's chore. My dad is not above like cleaning the tub as mom vacuums. Like it's,
No.
you know,
Yeah.
and I've had to help him like build that backbone
Mm.
even with his folks.
Mm.
And I'm lucky that my mother-in-law is not evil. She's a wonderful lady.
Mm.
I mean, when I met her, I told my parents she's the kind of person where if you have an issue with her, you're the problem. Like she's
Mm.
sweet, sweet, sweet lady.
Yeah.
But, you know, he's the eldest son and he's one of two children.
Okay.
And his mom, for the longest time, she's those women who do everything for
For
their
him.
kids.
Mm.
It's giving Destiny's Angels cater to you, you know? And I had to tell my husband, listen, when we get married, you're not marrying your mother. And
Mm.
coincidentally, me and this lady have the same first name.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. And I was like, you're not marrying mommy. You know, like
Mm.
I'm not, this is gonna be a partnership. You're not my child, you know?
Mm.
And there's been times where with our son, like she's unintentionally made slick comments.
Mm.
And I'll just look at my husband and I'm like, you better handle this. And
Mm.
he'll, you know, they'll have a little talk,
Okay.
you know, and she'll get a little tune up.
Okay. Not
And, you
too
know,
up.
this is her attitude. Yeah. And that's something for married people if you're newly married, because we're only 3 years married now.
Mm.
Like, you gotta have those conversations with your spouse in private.
Yeah.
Because if you're the one who's fighting with your in-laws, you look bad.
Yeah.
It's gotta be your husband or your wife being the one going back to their family to be like, no, 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 no.
We're
We're
not
not playing this
accepting
game.
that.
We're not having that. So I've had times when, you know, I've withheld baby pictures because I'm like, I don't like your attitude.
MK,
You
a
know?
lot of people are going to want to know though, because I think the conversation that you bring up is very important when it comes to our preferences, our lists, the
Mm-hmm.
things that
Mm-hmm.
we must have. How did
Mm-hmm.
you even meet your guy, and how did you end up in Scotland?
Okay. I really don't want to stay too long because I'm conscious of the line. But I met him when I was in London. I was doing my master's.
Mm.
I can't even know how many years ago. I was 22, so that was 8 years ago.
Wow.
I was doing my master's, and I'm different, and I've known as different for a long time.
Mm.
And it's brought me a lot of issues when I was younger. We
Mm.
moved to the States when I was 12,
Mm.
and you're Caribbean, so you must know this. Like, my parents are African, and African and Caribbean folks, like, you know, your parents are like, you have to be studious, and we're going to America, so it's not fun and games, and
Mm-hmm.
don't mix with the wrong crowd, so to speak. So, you
Yeah.
know, like, African Americans were not my parents' favorite people because of what you see on the news and stuff. So
Sorry to the African Americans.
sorry, I
Calm
don't feel
down.
that way now, but
Yeah,
like people
yeah,
who have immigrant parents will know what I mean.
exactly.
The news isn't the kindest back home. And with where I'm from, it's a British colony. So, you know, people want to aspire to that kind of thing.
Mm-hmm.
And my family is very proper. So when we moved to the States, it was difficult because the bullying that I expected to
Mm.
receive, I thought I would have the white kids bullying me.
Mm-hmm.
It was the African American kids who would bully me.
Yeah.
And I'd be called, I'd be called an Oreo.
Mm.
Why am I talking different?
Mm.
How did I learn English? Do I live with lions? Like really horrible stuff. And as a
Yeah.
Pisces, I'm super emotional, and it was super overwhelming. So, I retreated in myself, and I didn't learn to embrace my differentness until high school when I found a group of other misfits
Okay.
where we weren't the typical quote unquote black kids.
Yeah.
Like they listen to K-pop, which I'm not into, but I listen to indie rock music and I like alternative rock music. So we kind of had that community.
Mm.
So my husband, when I was in London, I went to a music concert for a small indie rock band, and
Mm.
he happened to be there, and they're a Scottish rock band, and we met at the bar. We just had a conversation. I mean, I was the only Black person there, and I guess
You
in his
stood
mind, it's
out.
kind of like, yeah, yep. And I've had to get used to that feeling of like, okay, I'm the only Black person here. Awesome, cool. Let me try and enjoy this and not sit and stew in that awkwardness.
Yeah.
And so we struck up a conversation and we exchanged email addresses because I don't want to give my number. My mother watches Lifetime and the ID channel, and I grew up with Wendy Williams telling us about, the
The
killer.
killer.
So
Mm-hmm.
so I was like, you're not gonna get my phone number, but here's my email. And so he went back to Scotland. We'd email back and forth. And whenever he'd come to London, we'd meet up. We'd exchange like, oh, this person is touring on this date. Are you going to come down? And this person's touring here. We could meet up and, hang out.
Mm-hmm.
And all those meetups turned into like, oh, I think, wait, do I like you? And there's just different things that were happening. Like he'd make me playlists, and in those
Oh.
playlists, we realized, oh, whoa. So his favorite band in the whole wide world, and he has their tattoos on his back, are this small Welsh rock band. And my favorite band in the whole wide world is a small English band.
Mm.
And when he mentioned, oh, I listen to yada, 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 and then my band, I was like, wait, you know this band?
Mm-hmm.
And he's like, yeah, I love their stuff. And when I was sending him like, okay, this is my playlist to you to listen to, like a couple of cool bands, I put his band that he likes. So you know that scene in Step Brothers where it's like, wait, did we just become best friends? It felt like that.
Mm.
But in a way of like, wait, do I like you? Like, what is this? It felt very weird to meet someone who knows your band, and it's like, I've never met anyone else who knows, this particular band.
Yeah.
So we kept hanging out, meeting back and forth. And on a day that we were seeing the Foo Fighters, I texted him and I was like, please don't read this until you've flown back home. So this is months later, so now we have phone numbers.
Okay.
And on WhatsApp,
I assumed.
yeah, so this is like months later. We've been traveling back and forth to each other for like months now. And so he was flying back to Scotland, and I sent him a text and I was like, don't read the following messages until like the next day. And he was like, okay, cool. And on WhatsApp, you can see when someone reads it. For sure, he didn't read it until the next day.
Man of his
And
word.
in that, huh?
A man of his word.
Yes. And in that text, I was like, I really like you. And I didn't plan on liking you because my master's program was just a year. I was supposed to fly there, do my master's, go back to the States, and like, not really date anyone. And I was like, I really like it. I don't know what to do. And I'm hoping you like me too. But if you don't, I am 100% okay with just being friends. Like, I don't want to lose this friendship. And he replied back and he was like, wow, I like you too. And I was planning on telling you the same thing. And I was hoping that's what you were saying and that you weren't breaking up with me. And so that kind of started like our dating, so to speak. And that was May. And by December, I had to come back to the States because I finished my program. And so it was quandary of how do we have a long distance like how do we, and that was 2018. So I flew, to Scotland to see him every couple of months. We got engaged 2020 January with a plan to get married in November, and then
Wait, January
COVID
of
happened.
2020?
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah. So COVID happened. And the UK had really strict like quarantine stuff where it's like you'd have to quarantine for like 2 weeks in the airport.
Yeah.
And the job I had, I literally only had enough hours for 2 weeks off. And I was like, I'm not spending my vacation in a quarantine hotel.
Yeah.
So we had to postpone the wedding. The wedding happened a year later, and Kempire, I got pregnant on my honeymoon. I got pregnant on my honeymoon. And what's so funny is I'd seen my OB about birth control before the wedding. And I thought birth control works by like you take the pill and it works immediately. Like I
No.
didn't know it has to be taken for a while to be effective. So I popped that pill on the plane thinking, all right, I'm gonna land, I'm protected. The wedding was 2 days after me landing. And I kid you not, 5 days before me flying out, I'm like, oh, I'm late. But I didn't think much of it because, like, it's never on time. The third day, I was like, okay, I'm never this late. So, for shits and giggles, we got a test and I was pregnant. And we were both like, wait, how? How? Like, it was.
I'm gonna be like this, like heavenly. Did you trap him? No playing.
No, it was crazy. We, my OB was like, you realize you landed and got pregnant. And I was like, yeah, I realize that now. So we have a wonderful baby boy. But this is the thing with life is, again, with the whole dating thing is I'm also religious, and I feel like God doesn't give you what you want. He gives you what you need. I was dragging my feet on applying for my US citizenship. And this baby was the impetus that I needed to be like, wait, why am I dragging my feet? I had talked in passing about I want to be a mom before I'm 30. I gave birth at 29. I talked in passing, I want to be married before I'm 30. I got married at 28. And when we were talking, I was like, oh my God, do you realize all these things that I said in passing, they've all come to fruition. So I also believe in power of the tongue.
Yes.
In both positive and negative ways.
Yes.
So like whenever he and I are joking about something negative, I'll be like, oh, you better spit that out and knock on wood, because you never know what you're saying. Like you're putting it out there.
Yeah.
And just, speak positivity into stuff.
Yeah.
So again, with anyone dating, yes, you can have a list, but I wouldn't stick to it 100%. Leave room for flexibility. Leave room for serendipity to swoop in, because had I stuck to my list and he said hi to me at that bar, I wouldn't be married, I wouldn't have my baby. And me moving here was due to the fact that we applied for his green card. So we got married, I moved back here, and again, like I said, I was dragging my feet. I didn't want to get the citizenship. I was like, yeah, why? The green card's just fine.
Yeah.
And then stuff happened in the States, and I was like, let me apply because I don't know how things might happen. I applied, had the baby, and we applied for his green card. And it was just taking so long. So long. And in that time, he was flying back and forth to see me and our son. And I was like, we can't continue this.
Yeah.
Like right now, he's small. Yes, he doesn't know what's going on, but he's going to get bigger. So unfortunately, my husband missed the first teeth. He was with me for 6 weeks when I was postpartum. But he also had to go back because his paternity leave ended. So, we'd FaceTime every day. I'd send pictures every day, but it's not the same as like being next to your baby. He would fly back, and he used to feel bad because the baby would cry when he held him. And I'm like, well, number one, you're exhibiting nervous energy. This baby feels it because he's like, man, get off me. Like, you're going to drop me.
Yeah.
And number two, you're not here enough to feel comfortable handling the child.
Yeah.
So I had to put my big girl panties on because I moved April of last year, but we came to visit him January of last year. And at that point, our son had 4 teeth, and he was just starting to sit up. And I was like, you're gonna miss a lot if we keep waiting for this damn green card to come.
Yeah.
So I put in my 2 weeks notice with my job. Coincidentally, right after I got a really huge pay increase, that even my boss was like, "Are you sure you want to leave?" And I was like, I have to. My husband is missing stuff. Our son is now standing. He's gonna be walking in a couple of weeks.
Yeah.
You know, he's eating solids, he's babbling.
Yeah.
And I quit my job, canceled my lease, paid $1,000 to cancel the lease, sold everything at throwaway prices, gave up a lot of my stuff, and moved with 4 suitcases and a baby to Scotland.
Wow.
And it's been the best decision ever. We didn't tell them that I did any of that. We surprised them in April. We walked in the house and they heard this baby babbling and they're like, "No, who?" Because they don't lock their doors. And they're like, "No, who is this?" And there was my son crawling towards them. And
Oh.
his mom, boo
I
hoo, I'm
bet.
fucking Viola Davis boo hoo cries.
Not Viola
Not
Davis.
the whole works. And in that moment, I knew, okay, I've made a good decision.
Yeah.
Our son now loves I'm chopped liver to this boy. When he comes home, it's dada, 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 follows him everywhere. And I like to remind him, do you remember when you felt nervous, when you felt like, oh, he doesn't love me? No, look, you're his flea.
Yeah.
You know, he loves his grandparents, and they're like a 5-minute drive away from us.
Oh.
So, yes, I quit my job. Yes, I lost a really fantastic job with a great pay. I lost my apartment, my car, Target, but
You see what's happening with Tarjay now. You ain't missing much.
I see, but I'm not gonna lie. I missed before the foolishness.
Yes.
I miss Target. I miss Instacart. I miss Costco. I mean, we have a Costco here, but it's 4 hours away. But
Oh.
I miss all the conveniences of the States. But then when I see what I've gained as a result of everything I've given up, then I'm happy because I'm just one flight away from my folks. I'm 5 minutes away from his folks. He
Yeah.
gets to see his dad. The daycare he's in here is fantastic. There's clean air, fresh air. The folks are nice. There's no racism, pollution. I'm like, oh, okay, I could stay here full time.
And can you imagine if you had been stubborn about, no, I'm going to stay in the States? You probably would have been very unhappy.
I'd have been unhappy and overwhelmed because I'm a single mom when I didn't sign up to be I'm a married single mother.
Yeah.
I'd be upset for him because he's missing all these milestones.
Yeah.
And it's dang expensive. Like these flights have changed.
Yeah.
They're no longer cheap. They're super expensive.
Yeah.
So just, expand your horizons, be open to different.
One of the other things that you mentioned that I wanted to highlight in regards to the power of the tongue, because I thought it was really interesting that you said you had set goals for, you wanted to get married before 30, you wanted to have children before 30, and that's what happened. I think the other important detail when it comes to manifesting is that people harp on, I want to get married before. I think you said that and you just left it as if it was just going to happen, and that's what exactly happened.
Sure did. And I'm lucky that happened, but I've also learned that there's other things that I've quote unquote manifested, but then I don't do a damn thing towards it. So then it's not gonna happen. Like I'll be like, I want to lose 20 pounds, but then I'm eating Doritos. Like it's not gonna happen. And that's a stupid example, but you get what I mean.
Yes.
So I'm lucky that my talking out loud of I want to be married and have a kid before 30 happened.
Yeah.
But I feel like it also happened because I was willing to be accepting of different things life brought me, like my husband, and entertaining this 5'8" Scottish guy versus being like, no,
Yeah. Dead set on.
Had I said
I
that,
said I want this.
exactly. So I'll never get my Idris Elba, but then would Idris Elba put up with my BS? I don't know. Probably not. So you
I guess
know,
we will never know.
we will never know. So anyone who is married, and if sometimes you're looking at your spouse and you're like, oh, what if I had dated that other guy, or what if, sometimes it also helps just to try to see the good. Obviously, if he's a trash man, he's trash. Like in Rahina's case, her first boyfriend, trash. But sometimes I look at my issues with him and I'm like, no, this is not really a real issue. Like, stop playing. This is workable. It's fixable. You know, if I'm upset about, you're not decisive enough, that's a conversation we can have, and it's fixed.
Yeah.
So yeah,
Okay.
that's
I'm
my
glad you
story.
stayed up to call us.
It is now 5 a.m. I'm gonna go to bed.
Go to bed. We appreciate you sharing your story, and I'm sure the replay crew are going to benefit a lot from what you shared. I'm sure everyone that's watching now has benefited a lot as well. So thank you for being so transparent.
Of course.
Have
See
a
you.
good night. Bye.
Bye-bye.
All right. Okay. We have a long line of people, and I'm going to try to get to everyone. I am, because it's Friday night, but then I'm also going to the Crappy Awards tomorrow night, or later today, as I should say, because it's after midnight here. All right. Because I'm drinking a lot of water, I need to take another bathroom break because we do have a long line and I don't want to rush people. So I'm going to put on the elevator music and I'm going to force you to look at Giselle Bryant. I will be right back. And I'm back. Guys, if you haven't already, be sure to like the video. And if you're watching the replay of this, be sure to share your thoughts and opinions and experiences in the comment section. A reminder, we listen and we read and we don't judge, okay? We listen and we don't judge. Don't forget, the Kempire After Dark live experience is coming to New York City on Friday, February 21st, literally 3 weeks from tonight. So make sure you get your tickets. More information is available in the description. And of course, today's romantic show is sponsored by our friends over at Rose Forever. A discount code Kempire20 is available in the description as well. All right. We have, like I said, we have a long line of people backstage. Okay. I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 people. So we have April, Audrey, Nikki, Danielle, Lamara, Noelle, Arjun, Southern, Judgy, and we have V Suave. Okay. All right. We're going to bring April up next. April, what did you want to share?
Can you hear me?
Barely. Why? Do you have your headset in?
Is this late here? I do. Wait, let me turn it up. Is this better?
Take your headset off because I think that might be better. Because sometimes the headsets make it weird.
Is that better?
A lot better.
Okay. Okay. All right. Okay. Okay. So, ooh, yeah. I think I've talked to like every sign, and for some reason, me and Scorpios, I don't know why they like me. There's like a love-hate relationship.
And what's
So
your
I
sign?
am a Aries. So,
Oh, okay.
hmm?
No, go ahead.
Yeah. So all the Aries women, I'm starting to think we may be the problem, but that's okay. I love us all. So I'm an Aries Sun, Aries Rising, Pisces Moon with a Pisces Mercury. I have a Pisces Saturn, so I have a lot of Pisces placements. My 12th house is ruled by Pisces, and I have a Pisces stellium in that 12th house. So yeah, there's a lot going on with me. And so I just want to say for all the people that are going through their Pisces Saturn, we can do it, guys. I know it's temporarily going to leave Pisces for a little bit, then it's going to go back because it's going to go in reverse. So I don't think it technically ends until next year. When this is all over, I'm going to have the biggest margarita from Chili's. I'm going to do the 10 for 3, or no, the 3 for 10. They're going to catch me there, okay? I need a burger and some fries and a drink. But if the last Scorpio, which I don't think he's going to reach out to me, because if he does, I'm going to put him in somebody's jar and bury him in the backyard, like magical wise. For all my woo-woo girlies out there that be practicing, y'all know what I'm talking about. This man, I literally, like, I love love and I love the idea of love and I like people, but I don't like people. So, and with him, where did I meet him? I forgot where I met him. I met him on the app. So I've been on the different apps. So Black, Hinge, they are unhinged, Tinder and things like that. And at first it seemed like it was gonna go, maybe okay with the Scorpio man. Now, mind you, he's an island man, so you know how it is. I'm African American, but my mom, may she rest in peace, she was Jamaican, so I'm half Jamaican.
Okay.
And so it was like, okay, I'm gonna try it, and it just didn't work out like for them, just for whatever reason, because again, island men, there's something wrong with him. And I feel like for me, and this is for everybody else, if you're listening, if someone does not like their birthday, run for the hills.
Oh.
They have trauma behind that. And I don't think a lot of people realize.
Oh, you went low for a second. What happened? Now I can't hear you. April? I can't hear you. Did your heads? It sounds as if your headphones may have connected. I can't hear you. Mm, Mm-mm. I can't hear you at all, April. Uh-oh. April, it sounds like you're still talking, but I cannot hear you. April? Nope. April, I can't hear you. It sounds like you're talking, but I can't hear you. April, I still can't hear you. All I hear is like it's very, very low. All right, April, I'm gonna have to drop you because I don't know if you can hear me. Okay, April, I have to drop you because you can't hear me and we can't hear you at all. So do me a favor. Maybe you need to drop out and then call back in. Okay? Because I don't think you can hear me. Yeah, Fox says I can hear her a little. You're very low though. It went from being stellar to us not being able to hear her at all. I think our headphones may have went on. You ever had that happen to you with the headphones go on and then that might be it. April. Can someone let her know in the private chat backstage? We can't hear her. Let me try her one more time. Let me see. April, are you there?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Now I can. Woo!
Oh, okay. Sorry, wait. My AirPods. Hold on. Let me put them back in the
Yeah,
case.
put them
I
in the
can't.
case. I knew it was that.
I can't find the case. Goodness. Hold on. Wait. Okay, wait. I got my AirPods in. Okay, y'all. Technical difficulties. Okay, can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Okay. So, so there I am. I'm like, hello? Hello? Like the smirk guy. Can you hear me? Can you hear me now? So I hang up the phone. Then I get a text talking about saying, I'm not doing too I'm not doing too well, right now. And you're a beautiful soul, whoopty whoop whoop whoop. And I hope that we meet in another lifetime. And I was like, okay, this is cute, but creepy. Hard on voice. So I said, pardon me, who is this? And also let me backtrack. Also in the text it said, I know this might be selfish of me, but I wanted to hear your voice type stuff. I said, oh, okay. Then fast forward back to I said, so who's this? So then he reveals himself. We're gonna call him Taj Mahal. That's gonna be his name, Taj Mahal. He's not majestic, he's actually scum of the earth.
Oh.
So moving on. So I'm like, oh yeah, yeah, okay, hi, how are you? And then he was just like, yeah, how you doing? I'm like, yeah, I'm good. Like, "Mm, why are you here, sir?" And so then he was like, oh, someone passed away, his brother. And I was like, oh, okay. Because like Scorpio men, they like to try to play the long game with you and try to draw out like what they really want. And it's like, oh well, I'm sorry to hear that. Cause even though I could be a butthole, I won't be a complete butthole. You know what I'm saying? So I said, okay, I'm sorry to hear that. So then we started rehashing over the past and things like that. And then I just had to just stick to my boundaries and just stand up for myself. And I'm just like, I don't think I want to entertain anything with you because he was throwing out hints in there that he wanted to be with me. And then I was like, and it took me like 1 to 3 business days to literally get back to his text because you're psycho, and I know I have a tendency to try to see the best in people, but I'm just like, I don't know. So then he was trying to be my friend. I was like, what are you doing that's so deserving to be my friend? I said, to be my friend is a privilege. That's an honor. I don't just give that to every and anybody. Like, what makes you so deserving of that? Because mind you, right, me and him did not mix, everything. And I'm just like, okay, April, keep that in your head. Like, don't get weak in the knees. I almost wanted to get him. I was like, nah. Then his old self started to creep back out. And then he had the full unmitigated gall of audacity towards the end, again, because we're talking about the past things that went awry, and that's when his old self started to come up. So I wore a maxi dress to Miami. Now, mind you, this maxi dress is not scandalous, but even if it was, you should be confident and secure in yourself and confident in me. And I have big boobs. I'm sorry. Like everybody in my family, like we have boobs. What do you want me to do? I can't hide them. So he was talking about that. I was like, it was just a dress. Get over it. And then now there was this one incident where I went to Rolling Loud in Miami by myself. And I'm a free agent. Like my girl Winter said, I'm a free agent, baby. I'm undefeated. And if you don't ask me to be your girl, we're not together. So I uploaded a video on my Instagram. And the guy that was feeling me was also in the video. And y'all not gonna believe this. So I had on like a white, like a bodysuit with black shorts. Why did the guy that I like, we wound up matching that day? This was not planned. We wound up match. Yeah, yeah. And so I uploaded it to my Instagram and he lost all his marbles. I mean, all his marbles. He said, I was praying for you day and night. And this is what you want to do? I said, so you know me.
April,
And
you're going
then
a little in and out. That's the only thing I have to say about your audio. It's still kind of going in and out. And I don't know if you're moving and that's why it's doing that, but are you there? Hello?
yes, I'm still here.
Okay.
So and so I was like, it's not like that. Like it's okay. And then now fast forward back to the present day. So we're going over all the things that led to us getting to that.
Mhm.
And then I just decided, you know what? Myself, tell me, girl. Yes. I said, you're right. I said, you're right. Yes, because I don't want to be your friend. I don't have anything to offer you. You don't have anything to offer me. So me trying to be very nice, I said, listen, because at this point, he's gaslighting me. He's being condescending. He's like, oh, you're so right. Everything is my fault. And I was like, yeah, because you're a butthole, dude. Like, what's not clicking? So after I politely told him about himself, I sent him a nice, nasty, polite text. And I said, look, I said, please do not text me ever again. I said, I'm dead serious. I want to talk to you. We have nothing in common. I said, for a person who says that they want to get back with me or even be my friend,
Mm.
I said, the severe state that you've regressed to is so unbecoming, even for you. So let's just not talk anymore. So then this man gonna try to play in my face and say, yo, he tried to call me slow. I said, huh? He said, I thought you would have caught on by now that I'm being sarcastic. And I knew that you would eventually catch on.
Mm.
And I said, this is what he meant. I'm sorry. And I told him that, I said, oh, let's clap for the effing dummy of the week. I said, you tried to stay in my face every 3 years, Negro, please. I said, let's not do that. Don't insult my intelligence. That's not what we're going to do. And I did make fun of his status about his card almost getting revoked because I feel like one time when he tried to reach back out to me 3 years ago, he
Mm.
was trying to secure his green card.
Mm.
And so I politely let him know, sir, I know someone who almost didn't get sent back home is talking to me crazy. We're not gonna do that. And I told him that his that he has a weird obsession with men and belittling women and he needs help. And I said, it's not my fault that your mother doesn't love you and that you couldn't cope as a child. And this is the other side of April. But we listen, we don't judge. And I told him, you need to go jump into traffic and you need to join your deceased brother.
Now
And then I and
April.
then I and I said, and then I ended off with call her a peon, bleep, 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 Negro. And I blocked it.
Okay.
I know.
April.
I know.
April, I have to let you go just because the sound is going in and out. And I'm sure this is not a pleasurable experience for everyone that's watching and listening. But we appreciate you sharing your story. And maybe
No
the next
further.
time we'll be able to try this again so that we're able to hear you fully, but it's going in and out.
Okay. I can call back in if you want me to or
Okay.
not.
Well, we have a
Okay.
long line, so probably not tonight.
Okay. Okay.
All right. Thank
Bye.
you so much for calling in. All right. All right. We appreciate everyone their patience. Shout out to our King's Guards. King's Guards, I understand if you can't stay for this entire live because we've been live how much? 3 hours. Okay. But we're going to try and get to some of the other callers that are backstage because we have now like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 people backstage. No promises we'll get to everyone, but we're going to try. Audrey is backstage. We're going to bring Audrey up next. Audrey, what did you want to share?
Hi, Kempire.
Hey.
You deserve an award for hanging in there. That was a lot. Wow. Thank you for taking my call.
Of course.
This is the first one I've ever even called in on. I've heard you mention him, but and I stayed up late to listen to some of the callers. I think my situation is a little different. I find like you know I'm I find like I'm in this spot where I think God is separating me from a lot of things.
Mm,
I was in a bad relationship uh, about a year and a half ago. I'm a Scorpio. He was a Libra,
mm,
and I would never date a Libra man ever again in my entire life. Um, but we have been friends for a very long time, for like 13 years.
mm.
We met in Harlem at a museum, very like the whole fantasy. And hmm?
No, I was saying like, yeah, that's really it's like a storybook. Okay.
Yeah. And and then he got like a fellowship across the country, and then I was working and whatever on the East Coast, and but we always stayed in touch.
Mm,
And even when we were dating other people, he'll always send me this beautiful note every time it was my birthday.
mm,
And I just always thought he was just like the guy, like when I date other guys, I will always kind of compare them to him.
mm,
Tall, handsome, worldly, love to travel, love to help people, read a lot, very interesting, very curious, and that's something that I like. Well spoken, all kinds of things. And then it was around when COVID hit, and he was like, "Oh, I'll be in your city to visit because some of his family lives here,
mm,
and it's clear across the country. And I want to take you out to dinner, and da da da." And I was like, "Okay." And so we went out to dinner, had a great time. Like no time had passed, and he looked amazing and all that. And you know, just fast forward, like I remember thinking like, okay, I guess it'll be another 10 years before I see him or whatever. And but he just started blowing up my phone. And just follow this, Campfire. 'Cause I've been through a lot of therapy and a lot of training, and I'm seeing what this all was.
mm-hmm.
But and he started blowing up my phone. It was so great seeing you. Hey, I'm going home to Miami after, I leave here, your city and blah, blah, blah. Can you come and visit me?" And I was like, No, I have to work," like an adult, like I have to work. And then it was, continuously talking to me, calling me, sending me photos of his travel and whatever. Then when he got back clear across the country, he was like, "Well, can you visit me here?" And I'm like, "What?" But we have been talking for on the regular for a while now. And I went out and visited him, whole thing. And you know, he was just like, he like came on to me one night, and I'm like, "What is this?" And this is after I asked him flat out, "Hey, what are your intentions with me?" He
Mm.
said, "Oh, to build on our friendship and continue to be friends." I'm like, "Okay." Then the next day, like he no, that night he like came on to me,
That
and then the
night.
next, mm-hmm. And I was like, "Wait, what are you doing?" Because it was just the whole thing is very confusing to me. Then the
Yeah.
next day he was like, "Oh, we can't be together," and da da da. It'll never work. I've been in long distance relationships. They never work. The girl I dated before you, she moved to, New York, and that's why it didn't work. Meanwhile, I'm a Scorpio. I knew all about the girl, knew exactly where she moved. 'Cause I did my research. But I acted like I didn't. But
You're like, oh.
but yeah, like please. I knew who all of his ex-girlfriends were, most of them. And so I was like, okay. And then anyway, he just kept, even when I went back home, I was a little disappointed and everything like that. But then he kept calling again. And anyway, long story short, that back and forth went on for a while. And then one day I was on my way to my friend's wedding, in San Diego. And I originally told him when I just mentioned it in passing, I was like, oh, my friend is getting married in California, so I'll be back here and blah, blah. And I think, I'm going to fly into LA. My friends my friends were like, oh no, you should actually fly into San Diego because it's closer to um, where the wedding's going to be. So I was like, okay, not thinking anything. Go to the wedding, da da da. And then the next day he calls me and he's like, how's the wedding? I'm like, it was great. He's like, oh, okay, just want to let you know I'm here. And I'm like, where? He said, LA. I'm like, I'm in San Diego. And he's like, what are you doing in San Diego? I'm like, anyway, I'm like, wait, what are you doing here? He said, I just came to see you. He drove from Oakland, California, to Los Angeles to see me. Yep. And then drove from Los Angeles to San Diego to take me out to dinner for one night. So I mean, like, I was just in, you know what I mean? I was just like, oh my God, this guy's amazing, da da da. And so then we agreed to date. It was gonna be long distance, it's gonna be difficult. But he always ran this whole game of, I want to get to your city and we can, start a relationship there and blah blah blah, because it's not a real relationship unless we see each other every day and blah blah blah. Anyway, whole, a lot of back and forth, and he never posted me on social media. When he would do something, like if I would go visit him and we were around his home girls, I put that in quotes, he was always acting weird around me. I can clearly tell these are girls who were into him, but he's acting like he couldn't. He would walk in front of me. Um, and so the thing that I struggled with was I have a very public job where people recognize me all the time and are very kind to me and really gracious to be happy to be in my presence. And I'm a very kind person, generous, giving, loving. Like I'm very much so like that. And to have someone who kind of like, it made me feel like acted like he was embarrassed of me, it really, really did a lot to my self-esteem. And I was just going through a lot. I had a death in the family. And he was like, I'm never going anywhere. I'm going to stay right by your side. Da da da. Fast forward, he's on the fence about taking a job here. I convinced him, like, listen, this is a great job. You should take it. I remember thinking to myself, because he said to me, I want a job with the least amount of responsibility as possible. That was I mean, I remember going, what? Because it was like a light bulb that went off, like not a light bulb, but definitely like a woo.
You're like,
Like yeah, like that's weird. And mind you, like I'm someone who I own my own home. I own my own car, very nice things. I have I do very well in my career, all these things. And to be with someone who would say something like, I want the least amount of responsibility as possible, I knew that did right. Thank you for making those faces.
as
I
soon
knew
as you
that
said
did
it, but I'm
not
also
align
Jamaican,
with
so
me.
sometimes I'm like, maybe it's just the Jamaican in me. But okay.
No, no. And but anyway, uh he moved here, but before he moved here, he would fly here every month. I would help him look for a home, the whole thing. And I'm thinking in my mind, by this time he had introduced me to his entire family. His mom loved me, his brother loved me, his sister loved me. Like I'm thinking, okay, this is it. And I'm thinking like, maybe it's my turn. Maybe all the sacrifice and flying back and forth across the country, maybe it was worth it. And maybe, you know, getting off from work and I remember the flight too, it was the 8:30 flight, red eye, and being exhausted by the time I got to the West Coast and just acting like I wasn't, just to make him happy. And, you know,
Oh
maybe
wow.
all that sacrifice was worth it. And I mean, he would start fights with me. He would say little things to me that was not kind. He was still talking to his ex-girlfriends and acting like I didn't, you know, but I did know. Um, and then he got here and to my city, and then things were going well. And you know I remember I because he had a long travel, I paid for him to get a massage for the day, blah blah. I went and did a couple, something else. And when we walked into the massage place, the woman called him my boyfriend. She's like, oh, I'll get the room ready for your boyfriend in a moment. And I turned to him and I said, I hope that didn't make you feel uncomfortable, because he was weird about labels. Then he started a fight with me after the massage about like why would you say that and da da da. And then he asked me like, what is it that you need? I said, I need for you to introduce me as your girlfriend and not tell people, oh, this is just da da da, and I said, I need you to let me in, and I need this to be like a real healthy relationship. Anyway, after that, I ended up winning a huge award, and but he was on a work trip, so he couldn't be there for that. There were other things I had planned for us, and all of a sudden he couldn't make it. And he was like, I want to take you out to dinner. And when I get back, I was like, okay. So he took me out we went out to dinner. Everything, was great. And he's asking me about work. I was asking him about work. He had just started the new job. And he got a home. He bought a house. He bought a used Mercedes that I thought was not a smart buy because it has 64,000 miles on it.
Oh.
But anyway, and he took me out to dinner and a great time, da da. Get back to my house, we're watching TV and he's laughing, da da. And he said, "Can you put that on pause for a minute?" I said, "Sure." And he said, "I owe you an apology." And I don't remember the rest of what he said, but then he said, "You want to get married and have a baby, and I feel like I need to move out of your way." It was 10 o'clock on a Tuesday night. I worked the next day.
Not
Yes.
on a Tuesday.
And he was just like, it's hard to tell the story 'cause I've been through a lot of therapy that helped me through a lot of this, but he was like, he said, after 2.5 years, I would have asked you to be my wife. I would have asked you to marry me already. And that kind of like still like haunts me because it still made me feel like, I wasn't good enough,
Yeah.
and I asked him after person my family passed away. I said, why did you stay when he died? Why didn't you just go then? And he said, I did what any friend would do. And I was just like, wow, I never knew this. I never knew this guy. And he was just like, you weren't happy and, just putting it on me. And this is what integrity is. And I said, there's no integrity in anything that you're doing.
No.
You told me, all these things that he told me. Um, and it just seemed like the moment he didn't need me anymore, he was done. Because when he came here, he stayed with me. He drove my car. He had the key to my home, like, all kinds of things. And he walked out when he walked out the door, he said, "I love you," and just walked out. And was blowing up my phone after that, but I didn't answer anything because that's not how I communicate. And once you walk out of my life, you walk out of my life. That may be the Scorpio in me.
Yeah. When you're done,
leave,
you're done.
we're done. We're done. No, you're not gonna sit up there and play in my face. It was easier to do that 3,000 miles away, but not up close
Yeah.
and in my own home.
Yeah.
And then for I think I want to say about 6 weeks later, he had a new girlfriend.
6
And
weeks later.
about 6 weeks later, a new girlfriend. And I don't know if they're still together. I stopped, checking anything, but they've been together for like this whole time. And then it was interesting that because my friend like found, her Instagram or whatever, her sister's Instagram, which is open. And and he went to her brother's wedding. And this is within months. And it just felt like she got everything that I wanted. You know what I mean? Um, so I think I tell that story to tell, like to say, but I went to a lot of therapy and I realized I was dating a narcissist and I realized I was dating a very, very wounded, broken man.
Yeah.
Um, who had his father has 4 kids by 4 different women, like, you know what I mean? Like, and he idolizes his father. And so, and not so much his mom, even though his mom was the one cheated on, his mom looks just like me. So I feel
Oh.
like, so I feel like some of it was, he's mad at his mom and he took it out on me a little bit. Um, but I'm at a new space now. I started doing the things that I love to do. And I hope if there are other people listening, start to fall back in love with yourself again, and start to pour into yourself. Do the things that you love to do.
Yeah.
Spend the time you would have spent on worrying where he was on you. I've been hearing a lot of these stories tonight. I don't mean to be, you know, I don't want to speak out of turn, but it sounds very juvenile, and it sounds like people who want attention and playing games with people's emotions, and this is childish.
No.
Love yourself, take care of you. That voice in you, that's the voice you should be listening to, God and you.
Yep.
And that and love her or love him first. So I wanted to ask you, like, it's hard for me to meet people because, well, first of all, getting over betrayal.
Yeah.
'Cause I think it's different when you get over a breakup and when you get over and getting over betrayal, especially when it's kind of combined with grief, when you're grieving the loss of someone at the same time.
Yeah.
So, and someone who literally took your love and your support and your trust and just crushed it.
Mm.
Um, and I would like to date again, but it's hard to meet people. Public figure. I don't want to be on the apps. I don't. Some of my coworkers are like, I'm on the apps, da, da, da. And I was like, I don't want you guys to see me on that. Like I just kind of private in that way.
Yeah.
So men don't really approach me. A
Mhm.
lot of guys have told me that they think I'm married, that I look married. Um, so I don't know. I don't know how you, and I travel.
Yeah.
I'm leaving the country, praise God, next month,
Yes.
and on vacation. But it's like
Where you
I
going?
don't
You don't have to tell me because I
no,
you know how I am.
when I say I travel, like I really travel. Like I'm going to
The
the
Europe
islands.
cities?
Hmm?
You going to the Europe cities?
To the Europe cities? No, I don't go to the Europe cities and big up my boyfriend more than my own career on
Mm.
TV. We've talked about that.
Yep.
But anyway, but like I mean, like I'm going to Greece this year,
Oh.
Ghana, like
Mm.
I love things like that.
Mhm.
In Paris, I want to go to Paris,
Oh.
but even though I haven't heard great things, but when I go to Italy, like the men love me. But
Mm.
but I don't
Mm.
know, it's hard to it's hard. A lot of these guys, what some of the people aren't talking about, a lot of these guys are in competition with you. They are
Mhm.
jealous of you.
Mm.
I remember when I got those, I'll just say they're big awards, and they were on my mantle, and I have a few of them,
Mm.
thank God, and that I
Okay.
worked really hard for.
Yes.
And I remember I live in anyway. And so we were sitting there watching TV one time, and they're on my mantle, which is underneath my television. I said, I really need a trophy case. Like I want to I really meant it. Like I want to put them someplace, nice and over to the side and da da da. And he said, why don't you put them upstairs? And I said, oh, you think I should put them upstairs? He said, yeah, because with them out here like this, it just looks like you're bragging. And so I know. And I kept that in for a while. I didn't tell people about that for a while. And all my guy friends, they make that same face. They're like, are you serious? They're like, if that was a guy that really cared about you, he would have either bought you a trophy case or
Mhm.
built you a trophy case.
Exactly. That's what I was thinking.
Yeah. So it's hard. A lot of guys are, I hate to keep saying, like, say intimidated by, but they really, really are. They act like they
Yeah.
like you on paper, but in real life, I want to say like real life, that they start to do things to show that they low key resent you,
Mm.
and your success um really shines a light on what the things they don't have.
Well, this
Um,
particular guy that you were dating, he wanted a job where he didn't have to do much. So his ambition was very low.
right. He ended up losing that job.
Of
Um,
course.
Yeah, in a few months, he ended up losing that job, and he put his house up for sale, couldn't sell it. Then he put up for rent, couldn't rent it. Then I think now it's an Airbnb, and
Karma.
um, and I think he moved back across the country with that girl.
Mm.
So it just feels like, it feels like I was a good person in this, and like he got the girl, he got away unscathed. It feels like, because people still think he's great. I'm sure he lied about why we broke up, and
Mm.
yeah, and I don't know what to do. Like I would never go back to him ever again.
Mm.
But I mean, his brother still follows me on social media
Mm.
and watches all my stories and wishes me happy birthday.
Mm.
His brother was always a really nice person.
Mm.
Um, Maybe he knows a lot, knows that, he's like this. But so my question was like, what does someone like me do? Like, how do I find someone? Because I have so much, and I really am very, very blessed. But I've worked for every single thing I have. But I want to share it with someone. Like, I don't want to go to Europe cities alone. You know what I mean? All the time.
Yeah.
And I don't want to, like, s- I've been doing a lot of work on myself. Some of my friends who I thought were my friends have fallen off. I stopped being fun, I think, because I was crying all the time. But they did, but then they kind of like they were done with me, and that's fine because that showed me who people are.
Yeah.
And I really am in the space where I'm just kind of like very alone. And it's hard to, it's hard to meet people, especially when like you have the kind of job that I have. It's like it's hard to meet people because you
Yeah.
don't know if people are coming to use you. You feel very like almost, I don't want to say tender, but you feel
Vulnerable.
very vulnerable. Yes, thank you. You feel very vulnerable because you don't want, like, I get emotional even thinking about it, but it's like I couldn't imagine being near anyone like that ever again, who was literally just lying to me and using me.
Yeah.
The good part is I joined a Pilates class and I lost 25 pounds and I look fantastic.
Yes.
But but it's not even the physical weight that I lost. I lost the emotional weight.
Yeah.
My cortisol levels went down. I don't have a puffy face anymore. Like I'm shining from the inside out. I really do love me more. But I don't want to go through this life alone,
And
you
you don't
know?
have to. You
You
don't
said,
have
I'm
to.
sorry, excuse me, you said I may have to?
No, no, no.
Oh.
I said imagine if I said that to
I thought
you.
you said you may have to.
Can you imagine if I said that? No. Okay, so
I've heard worse.
your question was what should you do, especially as someone that has a very public job? My suggestion to you, and I've said this before when we were talking about Love Match Atlanta and things like that, are you willing to invest in getting a matchmaker?
So I thought about that.
Mhm.
Quite pricey.
Yeah,
Like,
that's why I said, are you willing to invest?
if I'm dropping 5 and 7 stacks, like what the price is when you saying Love Match Atlanta, I need a guarantee. Like
I mean,
I
they
need.
do have a high success rate. The
Mhm.
matchmakers, you just have to do your research on the ones that you want to work with.
Yeah.
But I definitely think it would be worth it. You'd be surprised the amount of money that we spend that's in that range. It may not be all in one shot, but
Right.
we spend that money, and what do we have do we have that money in front of us where we're like, oh yeah, I still have that and it's still valuable to me. Okay, maybe with a purse, but you get what I'm saying. Over time, you spent that money not realizing it, and it really wasn't anything of value or that adds to your life. I definitely think if you are in this position, especially as a public figure, because I said this to Lamont, who's a matchmaker. I said, when I'm really ready, that's when I will, invest in an actual matchmaker. Because yes, you and I are probably very different in regards to how we approach dating. We can't be just, dating everybody named Mama. So
Right.
I think that should be something you should consider. At least start doing your homework on, but continue to travel because you never know who you might meet, in your travels.
Yeah.
But be open to the possibility of meeting with a matchmaker. I think that might be your best bet because they don't just match you with people. They get to know you. They get to understand you. They also give you some skill sets that will help you in your dating process.
Yeah. Well, I appreciate that. And I think I am ready to date. Like I think I've done the work on myself. I settled, to be honest, I
Mm,
settled
mm,
and I compromised. And I remember one time TD Jakes said, um, whatever you compromise to keep, you will lose.
mm,
And I compromised a lot of my standards when I really, if I'm going to be honest with myself, and that's something I've been doing,
mm,
I saw so many red flags. And I was just like, and I think a lot of women, particularly, You know, a lot of Black women, we get into this savior complex where if I just, men are not build a bear, but if we're like, if I could just fix him, if I could just change this, it'll be better. And I want anyone who's listening, whoever is backstage or everything, listen, just no, you can't change people.
No.
You cannot. And who you met at the end of that relationship, that's exactly who they were the whole time.
And dare I
And
say, they've shown you who they were in the beginning of the relationship. You just ignored
right,
it.
right. And let me tell you something, and I'll say this, I'll be done. When I tell you I dodged a serious bullet, I could have gotten pregnant and been stuck with this guy that, and stuck with this baby that looked just like him and dealing with his mama. You know what I mean? And then hurting me financially, hurting me career-wise, all kinds of things. I want more women to think about that. You don't have to give up or relinquish your power to people.
Yeah.
So it's okay to love yourself. It's okay to make room for yourself. It's okay to take up space. The man, and it's okay to be a bad bitch too. And if a man doesn't, sorry, I didn't mean to I'm sorry,
It's okay.
but and if a man can't handle it, he's not for you.
Yeah.
And so, yeah, so that's something I'm realizing. And also, if you never get the apology, you got to be okay with. You may never get the apology.
Yep.
And you got to be okay with that.
Yep.
And the closure was how he did you. That was the closure.
Mm.
So I'll go, but I just want people to know that, don't play games, grow up, and stop inviting these men into your lives, into your homes, over your children, and you don't know them that well. Um, and I'm hearing things like machetes and putting hands on people. No, 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 that's out of order. That should not happen. So,
Not the
anyway,
machete.
thank you so much for letting me. Thank you so much for letting me speak, and thank you for letting me share that. It's
Of course.
I could tell how far God has brought me, that I could tell that story without crying.
Yeah.
Last year I couldn't. This year I can, and I can say it I could tell with a smile on my face.
Yeah.
But thank you, Kempire. Thank you for holding this space. And maybe I should go back to dating cancers. I think that's just best for me. All my friends are cancers, and I'm a Scorpio, so it makes sense.
It does
But
work. It does work with Scorpios. But like I said, continue to travel, be
yes,
open, continue to do your therapy and your self work, and do some research in regards to getting a matchmaker. Because if you're serious about it, why not invest in yourself and truly believe the money that you're putting into that will be returned to you? Like that's nothing.
yeah, you're right. You're right. I'm gonna actually look it up this weekend. You are right.
Keep us posted.
I will. Kempire, have a wonderful night.
You too. Thanks for calling in. Bye.
No problem. Bye.
Oh, these conversations are amazing. You guys are, I love the fact that you guys are so willing to share your story so publicly. I'm like, oh my gosh, I love it. I love it. And again, a matchmaker is not for everyone. A matchmaker, not everyone can necessarily afford right now. I have a feeling Audrey can afford it though. Look, I'm looking at you, Audrey. But we're going to get into a couple more callers. I'm holding space, but it is almost 1 a.m. here in New York City, and I would like to get to everyone. Nikki, it says device is not connected. You might have to do something. Oh, there we go. Okay. All right. Nikki, what's going on? What did you want to share?
Okay, so I almost feel like I already got my answer now by
Oh,
listening.
and we're done. Nikki, you sound a little low. Do you have your headset on or something?
I do. Can you hear me a little better now?
Okay, that's better. Yes.
Okay. So my situation, so I met my partner during COVID, which is different, right? I was upfront with him. I'm a Taurus also. And he's a Taurus.
Oh.
So I was like, yeah. I was like, hey, I travel a lot. I literally had just came back from the Philippines when I met him. And I was like, hey, I just got back from the Philippines. I'm going to Vegas in like a couple weeks, and then I'm going to Trinidad. Like, a girl is booked and busy.
Yes.
And then the world stopped, right?
Mm.
Yes. So I was like, this is great, this whole little indoor lifestyle. But I was very upfront, like, this is not my life. Like, this is fun, staying in the house and doing these little activities and cooking, which he was great about. Like, he's like, hey, let's do a little paint and sip, just you and I, because we're locked inside and we can't really go anywhere.
Yeah.
So I appreciated those things, but I was like, this is not me. And my siblings also were very upfront. They were like, yeah, you know, you probably wouldn't be with someone like this had it not been for COVID. You do get bored very easily. And you're, you know, it's nice. And it is nice. I will admit, like, he gives me a balance that I don't have within myself. And I feel like we balance
What
each other
is
out
your
sometimes.
rising and your moon?
My moon is Aquarius.
Of
I'm
course,
not sure with my
because I knew
rising.
because when you said Taurus, I was like, you have a problem staying inside, and okay, Aquarius. What else?
Sometimes, but so my Taurus is different. So I'm the oldest of four, so four girls. So I've kind of been like a little part-time mom, right? So it was like a girl was in the house all the time. I have a mother who's a Pisces that raised me, and my grandma who raised me as well. My dad wasn't involved, but my grandma was Cancer. So, you know, yeah, I got a lot of homebodies.
Yeah. So you were like, I'm
Yeah,
ready to get outside.
exactly.
Even though Taurus, we do like to travel. We do
We
enjoy
do
that.
like to travel too, but you know, we like luxury, like nice things, but we like to be inside when we want to be inside,
Yes.
not when you're telling us to be inside.
This is true.
Yes.
And what's his sign? Your partner?
He's a Taurus.
Oh yeah,
We're
you
6
said he was
days
a Taurus
apart.
too. Lord have mercy.
Yeah.
Okay. And he really likes to stay inside. He just grew up
Yeah.
differently.
Paw he's a homebody.
Do you know his rising and his moon?
No, I don't. I have to look it up. But it was nice because he shares a birthday with my uncle who was actually like a very kind soul. So it draw me to him. Yeah. And then my uncle passed a couple years ago and they have the same birthday. So it did definitely like drew us in. I was like, I can appreciate because I see a lot of the same kindness in my partner as I did my uncle, right? Yeah. So I guess I have I'm very sentimental. I will say that about myself.
Yeah.
So my only other issue is he has a son and his son's mother is like borderline awful.
So she's awful. He's a borderline awful.
She requires a lot of patience, and patience is not always something that I'm built of, but I've trying my best to do with her. Like, I try to see from her perspective about how she feels about my partner, and I can understand some of the things. So I do try to, straddle the line. I don't want to be like one of those women like, my partner's absolutely right in everything they say. That's not true.
Yeah.
No, you have to be able to see the whole picture. But she crossed their line recently, so we added their son to our health benefits, and she decided to contact my employer and say that I had basically applied for benefits fraudulently.
You said she's borderline a problem?
I was trying to be nice, Kempire.
That's why I said you really meant she's a problem. No, she is a big problem. She contacted your employer?
Yes. And she was like, they applied for benefits, but granted, in California, if you're domestic partners, this is a legal thing. My employer was like, no, we totally understand. She's ridiculous. Don't worry about it. Like, we deal with these kind of things. But it's just, I've been with, it's one of those things you don't want to be that person at your job right now that everybody's gossiping about because you now have all these additional problems and you don't want your problems in the streets.
Yep.
And it's just, I feel like it's taken up so much space now in our relationship that it's hard for me to even focus on the other things.
Oh.
Yes. And so sometimes, so right now we're getting ready to go to mediation and court and the whole,
for the baby mama.
Yeah.
Okay.
And so it's one of those things like
Nikki, how old are you? I'm sorry.
36.
Okay.
Yes. And so I feel like, am I wasting time or am I not being patient enough to get over this hump to get to the next phase? Because I can see where it's taking up space, but
here's the thing. I just have a question. This is not advice. What did he do when he found out that the baby mama contacted your employer?
So she texted me. I told him, like just screenshotted it and sent it back. And he was like, please don't like be angry and respond to that. Like, don't go back and forth with her about it. He was like, and I'll deal with it.
Did he?
Yes. And so that's not where we're now going to mediation because he filed the legal route.
Oh, okay. So he
Yeah.
took steps.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Because
Okay.
the court process is not, it's not a quick thing
No.
as much as we'd like it to be. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Continue. I have thoughts because I'm just sort of like, how old is
No.
he?
He's a couple years younger than me.
Okay.
Yes.
Because the baby mama drama part would have got me hightail up out of there. I'm like, and she called my job, but
Yeah.
at least he
So
stepped in. Like he wasn't a punk about it.
no. So I immediately blocked her because I was like, oh,
Mm,
that's not a space for me.
no.
That's a space for you two.
Yeah.
I don't do the back and forth.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so that's where we're at with that. But I'm feeling like, am I not being, I understand and I want to be supportive of my partner, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I don't want to bail out before it's too soon, but I'm I don't want to get tired. Like, when you're feeling to that point where like I'm getting tired.
Mm, yeah.
Yeah. Because it doesn't allow us the space to do the things that we want to do anymore. Like,
It,
I want to continue to travel and I want to continue to do the things us as a family, and she's just constantly trying to find a way to block or intercede
mm,
or yeah.
I just feel as if at your particular station in life, you don't have any kids personally, right?
No, and that's not my avenue.
And you don't want to have kids.
No.
Okay. I just and then you say that he's a homebody and you want to get out there and see the world and get back to doing all of that. I'm not going to tell you to break up with him, but it seems as if because I've seen this with a lot of COVID relationships that it was
Hmm.
nice during COVID, but now the world's opened up and the
Yes, and that was
relationships.
exactly my thing. I said,
Look at Ariana Grande and her ex-husband. The same thing.
yeah.
Like there's so many different examples of it where people got together during COVID and then now a lot of people are getting divorced and separating or breaking up. I mean, I think you do have. I'm not telling you to break up with them because that is not my position. But what I'm saying is that you need to figure out what you really want and what you need because it sounds like you're again it's very the theme of the night downplaying yourself for this relationship. Do you feel that way?
I do sometimes. I absolutely do because I look at the person that I was, and like I said, I like the balance that he gives me. But then
Mm-hmm.
I see that I'm not that girl anymore. There's some parts of
Mm,
that girl that needed to calm down, but
mm,
she didn't need to stifle
and
and
you feel
die.
stifled? Do
Yeah, a
you
little bit sometimes.
okay?
I like the home, like I said, I do like the home balance that he
Yeah.
provides, like for us. Like, I'm like, oh, I have a base now, and I have,
Mm,
versus I didn't have that before at all.
mm-hmm.
But I miss sometimes myself. And then I do like that he now is like open to travel and like doing things. Like, that was
Okay.
one of our early gifts. So, like I said, our birthdays are very close together. So when we exchanged gifts for our first birthdays together, I gave him a passport application because I was like, this girl ain't about it.
I know that's right. So he's got the passport.
Yeah, so he has a passport. We've been going to countries and traveling.
Okay, so
So
you've been
that
traveling.
yes, we have been traveling. Even during COVID, we took a road trip, and I'm not a
Oh,
big road trip girl, but
oh,
we rented a van. We drove to the Grand Canyon. We
oh.
stayed there. Yeah, so I can't say that he hasn't been open to that. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah,
No.
that's good. At least he's
Yeah,
trying. How old is the
he's
kid?
trying. His son is 12.
Oh, okay, so enough to say you're
So
not my mama.
exactly. But my nephew is the same age, so it actually is a nice balance because my nephew is like my baby. That
Oh,
so yes. So there's other ties too because I'm like I don't want to separate them either
yeah.
because they have their own relationship that they talk outside of us and
Oh,
they communicate and they love each other and
oh.
yeah.
Well, here's the thing, Nikki. Again, I'm not telling you to break up with anybody,
No.
but it sounds as if you are downplaying yourself and your feelings. Because even when we first started this conversation, you lightly said that the baby's mother was a problem, only for us to figure out she is a big problem, calling your employer. And so I feel as if when you say certain things about other parts of your relationship and your life, you're sort of sugarcoating it a little bit,
I think
maybe.
that's fair.
So, but at least he's trying. Because I'm not, I think you should continue to have a conversation with him because there might be more things that you want to do. And maybe you need to do those things yourself. Not everything you have to do with your partner. I'm sure you probably would love to do everything with your partner, but maybe some of these things because you were doing this with yourself before, right?
Yes, I absolutely had friends that like I could just get up, and go. That was the beautiful part of being, single. Like, I
Hmm.
don't have nothing to do. Okay, I got vacation time from my job. I can go.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So you can still do that. You can still
I
go with your
definitely still
friends.
can do that. Yeah, with my friends. But now their lives are also changing too. I guess that's the difference too. Is like I'm getting older, so my friends are also like
Settling
they're
down.
moving into a different aspect. Yeah, parts of their life like we're getting married, we're having babies, so that's becoming even more limited too. And then it makes you think about your life too like, well, what am I doing?
Yeah. Yeah.
I can't stay in this 20-year-old hot girl era
Well,
forever.
yes, you can. See, that's the thing. A lot of us believe, based off of what the world and our parents and our families tell us, oh, you need to settle down. You need to do this. You have to do this by this age. You have to have this particular lifestyle. No, you could live the life that you want as long as you're happy with the life that you're living.
Yeah.
That's the most important thing. And if
And
you go ahead.
and it is hard because I do want to like with him it's a hard dancing act because it's not so easy to be like, well, he just needs to do X, Y, and Z. Like we're going through the court process, but it just drags on so long.
Yeah, no, it does.
Yeah, because they're like, oh, you guys haven't gone to mediation. You got to go back to mediation now. You're like, well, we already know. You're like, we're already at court today, and she's like, I don't agree. I don't want to give extra time, even
Mm.
though the state says yes, the time has to be 50-50. And she's like, no, I don't want to do that. And they're like, oh, but you guys should still go and talk about it. So we're gonna drag this part out till today. Or 2 months from today, and then we'll drag the other part out for another 2 months. And you're like, this is a 6-month process just to get to basic groundwork of having a set pickup and drop off
How
time.
long have you how long have you guys been together?
We've been together, it's almost been 5 years, but with
Yeah.
COVID, that dragged everything else out even longer because courts weren't moving, everything
Oh
was
yeah.
via Zoom. Yeah.
I'm just gonna tell you what, me personally, this this is not advice for you because he seems like a very lovely man. I personally, with all that drama, personal drama with his baby mama, me personally, I'd be like, you're lovely. However, it's not it's a no for me. But look, but I definitely think you could find common ground in regards to what's going on, but I think you are also not living 100% for yourself. And I think you need to do a little bit more of that. And I get it. When you're in a relationship, you can't necessarily live just 100% for yourself. But I think you would have to sit down and kind of figure out how much am I living for myself? Is it 10% versus, a more balanced life? Because it doesn't sound like you're doing your, the traveling as much as you would want to. Yes, no, maybe.
Yeah, I still do get to travel and do things with my girls, but it's just that part like you're like, I wish I like for him with his son, I was like, I wish you could do more, or like
Mm,
we could do more, or we
mm,
could have a balance.
no.
And it's not there because it's also like time with his mom, which
Yeah.
is understandable. And it's not necessarily the time with his mom that gets in the way. It's like the time like where his mom's like, I just absolutely don't want my son to go. Like okay, you're the
Oh,
mom,
so there's the
do
mother
understand.
situation too.
Yeah, and I understand. That's his mom and she can dictate things, but she's just like,
Can she?
"No."
How old is he?
He's 12, but we don't get to like
Oh,
here
oh,
in
oh.
California. Yeah, until you get.
I'm thinking about your boyfriend's mom.
Oh
Sorry.
no, no, no,
Oh, I
no,
was like, wait.
no.
I was like, wait.
It's
Oh
like,
yes, I forgot.
she's like, yeah, she's like, oh, I'm not comfortable with that, and that's fair. Like I understand she can say that, but it's just one of those things. Like, okay, well, let's talk about it. Like, what are your reasonings of like why you're uncomfortable with that? And it's just
Yeah.
like, well, that's just my feelings.
Yeah. Hmm. Hmm.
Yeah.
Okay.
And they're like, well, I can't really go too far with just your feelings. It's like, well, have you felt like I harmed you or you felt like I've made your son uncomfortable? No, just my feelings. And I'm like,
Yeah, that's the thing. That's why some people, when they're single, they're like, I'm not going to date someone with children because of
right,
these complications. I think when you have children yourself, you're probably a little bit more open in regards to dating other people with children. It's not impossible. People do it all the time, but these are the challenges of dating someone with children. You got to learn how to communicate and work with their children's other parents. So that's a situation, Nikki. What did you have a question for me, or you just wanted to share your story?
I guess I was like, I think you, like I said, I think I kind of figured it out as I was listening. And I was like, I think maybe this is like, we've hit a wall.
You definitely hit a wall. I think you've hit a point in your relationship where you have to make a decision.
Right. It's definitely at a point where it's, as I said, I was just listening, like, okay, I see, and it's one of those things sometimes you're like looking at other people's perspective too. Like, it's not that bad, but just because it's not that bad doesn't mean it ain't bad for you.
Exactly. Like life should be amazing,
Right. And life's too short for it to be anything less than. And so I think I got my answers for the night.
especially when you've met this person during that period of time where life was short and life was just like on a standstill.
Yes. And I think it gave me the perspective and the learning curve maybe that I needed for then, like to be more understanding and to be a little patient, but I didn't have to make life a drag.
Mm. Mm. Nikki, thank you for calling in.
Thank you, Kempire. I hope you have a wonderful night
Keep us
or early
updated.
morning.
Yeah, well, yeah, this particular it's 1:15 a.m. But
Right.
keep us updated. Call us back in and keep us updated when you're traveling with your new man. I'm playing. I'm playing. Nikki, I'm playing.
I'll be in London soon.
Nikki, have a good night.
You too.
Bye.
Bye.
Oh goodness. I appreciate the vulnerability, guys. This is still a safe space for everyone to call in and share their thoughts and opinions. We listen and we try not to judge. Look how we started. We listen and we don't judge. At 1 a.m., we're like, we listen and we are trying desperately not to judge. I'm not judging, honestly. I am that friend. I don't judge. I mean, I'm judging in my head, but I won't tell you that. I'm playing. All right. Okay, we have quite a few people still behind the scenes, and I appreciate them holding on. Okay. All right, Danielle says, "Why am I here in tears?" Danielle called in before. Danielle dropped out. Danielle, that's gonna have to be another night because we know you got stories for days. Lamara is backstage. We're going to bring Lamara up next. Lamara, how are you?
Hi, good morning.
Good morning.
How are you?
I'm well. How are you?
I'm doing fine. Thank you for asking.
What did you want to share with us today?
I took some notes, so hopefully I can be a
Oh,
bit more concise.
okay. What's your sign?
I'm a Capricorn.
Oh, of course.
I'm also autistic, so
Okay.
that plays into it as well.
Okay.
But I was just thinking about the last two callers in particular. Not the one just now, but the one before when she mentioned the man was walking in front of her.
Yes,
And
Audrey.
there's like these little things that men do because of like the way they're socialized that are like very subtle, but it's like them showing dominance. And so one of those like walking in front of you, right? Talking over you, being like, oh yeah, I wouldn't do that, but that's so good for you. Like when they're competing with you or doing things that, walking in front of you. So now I'm in second place and you're in first place, right? Those like little things like tend to add up. So that really stood out to me. And also the machete by the bedside.
I was about to say, I was like, what
I'm
about the
Jamaican
machete?
and my dad keeps a machete in the closet.
Wait, you say your father's Jamaican?
I'm Jamaican. I was born in Jamaica,
of
but
course.
immigrated here when I was 7. But we live in, far in the United States, and he keeps a machete in the closet for intruders. And I'm like, okay, you go ahead. And my mom knows about it, but
Yeah, she's
so
not
that
concerned.
she was just like, oh yeah, that's your dad. I'm like, yeah, that's a thing that people do. So, and I did want to mention, I've been watching this guy named Dating Coach Anwar. He's on TikTok and he does stuff on YouTube. He works with Black and brown women specifically. So if people are looking for him or a dating coach slash, he doesn't call himself a matchmaker. He's very specific about his language, but it seems like he gets results from the people who are, on his podcast and stuff like that.
Okay.
Um,
I will say
and
this
then,
though, Lamar. I don't know
Mhm.
anything about him, and I'm not doubting him. I just implore people to do their research because
Of course, yeah.
I feel like there are a lot of
He
people
has a
that
podcast.
there are a lot of people that come
And you
out
can
on social media as experts, and then you find out that they're doing all kinds of crazy things. I'm not saying
That's
that's what
true.
Anwar is doing. I'm just saying, people, please do your due diligence.
Yes, he has a podcast. He goes on TikTok. You can kind of get a feel for him. The podcast is with his clients, and he has a website that's up to date. So please, I'm just showing somebody that I've been like, wow, this seems like if I had money to do that, I would do that perhaps. But I also am like, do I want to be in a relationship? I don't know if that's the case. But I did want to say something that's been really helpful to me is that I've noticed that in my family, specifically, my dad has a very big mother wound. His mom wasn't a great mom. She was pretty abusive, dismissive. He has quite a few siblings, and out of all of them, he kind of coordinates like sending her money and taking care of her back home. And like I would call her and she would literally talk about him on the phone. And I'd be like, yo, grandmama, if you're going to talk about my dad, like, I'm not going to call you. Right. So she would stop. And then she would also kind of say comments about my mom, who's technically my stepmom, but she's the one that raised me. So she chose to be with somebody that had 2 children already and was a single parent. Love that for me, not a choice I would make it as for myself, because I don't actually want children. So I wouldn't want to be with somebody who has that responsibility.
Yeah.
I don't want to be in charge of shaping somebody's life. Like, I just want to be in charge of shaping my own.
Yeah.
And so, so he's done a whole bunch of stuff, but I keep seeing it happen, right? I'm like, oh, this man as a mother would also, I just got like into the second stage of my master's for counseling program. So hopefully I'll finally get in. So that's also why I'm always talking about like, oh, this is what I've noticed with people's behavior. But he has a mother wound. I also noticed I have it too, right? Because my biological mom didn't raise me. She left Jamaica before we did. I left when I was 7. So I haven't seen her since I was 7. She's lived in Florida and New York. And so a few months ago, her husband reaches out and I'm like, what does this guy want? And I kind of curved him. And then I talked to my therapist and I said to her, you know what, maybe I'll ask him specifically, what does she want from a relationship? And based on that answer, I will choose my actions. And so this woman goes on about how she wants, forgiveness and like for a lowering of emotions and for us to not really talk about the past. And I was like, we have no present. We only have a past.
Yeah.
So if you want us to get to a future, we will have to talk about the past quite a bit. Any reconciliation process that has been done globally, they talk about the past a lot. Like, that's kind of the thing about reconciliation. You have to talk about the past because we're trying to reincorporate those like loose neural networks, right? We're trying to get those back.
Yeah.
And so, we had this long conversation and she's like, your grandmother forgave me. And I was like, and some of my dad's sisters, I was like, these women, I don't know them. They didn't raise me. And also, you and I are in consternation. So my forgiveness is the forgiveness you would want, right? So I don't care about these other women that forgave you for XYZ. They weren't the ones not getting calls on their birthdays. They're not the ones that haven't seen their mother. I'm 31, so I haven't seen her since I was 6 or 7, right?
Wow.
My dad always said if she wanted to walk from New York, she'd be here by now. And I'm like, yeah, right? Like, and she said something to me. She's like, yeah, your dad and his abusive behavior, because he was abusive to me in particular out of my sisters. And I said, so you knew that and you thought it was okay to sacrifice your children so you could get your safety. I don't respect that, right? And she was like, oh, God, this. And I was like, I'm an atheist. So I don't need the God talk. I love that for you, but I don't bring my atheism to the table unless somebody's asking me about it specifically. So I don't really want to hear about your stuff. So she keeps talking about God. And I was like, okay, so she doesn't respect anything. She wants absolution not forgiveness. I am not a saint. I am not a priest. I cannot provide you with any absolution.
Ooh.
Right? And so I was like, all right, it's clear to me that this person just wants me to like fall in line and be cool with their behavior, and I'm just not. And so my voice is shaky because I'm sick and a little nervous, but
It's
it
okay.
felt so good to just close that door and be like,
Mm.
this person wants something that I can't give them, and they want something, and I'm not even willing to give it to them, right?
Yeah.
And so after closing that at the end of last year, and my birthday is like the last year of the Gregorian calendar, so I was like going through a lot of changes, I feel like. I'm also finally done fully with my Saturn return, and it's actually given me a lot of clarity in dating. And
Mm.
so there's this guy that I've known since I was 19 and he was 24. Yikes, now that I think about it, but I went to college young
Mm.
and he was, finishing. And we've always just kind of found our way back to each other.
Mm.
And I reached out to him a couple of weeks ago and I told my friend about it. And I said specifically to her, record a voice note that tells me how great I am and why I should not reach out to somebody who like comes in and out of my life, kind of like my biological mom, right? Leaves these breadcrumbs of hope that we'll see each other, that we'll hang out. I mean, he follows through on occasion, but it's a lot of just mess in between that. And then she sent me the message. And anytime I feel like, oh, let me reach out to somebody who hasn't done right by me the way I want to be treated, I play it and I'm like, okay, bet, I'm good. Like, I don't need to feed that particular loneliness. And it's not because I want that connection. It's what my nervous system is used to.
Mm.
And so I think a lot of the times when I want things, I'm like, do I really want that? Or is that just a pattern that's been established since I was so young? I don't know any different. And so that's actually really been helping me a lot. And I was
That's
like, you
deep.
know what? I want to make more money. I want to like get good at my skills. I have an art show coming up, so I need to make more art. And what Mel said about not approaching men earlier in the call too
Yeah.
was really another like, yes, that's for me, because I've approached men in the past. My last partner, I approached him first. We were together for the 3 years. I also broke up with him.
Mm.
I always think it's easier when you break up with the person as opposed to being broken up with.
Mm.
But now I'm on the apps. I don't message men first. If they talk to me, I'll have a conversation with them. As soon as they feel boring or we're not aligned, I just unmatch because I don't know them. What am I getting feelings for somebody I'm talking to over the internet that I haven't seen in 3D yet?
Yeah.
And so I went on a date a couple weeks ago. We went on 2 dates. He was nice. It was fine. But I was like clocking certain things. I was like, okay, you're older than me by quite a bit. You're not opening the door for me. You did it once. You didn't comment and be like, oh, you look really nice today. And so after the day, I was like, oh, it was good. We sent couple little texts. And I was like, yeah, thank you. Like talking to you. Like talking to you too. And I was like, très bien. That was the last thing I said. And it felt like it was a fun thing. We met, but I'm okay. It wasn't it.
Yeah.
And like, you can break up with anybody for the slightest ick that you feel.
Yeah.
I think it's good to like trace that ick. Is this a nervous system thing? Is this person violating my boundaries? Right? Because if I say don't do this and you do that, now I have to have a reaction, and that's my boundary, that reaction. And so yeah, that's all. I've really appreciated the live today. And I know people always say this, it could be worse, but also I've been saying to myself, it could be better. And what does like it being better look like?
That's deep.
And definitely not some raggedy man that I have to like, oh my God, did he text me today? No, you got to know those things, right? You got to know how to communicate with people if you want to be in a relationship. So
Definitely. And I think the important detail of what you shared, Lamara, is that I think we need to learn and be open to going through the process of dating and probably having a little bit more fun with it as opposed to, okay, is this the one? You know what I mean? So I appreciate you calling in.
yes, thank you so much. Thanks for staying so late. Have a good one.
You too.
Bye.
Bye. All right. Okay. We're going to try and get to some more callers. Okay. But I think by 2 a.m. I got to get out of here, y'all. Because I have to get up early tomorrow. I got things I got to take care of, and I am going to the Watch What Crappens show in New York, here in New York City. So I also got to be fresh for that. Okay. All right. Shout out to the replay crew. We appreciate you guys as well. Don't forget to like the video. Judgy Justice, thank you for the super chat. She says, "Love your consistent, versatile content, Kempire. Surely I missed the DC show. Been sick. Oh, sorry, Judgy Justice. Hope you feel better." Judgy just sent another super chat. "Keep going, Kempire. These stories are so good," and it got cut off. But thank you for the super chat. Data is in the future in New Zealand. Thank you for the super chat. He says, "Team Gold Digger, Team Kept. Y'all can have love here for the good times, not the long time." Data's not. He's so 100% unserious. Team Lonely and Peaceful plus these AAA batteries. He is so not serious. He's also a Pisces. Data, thank you so much for the super chat and the delusion, okay, and the laugh. All right. Noelle is backstage. We're going to bring Noelle up next. Noelle, is that picture Kim Zolciak or you? Hold on. Let me bring you up. Is that you or Kim Zolciak?
It's definitely Kim.
Oh, okay. What's going on?
I was arguing. I used that picture because I was arguing with somebody on Threads that was calling Lisa iconic.
Oh.
And I said that Kim Zolciak has more iconic wigs than Lisa has ever been iconic. Like,
Ooh.
Kim's wigs are more iconic than Lisa.
Noted. Okay. What did you want to share tonight?
So first of all, I just wanted to say everybody has trauma dumped on you today, and all of us have listened to it. So people, please take time tomorrow to decompress because it really does affect you to listen to a lot of heaviness. It affects your spirit more than you think it does.
That's why I got my Palo Santo. I'm gonna sage the hell out of this place. But anyways, you were
Woo
saying.
woo woo, Stacy. Woo woo woo.
Woo woo woo.
So sorry about that, but I just wanted to tell you. So my name is Noelle. I'm from Cape Verde, and this is my first time calling. And I wanted to tell you, you know how you said that Aries can't be celibate. So you know that Eminem commercial where they see Santa and they're like, "Oh my God, he's real," and Santa passes out.
Mm-hmm.
I'm an Aries that's been celibate for 10 years.
I never said that Aries can't be celibate. I
It
just
seems
said
hard to believe.
no. I've never said that Aries can't be celibate. What I've said is I didn't believe Stacy was being celibate with TJ.
Oh, okay. Oh, okay, got it. But yeah, I've been celibate for 10 years.
Oh wow,
It's hard.
Is it
It's
hard?
very hard. It is, but I have an awesome little vibe that has a suction on it, so it's awesome. So I'm good.
Okay. But you see,
Okay,
a
so I
lot
was
of people have been talking about being celibate. A lot of these celebrities have been talking about being celibate, and they seem refreshed.
Yeah, it's really good for you because I have an SA background as a child,
Mm,
and so I cannot give myself to people and feel dirty after. I can't.
mm,
So I rather just wait for me to heal so I don't bleed on other people
mm,
who didn't cut me.
mm. And are you in therapy?
So, oh, 2 times a week.
I know that's right. Okay.
Yeah, yeah. So, but I wanted to share with you um, something that people should think about when they are, looking at online dating. I was text fished by somebody. So I was studying for my PhD, and my friend met, some guy that moved to America from Ghana. And so my friend told me, she's like, "Oh, I met this guy. She's married. My friend is married.
Mm,
And she's like, he's so nice. He doesn't have family here. It's just him by himself. He has a daughter, but he shares his daughter with his child's mother. And she told me that the child's mother lives in a different state.
mm,
So I was like, okay, well, I'll talk to him and see how it is or whatever. Because I'm from Cape Verde, like she figured, you know, 2 Africans would be, I guess, great together, I guess. So I connect with him and I start talking to him, and we're texting. But one of the things that sticks out to me is that he used to complain a lot, that he used to say like, "Oh, you like to read all the time." He would just complain about me reading, and I was studying for my PhD. So I was just like, why is this guy so against me reading? And the fact every time I told him I had homework, he would get so upset. He told me he had a business and he sold cars. He said that he sold cars to Africa, right? So he would travel out of state and go pick up cars, and then he would ship those cars to Africa. So I'm like, oh, okay, good. And he was always trying to get me to meet up with him. He even told me, like, in a few months, he was going to go to Ghana for 2 months. And I was like, okay. But like, red flags were sticking up, like, were popping up for me because I was just
Yeah.
thinking to myself, how do you meet somebody and then he's already telling you, like, basically, I'm going to disappear in a few months, right? So we are talking, and one day we have a conversation, and he essentially is talking bad about Americans. And he was watching Murray, and he said, "Oh, there was somebody on Murray where the child was disrespecting the mother." And he was like, "If my child ever did that to me, I would kill my child."
Oh.
And I said to him, I was like, "Oh, that's a little harsh," but I thought he was joking. But no, Kempire, he was serious. Woo, woo, woo. He was very serious.
Ooh.
And
Red flag.
he was talking about things. Yeah, big red flag. So because we come from an area where honor killings do happen in some, places. So I say it to him. I say to him, I was like, "Why would you say that?" And he says, "Well, my child has to respect me above all else. And if I brought you into this world and you disrespect me, I will kill my child." He literally meant it. So I have the conversation with my friend. And Kempire, you have to trust your instincts
Yes.
because it started clicking to me that he was so against me reading. And I just thought to myself, like, why is he so anti-intellectual? That's a big red flag
Yep.
because one of the things people who have a problem with you being intellectual, they would prefer you to be dumb so that they can take advantage of you.
Yep.
Hence the orange man that's in the White House right now. Okay? So if you condition people to be stupid, you can do anything you want them to do. Okay? So I was thinking to myself, when I talk to him on the phone, the way he speaks doesn't match the text messages he was sending me. So I kid you not, I copied and pasted one of his text messages he sent me into Google. And it came up word from Quora, like Quora, a website. And I screenshotted it and I sent it to my friend. And she called me. And then I started copying and pasting more text messages. It was like basic text messages where he would say, like, when you would say to somebody you just meet, "So what do you want for your future? Do you want to get married?" Something basic like that. He would send me like paragraphs, like they were deep. It was like, "Yes, I want to be a really good husband to my wife." Just, it sounded deep and like what a woman wanted to hear. But
Yeah.
it turns out those text messages, he was copying it from the internet and putting it and sending it to me. So I discovered that there are websites now where these, I don't want to say African scammers because anybody can scam, but most of the people whose messages showed up there are Nigerians. And this guy was from Ghana. So there's a lot of Nigerians and Ghanaians there. So this man, for 4 months, was text fishing me.
Oh, I've never even
Isn't
heard
that
of text phishing before, but now that you say it, and now with the whole artificial intelligence, this is going to get worse.
Yeah, he was text fishing me. So that sent me and my friend now on a deep dive. And we started looking up his business. We started looking up for him, looking up, trying to see if we can just find out other information. We ended up finding out he was married. He has a son. He told me he had one child, and he actually his wife was pregnant. He was married to a medical doctor. Everything about him that he had made my friend believe was a complete lie. A complete. Kempa, you wouldn't even know the funniest thing is then I ended up finding out. We had not met in person, but then I ended up finding out the man bleaches his skin.
Oh.
I found a secret Instagram page that he had
You are a
that
very
was
good
different from the.
investigator.
those instincts. So I found this Instagram page that he had. He had it under a different name, and that's where his wife was. So you have to be careful because the social media they contact you from may not be the actual social media that they have with their family. So that's where I go now. I see the picture of his wife, and I just feel so bad because she's commenting, talking about how much of a loving husband he is. He's the love of her life. They're about to have another baby. The guy was a total scammer. So me, I'm an Aries. I choose violence every day. So I said to my friend, let's light his ass up. I call him on three-way, and he's like, hello. He's like, hello, baby. What are you doing today, baby? And I was like, oh, I'm about to just send you some nice, nudes. Lying, of course. So I start sending him the screenshots I had taken of his text fishing as I'm on the phone with him and my friend. And we confront him. And this man literally was like, what is this? And I was just like, your messages. You were copying messages online and you were texting it to me. He literally was like, what is this? I said, you can read it. Here it is. Like, this is the evidence. I sent him screenshots of his wife and confront him about having a child. I was like, how can you lie about the existence of a child? He's still like, what is this? And I said to him, I was like, you're the type of person when you say good morning, somebody has to open the window to verify that it's morning. It's
He lies that much.
Horrible, like bad. He still was denying it. I didn't even curse him out or anything like that. I just confronted him with with everything, and then I just blocked him. But anyway, so that's my experience, and I just wanted to share and let you guys know that it's hard out here. Like the dating water is pissy brown. It's bad. It's really, really bad. And the other thing I would just say for people is that people can smell desperation. And if you feel like you want love in life, you want to make sure that you exude love and not desperation. Because we attract what it is that we present, what we present.
Yep.
So whether you're a Christian, whether you are somebody who is not a Christian, whether you're just, it doesn't matter what you believe, but whatever it is that you want, just like if you suspect your man is cheating and you start snooping, you're going to find something that confirms the thing that you fear.
Yep.
Okay? So you have to become obsessed with yourself and other things, focus on other things, but exude love in what you do. Exude love in how you treat people. Exude love in how you treat yourself, because the way you treat yourself has to be a reflection of how others treat you.
Yep.
You set the template. So if I was desperate, I would have been disregarding the things that I was feeling, my instinct. And it literally took this man badgering me about loving to read for me to be like, you know what? I'm going to go inspect a gadget on him. And I found out a completely different life. And so you have to take the time to be the very thing that you want to attract, because I'm telling you, just like how dogs can smell fear or animals can smell fear, the devil can smell your fear, can smell your doubts. That's the same. So be the thing that you want to. When you love on yourself and you're unapologetic about it, and you're not desperate to have a man, like you're gonna see they're gonna chase you. I'm not celibate because of the fact of just because the essay, it's just the thing. My body is my currency, and I'm just not gonna cheapen myself for thrills. You know what I'm saying? So it's just like if I had rushed it, if I was desperate, I would have been laying up with some man that was bleaching his skin worse than Kanye from Young, Famous, and African.
Look,
And
and I just happen to have a picture of her right here.
yeah, and you know what would have happened? I would have called and Kempire would have been like, woo, 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 Noel, woo, woo, woo.
Look, hold on.
Woo, woo, woo.
Sorry.
Woo, woo, woo. But that's what I just wanted to let you know.
I appreciate your
When you do
call.
Salt, thank you. And when you do Salt Lake City, I have tea that will convince you that Bronwyn really did buy the jewelry and cancel it out.
Oh, okay. All right, Noel, we better call
Y-
back then. All right,
I
thank you.
will. I have a PhD, and that particular jeweler tends to assume if you're of a certain race, you cannot afford high priced jewelry. So I myself had to cancel a order that was over $100,000
Oh,
because of a comment I heard them make over the phone. So
mm,
custom jewelry orders can be canceled.
okay. Noted. You'll
Yeah.
have to call back in
Yeah.
when we go live talking about that. All right. Noel, thank you so much
Yeah.
for
Thank you
calling
for
in.
everything.
Have a good night.
Thank you. You too. Bye.
Bye. All right. Okay. All right. We still have a few people backstage, but I am probably going to cut this off at 2 a.m. But I want everyone to be able to share their thoughts, but you might have to abbreviate your thoughts. I apologize, but you see, I've taken all kinds of callers. I've been live for 4.5 hours. OMG. And it's time for me to take another break because I don't want to feel like I'm rushing people. All right. But I am going to have to get off by 2 a.m. So I'm going to take a quick little break and I'll be right back. Okay? Okay. Okay, and we're back. Briefly. So we're going to try and get to all the other callers. We have Southern Slim backstage. We're going to bring up next. Again, if you're watching the replay of this, be sure to share your thoughts and opinions in the chat. Southern Slim, what's going on?
Hey, Kempire, how are you this morning?
I'm well. How are you?
Good. I went, took a shower, had my midnight snack, and then I'm back.
Well, we appreciate you waiting so patiently behind the scenes. What did you want to share?
So I've been listening to everybody. I'm trying to make it quick because I know you got to go. So I'm on the other side. It seems like everybody's young and they're looking for love and trying to get married. I have just got out of a 20-year marriage. So I am 50 and I haven't dated since last time I dated, my boobs weren't sagging. So, um, dating is hard out here. Starting over at 50. I've did the dating apps. I did Facebook dating. I've met a couple of people there. I did, Hinge. Everybody on Hinge looked like Patrick Star from SpongeBob SquarePants, and I just, I can't do it. I'm sorry. For me, being older, it's hard out here. And like the old earlier young lady said, it is pee in the pool when it's 45 and up. I mean, it's like the guys on there, they're either coming on there and they say, "Hey, I just want to." One guy told me, I was on Facebook dating. He said, "I can give you conversations and orgasms. Do you want that?" And I was like, "Really? I don't even know you, sir." So
Oh my gosh.
I am trying to figure out, how do I start over? I am starting new in this dating era. Back when I was dating in the 90s, it was easier. Now, because we didn't have social media, we was outside.
Yeah.
We were outside back in the 90s. We had good music, we had good fashion.
Yeah.
We were outside. And it's kind of hard now because the older guys, my age, they want younger women. And I'm not competing with any 25-year-old. I'm sorry, girl, you can have him. I'm not fighting no girl in the street for no man. If that's your man, honey, you can have him. But I'm on the other side. It's hard. It's not easy. And also getting back out there after 20 years, it's scary.
Oh.
You do have to be afraid, be careful of people.
Yeah.
And men. And for me, I'm nervous because I am 50. I have more time behind me than ahead of me.
Oh.
So my kids are about to leave and go to college. I'm going to be an empty nester. I don't like cats, so it'll just be me and maybe a couple of fish. But I mean, cats are cute. Don't get me wrong. I'm not a cat hater. Cats
No,
are very cute, but
I understand.
cats are cute, but I'm more of a puppy person. But
Yeah.
I rather have fish. So my question is, I am a Taurus like you. I am a May Taurus. I think my
thankfully.
son is Taurus. My moon is Pisces. My ex was a Capricorn.
Oh.
Asshole. I will not date any more Capricorns. I'm sorry. Capricorns are jerks.
But they're supposed to be like a perfect match for Taurus.
I know exactly. I've read all those things online. They're like, "Oh, they're the perfect match." No, we weren't. Sorry. We were not.
Okay.
So my question is, for being an older woman, I don't go out much. I'm not a bar person. I'm not a clubby. I'm not going to be an old head in a club. I'm sorry. You're not going to see auntie in there trying to, trying to bust it down. I'm sorry. I did that when I was in my 20s. My knees are not agreeing anymore. So, you know, what exactly would you suggest? Because I still do believe in love. I'm not going to say that I'll never get married again. If the stars align and God wants me to get married again, I will. But it's hard for me because I don't want to put anybody in a category, but I also don't want to go through what I've been through for 20 years.
And how long have
And
you?
so, go ahead. I'm sorry.
How long have you been divorced?
I've been divorced for about a year, but I was separated for 6.
Oh, okay. All right.
Yeah, he moved on, living with other women. So I kind of was really been by myself for 6 years. And I chose not to get in other relationships because, I just didn't want to do it. I had to heal. It took a lot.
Yeah. But
It
now
took
you
a
feel
lot.
ready.
I feel ready, but I'm still scared.
Yeah. Okay. I mean, that's fine. I mean, it's a scary place out here in these streets, understandably. And you say you're on the dating apps?
I was on Facebook dating and I was on Hinge and I did Bumble. I don't like the ones where they want to make you pay for somebody to meet somebody. I'm
No.
sorry. I'm old school.
No, I
Face
understand.
Yeah, Facebook dating has been pretty free, but I've gotten on and I've gotten off.
Yeah, I don't love
So
Facebook dating.
I'm like, okay. And my last dates that I had on Facebook dating were it was decent.
Oh,
I have
okay.
to tell you the stories about those another time because
Okay.
you're linked with time. But I've met a couple of people on there. I do have stories.
Mm.
So
But not
I'm just
bad. It
trying
weren't bad experiences for the most part.
to for the Facebook dating, I had one experience that was something I never experienced before.
Mm.
So it was with a Pisces male and it
What'd
we
he do?
um he ghosted me after meeting me, after us hooking up,
Mm.
because I'd never hooked up with anybody before.
Mm.
So, he kind of left. But I just think that I'm kind of jilted by that. So that's
Mm.
what makes me nervous because I don't want to go through that again because we connected like on another level. Like we
Really?
got along. We talked every day. We was on the phone for 3 or 4 hours.
Don't be surprised if he hits you up again.
He hasn't in about 5 months.
Give him 5 years, he'll hit you up. Pisces men. It's understandable. It's okay to feel scared. It's dating. You're trying to find and meet new people. I think you should spend some time just enjoying the process and not think about any sort of like, oh, this could be the one, or oh my gosh, we could possibly fall in love. Ease into this process. Have a good time with the process. There are
See,
other.
in my 20s, I was mean. I was mean in my 20s. I was like, I dated a lot. I lived in a Navy town. So I
Mm,
had a boyfriend.
oh, okay.
So, but I was mean there because I was like, if you're not going to do what I want you to do, I will break up with you. And I did. And I would have
Mm,
another boyfriend soon.
oh,
But I'm not like that anymore. I'm
mm,
older and I don't want to go back to, but I do have standards and boundaries now in
mm,
place. So
yeah.
I guess for me, I'm just trying to navigate through these new waters of dating. And I just want to give a real quick tip. I know you got to go, it's got 5 minutes. I just want to tell the young ladies or anyone that's in the chat or listening, please do not lose yourself when you get married
Mm,
because I lost a lot of myself being a wife and a mom.
wow.
Have those friends, have your me time, have your time because I gave up all of that and I love my beautiful boys.
Yeah.
They're amazing. But I would also spend time with me. So please do not lose yourself when you become a wife and a mother because you can still have a life too. And now that I am older and that I'm divorced, I'm trying to figure out who I am at 50 now.
Mm.
And it is hard out
And here's the thing. No, it's not. We got to change your
here.
language. I think you need to spend this time, and maybe a man will come along the way. But I think you need to spend this time doing exactly what you're advising young women to do. You're still young
Yeah.
in the you're here. So for me, you're still
Yeah.
young. You know what I mean?
Right.
You're young
Right.
until you're dead. Okay.
Yeah. Exactly.
So I think you should excuse me, spend some of that time enjoying this process and finding yourself. Travel. You always want to hear me say travel. Go
I'm
travel.
trying.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, financially I haven't been able to.
Okay.
And I said to myself this year, I turned 51, May 16th. Um, and I was going to get a passport. I never had one.
Mm.
Um, that's on my bucket list to get a passport and to, once my sons, go on into college to try to go do little things.
Yeah.
But you guys, it is hard out here when you're single and you're older and you have those nights where you're by yourself.
Yeah.
And you have those times where, and I know my friends say, well, you should date yourself. Sometimes it's nice to hear somebody else to talk to.
Mm.
And not to say I love my girlfriends because I do, but sometimes you don't want to feel left behind and you don't want to be grow old by yourself.
Yeah.
And the loneliness, and I know my friends say this all the time.
Uh-oh, you went out for a second. Hello?
Oh, I'm sorry.
There we
Can you
go.
hear me?
Yeah, now I can.
I said, loneliness is very loud.
Mm.
when you're sitting on your bed by yourself at night, it is very loud sometimes. Now I love sometimes when my sons try to come in here and go to sleep. I'm like, look, get out of here. You're 17. Go. But because my bed is big and comfy, but it is loud sometimes.
Yeah.
And I have to learn. I'm learning through therapy how to find ways to not for it to be loud and for me to be comfortable in this because I'm okay.
Yeah.
So I just wanted to just tell you that I appreciate you having this live for some of us out here who can talk to you and be in a safe space. Everyone's testimony tonight was good. It was interesting. I learned a lot from my younger sisters out here. I know you have to go, but I just appreciate you doing this for some of us that we can talk and listen to everybody's stories.
Most definitely. Thank you so much for calling in and keep us updated on your
Sure.
journey of
I
dating.
am. I haven't gone on another date in a while, but hopefully
What's a
one day
while?
I will. Yeah.
What's a while?
Last time I've been on a date was about last year sometime.
Okay, last year was a few weeks ago. I need you to be a little more specific.
Oh guys, it was in the springtime last time I
Oh,
went
so
out.
it's almost a
Like it
year.
was like March. Yes, almost a year. So yeah.
Okay, well, we need to get outside and do a little something. And look, I
Yeah.
understand everyone's budget is different, but there's
Yeah.
plenty
Yeah.
of things to do where you don't have to spend a lot of money. And yes, get that passport, but you also don't need to travel far in order to travel. There are places nearby that you can travel. Just get out of your area. Sometimes it's just enough to shift your energy. That's what we were talking about with Mel before. You don't have to go far. Just go somewhere that you've been wanting to go for a long time. And then you can
Right.
eventually get to the place where you've been really wanting to go if it's somewhere outside the country. But definitely get your
Right.
passport.
I travel through you guys. You guys be always all over the place online. So I just look at y'all stuff, especially you, Kempire. You're all over the place. But but thank you so much again. It's 2 o'clock. I'm sorry, y'all. I hope you get to everybody. I just wanted to just thank you and just say my little testimony tonight. Y'all have a good night.
Before you go,
Have fun today.
someone said something that I wanted to share with you. Tina says 60 plus here,
Oh,
divorced woman. Enjoy your freedom for a while and do all the things your heart desires that you couldn't do as a married woman, and meet men while you're enjoying those things.
thank you, Tina. I appreciate it. Thank you guys. Thank you, chat. You guys, y'all are lovely. Kempire, keep that smile up. Go ahead, my Torian brother. And take care. Have a good morning.
Thank Yeah. Thank you so much for calling in and sharing. Have a good night.
Thank you. You too. Bye bye.
Bye. And keep us up to date. We want to know all, like, I'm nosy. Paulette, thank you so much for the super sticker. We appreciate your support as well. And thank you for calling in and sharing your story as well. All right, we're going to try and get to some more callers. It's after 2 a.m. Okay. DNP NYC is backstage. Hold on one second. Hey,
Hi, gorgeous.
how are you?
Okay, I'm gonna try to get real short because I did have a whole story about marrying two Scorpios, divorcing two Scorpios, then stealing all the money. Then the Gemini comes in because he was actually married to my ex's mistress, and we're gonna skip that. Then I moved to New York from Tennessee because it's safer here with no men,
Mm-hmm.
and I tried to do the dating scene here. Didn't work out. Ended up with my Pisces Sun, Aries moon. We don't know the rising because no one knows the when he was born. So that's the question I had. But just real quick, y'all, I've heard every story. My heart goes out to all y'all. Regina, I've got the algorithm for you. I've got it. We'll meet up in NYC. But you don't worry about that. I got you. But when y'all see the sunflowers that I post, it's because sunflowers, they heal the earth. So they they'll plant them after like a nuclear spill, for example, and the sunflower will clean the soil, and then yeah. So that's why I'm always putting the sunflowers because like it can be a toxic situation, but you put the good thoughts in there, the good plans in there, the good heart in there, and I mean a couple callers I resonate with all of them, but that's how I heal myself is I just go and put all my love into my patients, and most of them are children, so it's really just it gives me back what I lost, and And anyway, but y'all, I'm going to keep real short. I'm sorry.
No, it's okay.
Can you tell me that Pisces man with the Aries moon?
I already told you your problem was the Pisces man part.
But he cooks so good.
Oh.
He's such a good cook.
You know, I like to eat, but
Anyway, y'all, I'm gonna leave it there. I'll save my stories for another time, but I love y'all and thank you so much for letting me be part of the community.
Of course. Thank you.
One more thing. My dad is from no, the most important part. Kempire. If you won't marry me and be my lavender husband, learn French and move to Montreal with me so we get out of this mess for the next couple of years. That Mel guy hit me up.
What, another guy hit you up? What?
No, the Mel that called in.
So you're gonna leave me for Mel? Okay, fine.
If you won't do it, can he do it?
I told you 94.
Now. It's a good
94.
Look. French. We learn the French. We go to Montreal. We come on back. Okay. Anyway, and the other thing is, my dad did study or teach stable farming in Jamaica for 3 years, and he always kept a machete underneath the bed.
Oh, see, the machete. I'm telling you.
But under the bed, not by the side of the bed.
I don't know about
okay, love y'all. Have a good night.
Thank you. Have a good night. The machete under the bed. I will say this. My father never kept a machete under the bed. Not that I know of. I just know there was a machete in the house, but it was in the basement. Whatever happened to that machete? I don't keep one in my house. So future boos, don't worry about it. I don't keep a machete. I'm not that Jamaican. All right. We're going to try and get to these last couple of callers. Okay. Judging Justice, what's going on? What did you want to share?
Hey, so my story is not really a relationship story of dating advice. I would like some family advice. Because my relationship, as you know, as this channel knows, like I'm married, I'm happily married with 2 kids. Everything's blossoms there. But I was a victim of SA as a child between the ages 6 to 13 by a family member. And once I spoke out about it and everything was said and done, you know, my mother and my father broke up, divorced because it was her sibling who did it. And then recently, you know, my mother reached out to me. We speak sporadically, and she reached out to me asking me about something because we had a my family, we had a accident where there was a collapse of a roof. So we had gotten a little bit of money from our property damage. And she was reaching out to follow up on that because she is a Scorpio mom. So she's always looking for something. And she, you know, had asked me what happened to it. And I said, oh, well, I've already put things to a side, arranged it. I don't have anything for you. And then my sister reached out to me because her car was messed up, needed to get fixed. I loaned her a good portion of lump sum money. And then my sister is a very big spender. She spends a lot of money. Like if Vitamix comes out with a new blender tomorrow and she just bought one on Wednesday, she's buying a new one tomorrow. That's the role that she runs. And so in doing so, I loaned my sister the money. Me and my mother, we have a fallout because of the other lump sum that I had received. And then my sister, when it's come down to at the end of the month now to pay me, she only gives me half of my money back. And she says, oh, I'm going to give you like this Vitamix for it. And I was like, no, I never said I wanted your blender, your used blender. Like with your used pieces, I'm okay on that. I need my money. So it got to a point that I had to resort to my old ways and basically threaten that I would have somebody else, not me, come to the house asking for my money for her to send my money back. And while we are going through all this turmoil, you know, with my mother and sister and stuff, it's just getting to a point that I'm at a point where now, and my husband is like, you know, it takes a lot out of you to even deal with them and to keep this relationship going. Because I do partly blame them because my sister was 14 years my senior when all this was occurring. So she was an adult in that household that could have intervened, but was living her own life and all of that. And all right. So in so it's a lot of different things. I'm working now to try and get in touch with my previous pastor to try and help me with like visually, but like, how would you proceed in a relationship like that?
Okay. Well, I'm a strong believer just because they're family doesn't mean they have to be in your life.
Mm,
And especially if it's not adding anything positive in your life. And I think a lot of families, that's your blood and blah 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 blah. But if it's not serving you and it's not serving your mental health, if it's not supporting you, if they're denying what's happened to you, it's not worth the stress, especially if you're saying the continuation of this relationship and they're not willing to work on it, they're not willing to meet you where you are, then
hmm
it's just not worth maintaining that relationship.
Yeah. All right.
And although that's
I just
go ahead.
go on. Go on.
No, and
Sorry.
although that's hard to hear,
hmm
because a lot of, again, it's ingrained in a lot of us. Oh, it's family. You can't do that to family. If family, it doesn't matter. At least for me,
hmm
family, friendships. Otherwise, if they're taking away from your happiness, and I'm sure it affects your marriage and your kids as well because of the issues you're having with your family.
Yes, it does because my husband, he was very upset with me for lending the money, knowing our
Mm,
relationship and knowing that turmoil that was there.
mm,
But I was thinking in the sense of, all right, I'm in a place where I can do this, and if she couldn't give me my money back, I would be okay,
mm,
you know. But it was the fact that she was very like when I asked about when you were paying me, she said the end of the month in January. It
mm,
was very obtuse. So
mm.
then I was like following up on Monday, like, hey, when are you planning on giving me my money back? And she said, I said at the end of the month. And then that's kind of when the wheels kicked in motion for me
Well, it's now
that
February
I would need
1st.
to ask in a certain way
Mm.
to get my money back because otherwise, like, she ended up paying my money back, but
Oh, okay.
it's just now, but it's like I wish not to have to get ugly with people to be able to get my money back. It should be something like we agreed to something. You shouldn't want to barter with me. Like, you don't barter with like Pepco. Like, it's, you don't say, Pepco, I'm gonna give you this oh, I got this little dog you can borrow that's gonna watch the flyers or something for
No.
you, and I'm gonna pay you $50 or something out of my $200 bill. Like, you don't do that.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Also, not don't give out money you're not willing to lose. I li-
Yeah,
I
no,
I,
definitely
I
never
live by
that.
that because if I have to hit you up every single week for money, then I should have never given you the money, especially if it's a pattern.
Yeah, it's definitely not a pattern with her. Well, it's a pattern with her asking. It's not a pattern with me giving. It was
Mm,
just in this instance, I was like, your car is broken. You have a lot of children that need to get transported in this vehicle. Let me help you out because that's going to stop a lot of things.
mm,
But it is very hurtful. But I'm glad that to talk to you about it, Kempire, outside of my immediate circle, to get some understanding because it's been hard to be able to just walk away from them. And this just happened this past weekend, this
mm,
past few days here.
yeah,
So
but you got
thank
your
you,
money
Kim.
back.
Huh? I
But
got my money back.
all right.
Best believe some goons have been at her door knocking for
Oh Lord. Oh,
it. Yeah, he's live.
God.
All right,
Hey,
say hi.
Kempire, how you doing? This is Justice husband. My name is Husan Smith.
Hey, how are you?
I am awake at 2:15 in the morning.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah, yeah.
Look
Well,
at you.
thank you.
Look at you, the hardest
You're the
working
only.
man in show business, like Tom Joyner.
Sorry. Well, thank you. I appreciate you, and you're the only man I can talk to at 2 a.m. besides
Yeah,
Mike.
your husband's gonna get you.
Bye.
Thank you for calling in. Have a good night. Okay. You guys are hilarious. I love meeting the husbands. All right. All right. April called back in. April, what did you want to share? April?
Yeah, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, so I wanted to say, I know I came in spicy and hot earlier, but I wanted to apologize because that was not my intentions to, trigger anybody. I just know that I'm long-winded, and so I jumped into like the story.
Yeah.
Just know that that guy was not like, he was like really mean to me, and I feel like a part of me said that in retaliation to
Mm,
him
mm,
because he spoke out of turn about my mother is. So I'm the type of person that I will sit back, even if it takes years, to get my, like
Vengeance.
revenge. And
Oh.
in my head, I was thinking, well, if someone, something like that happened, I would not go out and purposely gaslight someone. I haven't talked to him in years and you show up out the blue. And it's just like, this is a very weird way.
Mm.
I understand grief happens to like all of us, but I was like, when trigger warning, I'm sorry, my apologies, trigger warnings, grief, when I went through losing a parent, I don't recall terrorizing people because that's not something that you do. And again, he said and did a bunch of other like not so nice things to me. And
Mm.
so I feel like I stood up for myself in that moment.
Mm.
And I was like, you know what? I'm going to give you a taste of your own medicine. Now I don't go around, telling people to do that. You know what I'm saying?
Mhm.
I just reached a breaking point with him and I was like, you know what? You're gonna leave me alone. And I knew that if I took it back to the brink, it'd be like, okay, which I know I struck a nerve, but it's like men like him that are dismissive and say really nasty, mean things. It taught me something
Mm.
that, I'm a diamond. And, I'm 30 and I'm going to enjoy life. I'm going to, keep dating. And I encourage anybody that's, in my age group, go out, have fun, stick to your boundaries, don't compromise, because that's what he taught me. And
Mm.
I just wanted to call back in just to say, I I apologize. I didn't want to trigger anyone. I know I came in very hot and it probably like scared some people like, oh my gosh, this woman is nuts. Maybe a little bit,
No, we're not
but
judging. We're not
but
judging.
again, I just wanted to say that and also listen to your intuition because again, after I lost my mom. I'm getting emotional, but I lost my mom and then my intuition started to pick up. That's when I started to get deeper into my spirituality.
Mm.
And I I kid you not, you guys pay attention to your dreams because
Mm.
the further I got into my walk, I kid you not, I was dealing with this Capricorn man
Mm.
and on and off. And I had a dream. I saw the person that he was messing with.
Oh.
Like I saw her hair outline of her like body and everything. Like I was visually in his apartment.
Mm.
And I said, am I doing drugs? And I told my friends, I said, no, don't say anything. Just
Mm.
keep it to yourself. And I sat and I kept it to myself. And then I had another dream to where somebody was trying to fight me in that dream. And then I went to go get groceries. That's so typical me after that. And then I kid you not, about a few months later, a few weeks later, that person appeared,
Mm.
but it was through a friend. And I said, but yes, guys, always listen to your intuition. And again, stick to your boundaries. Do not compromise. Maybe
Mm.
stay away from those apps because those men are unhinged. And yeah, thank you, Kempire. Enjoy the rest of your day.
Thank you, April. Have a good night. All right. Let me say thank you, Abdi. Thank you so much for the super chat. Abdi says, I got a Barry's class in the morning. I'm so cooked. Thank you for being a member as well, Abdi. Um, hilarious. All right. Let me see. Kismet said, Good morning, Kempire. I usually don't comment. I just finished watching your other video you did earlier. I'm an Aries sun, Leo moon. There's a lot of Aries that follow us. And Leo rising. How does that work out astrology for me? You're bossy. Well, we both have a Leo moon, so you're fantastic. that's something you could do research. Like I can't possibly sit here and explain what your personality might be like, but you could definitely do some research. You can definitely should invest in probably getting a birth chart reading where an astrologer will kind of go through all of your planets and explain what the year would look like for you. So yes, everyone go book a reading somewhere and or trust someone that you know that does it and that you trust. Feel free. Okay. All right, guys, we will do this again. Thank you to everyone that called in and felt comfortable enough sharing their stories. Again, our mantra for tonight is that we listen and we don't judge publicly. No, I'm playing. Thank you to our King's Guards. Thank you to our channel members. Thank you to our subscribers. Thank you to everyone that liked the video already. We appreciate it. If you haven't, if you're watching the replay of this, be sure to like the video. We were live for over 5 hours. Next time, I'm just going to have to cut off callers. Okay? Okay. Anyways, but I do appreciate it. I feel like everyone offered something special in their call, so I'm glad that we were able to get to all of them. All right? But replay crew, be sure to let us know your thoughts and opinions as well. Okay? Right? Abdi says the Aries crew is rolling deep in this live tonight. Y'all are unhinged. Just kidding. Don't judge. We listen and we don't judge. Okay? Anyways, guys, I hope you guys have a fantastic night. I will see you all in the next one. Probably won't be till Sunday. I'm going to take tomorrow off because I have things to do tomorrow. All right, guys, have a good night. Bye, y'all. Mm-mm-mm-mm-mm-mm-mm. Mm-mm-mm-mm.